Beneath the merciless Texas sun, where dust chokes the air and barbed wire divides the land, a spark of defiance ignites against a backdrop of suspicion and secrets. In a world ruled by prejudice and power, whispered loyalties and forbidden connections challenge the unforgiving plains. Step into a saga of courage, sacrifice, and the unyielding human spirit, where every choice could unravel destinies or forge new paths under the vast watchful sky. Listen and uncover the heart of a land where love battles the harshest odds. Chapter 1, Beneath the Unforgiving Sun. The heat was a physical weight, pressing down on Isabella's shoulders as she wrestled a stubborn post into the hole she dug. Dust, fine as talc and the color of dried blood, coated her arms. Her face clung to the damp tendrils of black hair that escaped her braid. It gritted between her teeth, a constant, unwelcome taste of the Texas plains. Around her, the land stretched out, vast and indifferent, shimmering under a sky bleached pale by the relentless sun. The air smelled of baked earth, creosote bush, and the distant sharp tang of cattle. Her hands, calloused and stained, ached from the jarring rhythm of the post-hole digger. But she ignored the pain, focusing on the task, on the precise angle needed to make the fence line straight and strong. Strong enough to hold back the restless weight of the Bar T herd, strong enough to earn her keep. This was life on the Thompson Ranch. Hard, unforgiving, measured in sweat and the relentless cycle of sunup to sundown. She'd been here 6 months, drifting north after everything had fallen apart back home. She didn't think about home much. It was a wound best left undisturbed, covered over by the sheer necessity of survival. Here she was just another hand, another brown face amongst the mostly white crew, hired on during the busy season, tolerated as long as she pulled her weight and kept her head down. Tolerance, however, wasn't acceptance. She felt the difference in the curt orders from the foreman, Jedediah Stone, a man whose eyes slid past her as if she were part of the landscape, inanimate and unimportant. She heard it in the low murmurs from some of the other hands when they thought she couldn't understand their crude English, their assumptions heavy and sharp as stones. But she understood. Oh, she understood more than they knew. She understood the careful lines drawn around her, the unspoken rules governing where she could sit, who she could speak to, the way her presence sometimes caused conversations to halt abruptly, leaving a silence thick with things unsaid. She understood the precariousness of her position, reliant on the grudging goodwill of men who saw her kind as little better than the livestock they tended. Yet she worked. She worked harder than many of them. Her movements economical, her focus absolute. There was a fierce, quiet pride in her labor, a refusal to be broken by the sun or the scorn. Each fence post driven true, each section of wire stretched taut, was a small victory against the forces that sought to diminish her. A bead of sweat traced a path through the dust on her temple, stinging her eye. She blinked it away, pausing to swipe her forearm across her brow, leaving another smear of grime. Taking a deep breath, she surveyed the section of fence she'd already repaired. It looked solid, dependable, good enough. She reached for the coil of barbed wire, the metal hot enough to burn through her worn leather gloves if she wasn't careful. The barbs snagged, tearing at the thick hide, a familiar sensation. Everything out here seemed designed to bite, to snag, to hold you fast. The sound of approaching hoofbeats made her stiffen instinctively. Riders usually meant trouble or at least disruption. She kept her eyes on her work, her hands moving steadily as she began uncoiling the wire, pretending an absorption she didn't feel. Jedediah rode point, his weathered face set in its usual grim lines beneath the wide brim of his hat. Beside him rode two other hands, men whose names she barely knew, their faces interchangeable masks of sun-baked indifference, but it was the fourth rider who drew her attention, even though she kept her gaze lowered. William Thompson, the master's son. He rode a tall bay gelding, a beautiful animal that moved with a fluid grace that seemed out of place in this harsh land. William himself possessed a similar, albeit rougher, grace. He was younger than the other hands, perhaps mid-20s, but carried himself with an air of quiet authority that came not just from his name, but from an innate competence. She'd seen him work cattle, his movements precise and calm, his voice low and steady, unlike his father, a man whose booming voice and heavy presence seemed to suck the air out of any room. William was reserved, watchful. His eyes, the color of a stormy sky, seemed to miss nothing. And sometimes she felt those eyes on her. It was unsettling. Not like the leering glances of some of the rougher hands, glances she deflected with a stony expression and a posture that radiated, "Keep your distance." William's gaze was different, curious, appraising. Sometimes she couldn't quite decipher the emotion behind it. It made her skin prickle, made her intensely aware of the dust on her clothes, the sweat trickling down her back, the foreignness of her own existence on his family's land. The riders pulled up a short distance away, the horses stamping restlessly, blowing air through their nostrils. Dust billowed around their hooves. "Isabella," Jedediah's voice was rough, impatient. He didn't use her name often. "That line straight?" She straightened, turning slowly, careful not to meet his gaze directly. It was safer that way. "Si, Senor Stone. Straight as I can make it." Her voice was low, steady, betraying none of the tension coiling in her stomach. Jedediah squinted down the line of posts she'd set. He grunted, a sound that could have meant anything from grudging approval to utter dismissal. "Needs to hold. Got word some of Miller's strays been pushing through near the South Creek again." Miller. The name hung in the air, heavy with unspoken animosity. The Thompsons and the Millers shared a long, disputed border, a constant source of friction, land disputes simmering like a pot left too long on the fire. Strays crossing the line were more than just a nuisance, they were a provocation. "This section is strong now," Isabella said, her gaze fixed somewhere on Jedediah's dusty boot. "The wire is new." "Best be." He shifted in his saddle, leather creaking. His eyes flickered towards William, a subtle deference in his posture. "Mr. William, anything you want to add?" Isabella risked a glance upwards then, her eyes meeting William's for a brief, charged second before she looked away. He hadn't spoken, just watched the exchange, his expression unreadable. There was a stillness about him that was unnerving. "Just make sure it's secure, Jedediah," William said finally. His voice was deeper than his father's, quieter, but it carried easily in the still air. It lacked the foreman's grating edge, but held its own kind of authority. "We don't need more trouble with Miller right now." He looked directly at Isabella then, and she felt the weight of his gaze again, unsettlingly direct. "Good work, Isabella. It's holding up well." The simple words of praise, unexpected and unadorned, sent a strange warmth spreading through her chest, warring with the ingrained caution that told her to remain invisible. It was dangerous to be noticed, especially by him. She merely inclined her head, murmuring a quiet, "Gracias, Señor." before turning back to the wire, her hands suddenly clumsy. She could feel them watching her for another moment, the silence stretching taut. Then Jedediah grunted again, wheeled his horse, and the group rode on, kicking up more dust, their figures wavering in the heat haze as they headed towards the southern section of the ranch. Isabella let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Her heart was beating too fast. It was foolish. A few words, a brief look meant nothing. He was the owner's son. She was a nameless hand. Worlds apart. Yet the encounter left ripples on the surface of her carefully controlled composure. It reminded her that she was a woman, young, alone in a land that wasn't hers, surrounded by men who held all the power. And it reminded her that William Thompson, despite the gulf between them, saw her, really saw her. And that was perhaps the most dangerous thing of all. She worked until the sun began its slow descent, painting the vast sky in strokes of orange, pink, and bruised purple. The heat lessened marginally, replaced by a deceptive coolness that hinted at the chill the desert night would bring. Her muscles screamed with fatigue, her palms raw despite the gloves. She gathered her tools, her movements stiff, and began the long walk back towards the cluster of low buildings that constituted the ranch headquarters. The main house, imposing and whitewashed, even under layers of dust. The barns and corrals, and tucked away, almost an afterthought, the long, rough-hewn bunkhouse where she and the other hands slept. The smell of wood smoke and frying bacon drifted on the evening air as she approached. Lights glowed yellow in the windows of the main house, a warm, inviting beacon that felt 1,000,000 miles away from her own reality. Laughter drifted from inside, muffled by the thick adobe walls. The Thompsons would be sitting down to supper, served by their housekeeper, talking about ranch business, family matters, things utterly removed from the grit and sweat of her own day. The bunkhouse was already noisy, filled with the low rumble of male voices, the clatter of tin plates, the sharp scent of sweat, cheap tobacco, and simmering resentment. She hesitated at the door, steeling herself. Entering the bunkhouse always felt like stepping into a cage, the air thick with testosterone and unspoken tensions. Most nights she ate quickly, quietly, finding a corner away from the main group, enduring the occasional barbed comment or intrusive question with practiced stoicism. Tonight, however, seemed different. The usual low hum was punctuated by louder, angrier voices. As she pushed the creaking door open, the conversations didn't just halt. They seemed to curdle. All eyes turned towards her. Jedediah Stone stood near the cold stove, his face thunderous. Two other hands, rough-looking men named Cole and Shorty, flanked him, their expressions sullen and accusatory. "There she is," Cole spat, gesturing towards her with a half-eaten biscuit. "Took her sweet time getting back." Isabella paused in the doorway, her hand still on the rough wood, every nerve ending suddenly alert. The air crackled with hostility. She scanned the room quickly. Most of the other hands were watching, some with open curiosity, others with a carefully cultivated neutrality. No one met her eyes. "I finished the fence line near the South Creek," she said, keeping her voice even, addressing Jedediah but aware of every ear straining to listen, as instructed. "Funny," Jedediah drawled, stepping forward, his shadow looming large in the lamplight, "because while you were out there taking your time, someone helped themselves to 3 sacks of feed from the storage shed, feed meant for Mr. Thompson's prize bull." Isabella's blood ran cold. She understood immediately where this was heading. Theft was a serious accusation on a ranch, often met with swift and brutal justice, especially when it involved the owner's prized possessions. And she, the outsider, the Mexican woman, was the easiest target. I was working the fence line all afternoon, she repeated, forcing herself to stand tall to meet Jedediah's hard gaze. Miles from the storage shed. Anyone could see me. She conveniently forgot to mention the long stretches where the rolling land hid her from view. Anyone, Jedediah sneered. Or maybe no one, easy enough to slip away when folks think you're breaking your back. Why would I steal feed? Isabella asked, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and rising anger. What use do I have for it? Maybe sell it? Shorty chimed in, scratching his beard. Your kind's always looking for ways to make an easy dollar off honest folks' labor. My kind. The words were quiet, but they vibrated with a dangerous intensity. She felt the familiar sting of prejudice, the casual cruelty that sought to define her by her origins, to strip her of her individuality. Enough, Jedediah snapped, cutting off Shorty. He fixed Isabella with a look that promised trouble. Point is, the feed's gone. Happened on your watch, so to speak. You were the furthest out, the least accounted for. That proves nothing, Isabella said, her chin lifting. Defiance flickered in her dark eyes. She wouldn't be cowed, wouldn't let them pin this on her without a fight. It wasn't just about stolen feed. It was about her place here, her dignity. Maybe not, Jedediah conceded, taking another step closer. She could smell the stale sweat and tobacco on him. But Mr. Thompson ain't gonna be happy. He finds out who took it. They'll be lucky if they just get run off the property. He paused, letting the threat hang in the air. Might be wise for whoever knows something to speak up, save themselves and maybe others a whole heap of trouble. His eyes bored into hers, searching for a flicker of guilt, a sign of weakness. But Isabella held his gaze, her expression unyielding. She knew nothing about the missing feed, but she knew the precariousness of her situation had just become infinitely worse. She was isolated, suspected, vulnerable. The silence in the bunkhouse stretched, thick and heavy. The other hands shifted uncomfortably, avoiding her eyes, avoiding Jedediah's. No one spoke up. No one offered a word in her defense. She was alone, surrounded by suspicion. The setting sun casting long, menacing shadows through the dirty windows. The smell of bacon fat suddenly seemed rancid, nauseating. The warmth she'd felt earlier, sparked by William Thompson's unexpected words, had vanished, replaced by a chilling dread. The unforgiving sun had set, but the darkness gathering around her felt far more threatening. She stood frozen in the doorway, the weight of accusation pressing down on her, heavier than the Texas heat had ever been. This was just the beginning. She could feel it, a cold premonition settling deep in her bones. The lines drawn in the dust were becoming clearer, sharper, and she was standing on the wrong side. Chapter 2. A glance across the divide. Sleep offered no refuge. Isabella lay rigid on her narrow, straw-filled mattress in the corner of the dark bunkhouse, listening to the snores and restless shuffling of the men around her. The air was thick with the scent of unwashed bodies and stale tobacco, a suffocating blanket that mirrored the weight of accusation pressing down on her chest. Jedediah's words echoed in the darkness, sharp and venomous, stripping away the fragile sense of belonging she had painstakingly tried to cultivate over the past 6 months. Your kind? The phrase scraped like sandpaper against her raw nerves. It wasn't just about missing feed. It was about everything she represented in their eyes, an outsider, inherently untrustworthy, a convenient scapegoat. Fear, cold and sharp, coiled in her belly. She knew how swiftly ranch justice could be dispensed. especially towards someone like her, someone without connections, without protection. A word from Jedediah to Mr. Thompson, fueled by prejudice and convenience, could see her cast out, penniless and alone, into the vast, unforgiving landscape. Or worse, she'd heard stories whispered around campfires, tales of rough justice, beatings, men disappearing without a trace. But beneath the fear, a stubborn ember of anger glowed. They wouldn't break her. She hadn't survived the journey north, hadn't endured the back-breaking labor and the constant subtle slights just to crumble under a baseless accusation. She hadn't stolen anything. Her pride, fierce and deeply ingrained, demanded she fight this somehow. How? She had no allies here. The other hands, bound by camaraderie or fear of the foreman, had offered no support. Their silence was a condemnation in itself. She thought of William Thompson. His unexpected words of praise earlier that day felt like a lifetime ago, a fleeting moment of warmth, now extinguished by the chilling reality of her situation. What would he think? Would the word of his foreman, a man his father trusted, outweigh the fleeting impression made by a nameless Mexican hand? The gap between them, already a chasm of status and background, suddenly seemed impossibly wide, fraught with suspicion. Dawn broke reluctantly, painting the eastern sky in bruised shades of gray and lavender. The chill of the night seeped through the rough wooden walls of the bunkhouse. Isabella rose before the others, moving silently in the pre-dawn gloom. She splashed icy water on her face from the basin outside, the shock chasing away the remnants of her restless night. She pulled her hair back into its customary tight braid, her fingers moving with practiced efficiency, her expression carefully neutral. She would show no fear, no weakness. The cook fire was already crackling, casting dancing shadows against the barn wall. Cookie, a grizzled old man named Silas, whose taciturn nature usually bordered on indifference, glanced up as she approached. He didn't smile, but he didn't scowl either, merely nodding towards the pot of coffee bubbling over the flames and the skeleton of sizzling salt pork. She filled a tin mug and plate, finding a spot on an overturned crate, away from the rough plank table where the other hands were beginning to gather. The silence was different this morning. Usually there was gruff banter, complaints about the work ahead, plans for meager weekend pleasures in the nearest dusty town. Today the talk was subdued, punctuated by furtive glances in her direction. Cole and Shorty, Jedediah's cronies from the night before, watched her openly, their expressions a mixture of suspicion and smugness. Jedediah himself arrived, accepting a plate from Silas with a grunt, his eyes sweeping over the assembled hands, lingering for an extra moment on Isabella. He didn't speak to her, didn't need to. His displeasure radiated outwards, a palpable force. She ate quickly, forcing down the greasy pork and hardtack biscuit, though her stomach churned. Every mouthful felt like sand. She focused on the horizon, on the vast, indifferent beauty of the plains awakening under the rising sun. The land didn't judge. The wind didn't whisper accusations. Out here under the immense sky, she could almost breathe. Jedediah's voice cut through the relative quiet. All right, listen up. He drained his coffee mug, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Miller's cutting it close again near the northern boundary. Took a ride out there early. Found tracks, too many tracks. His gaze hardened. Thompson wants riders patrolling the line today. Cole, Shorty, you're with me. Henderson, McCready, you take the west section. Riley, Peterson, the east. He paused, his eyes finding Isabella. You, he said, the word sharp, dismissive. Muck out the stables, all of 'em, and see to the horses' feed. Make sure none of it goes missing this time." The order was deliberately demeaning. Mucking out stables was usually work for the greenest ranch hand, not someone who'd proven their capability with fence lines and cattle drives. It was a public punishment, a clear message to her and everyone else. She was under suspicion, relegated to the lowest tasks. Humiliation washed over her, hot and bitter, but she kept her face impassive. Arguing would only make it worse. "Si, Senor Stone," she replied, her voice level. She stood, rinsed her plate and mug in the bucket, and walked towards the stables, feeling the weight of their eyes on her back. The stables offered a strange kind of sanctuary. The air was warm, thick with the familiar, earthy smell of horses, hay, and manure. The animals shifted in their stalls, nickering softly as she entered. Here, at least, she was away from the accusing eyes, the heavy silence. Armed with a pitchfork and a wheelbarrow, she threw herself into the work, the physical exertion, a welcome release for her pent-up anger and fear. Sweat beaded on her forehead, plastering stray hairs to her skin. She worked methodically, efficiently, cleaning each stall with fierce determination, replacing soiled straw with fresh, sweet-smelling bedding. She talked quietly to the horses as she worked, her voice soft, soothing. They were honest creatures, their responses straightforward, their affections earned through gentle hands and consistent care. Unlike men, they didn't judge by the color of one's skin or the language one spoke. She felt a kinship with them, with their quiet strength, their resilience in this demanding land. She ran a hand down the sleek neck of a big roan gelding, feeling the warmth of its hide, the steady beat of its life force. It was mid-morning when she heard the familiar creak of saddle leather and the soft thud of boots on the packed earth outside the main stable door. Her muscles tensed. Jedediah coming to check on her, or perhaps Cole, looking for an opportunity to taunt her. She gripped the pitchfork tighter, turning slowly. William Thompson stood silhouetted against the bright sunlight flooding the doorway. He paused for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the dimmer light inside. He wasn't wearing his usual range clothes, but cleaner denim pants and a pressed blue shirt suggesting he wasn't heading out to patrol the boundary lines. He looked different. Less the rancher's son, more a man carrying his own weight. His gaze found her amidst the shadows and straw. Isabella's heart gave a painful lurch. This was the moment she had dreaded, and perhaps foolishly hoped for. Would he speak? Would his eyes hold accusation or something else? The space between them, usually just a matter of yards, felt like miles now, the divide of wealth, status, and now, suspicion. He walked further into the stable, the scent of clean cotton and saddle soap momentarily overriding the stable's earthier smells. He stopped a few feet away, his expression serious, his stormy blue eyes searching her face. She forced herself to meet his gaze, though it felt like standing exposed in a harsh wind. She saw no open hostility, but there was a gravity there, a troubled awareness that hadn't been present yesterday. "Isabella," he said, his voice low, quiet. It didn't carry the casual authority he sometimes used, nor the foreman's grating condescension. It was simply direct. "Senor Thompson," she replied, her voice carefully neutral. She held the pitchfork loosely now, but didn't put it down. It felt like a meager shield. He looked around the meticulously clean stalls, then back at her. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight piercing the gloom. "Jedediah has you on stable duty today." It wasn't a question. "Si, senor." She offered no explanation, no complaint. Let him draw his own conclusions. He leaned a shoulder against one of the stall posts, crossing his arms. He seemed to be studying her, not unkindly, but with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "I heard about the missing feed," he said finally, his voice even quieter. Isabella's breath hitched. Here it was. She braced herself. "I know nothing about it, senor." "Jedediah seems convinced someone took it." "Jedediah finds it easy to blame the person who is different," she said, the words escaping before she could censor them. The bitterness was there, sharp and undeniable. William didn't react immediately. He pushed away from the post, taking a step closer. He was tall, and she had to tilt her head back slightly to maintain eye contact. Close enough now that she could see the fine lines etched around his eyes by the sun, the faint scar high on his cheekbone, the way his dark hair curled slightly where it met his collar. "Different doesn't automatically mean guilty, Isabella," he said, his gaze holding hers. "Not in my book, anyway." Surprise flickered through her, quickly followed by cautious disbelief. Was he defending her, or was this some kind of test? Trust was a luxury she couldn't afford. "Perhaps your book is different from your foreman's, senor," she replied carefully, "or your father's." The mention of his father hung in the air, a reminder of the ultimate authority on this ranch, the man whose prejudice was well known and deeply entrenched. A shadow crossed William's face, a tightening around his jaw. "My father has his ways. Jedediah reflects those sometimes." He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Look, I'm not saying I know what happened, but I saw you working yesterday. You were focused on that fence line. It didn't seem like you had time for much else." A fragile tendril of hope unfurled within her. He had noticed. He believed her, or at least doubted her guilt. It was more than anyone else had offered. Yet the divide remained. He was still a Thompson. His loyalty would ultimately lie with his family, his ranch. "Thank you, senor," she said quietly, lowering her gaze to the straw-covered floor. Acknowledging his doubt felt safer than embracing his potential belief. He seemed about to say more, but footsteps approached the stable entrance. Both Isabella and William turned as Jedediah Stone appeared, his face darkening as he saw William talking to her. "Mr. William?" Jedediah said, his tone laced with suspicion and a forced deference. "Didn't expect to see you down here." His eyes flickered towards Isabella, then back to William, sharp and questioning. "Just checking on the horses, Jedediah," William replied smoothly, his tone shifting slightly, becoming cooler, more reserved. The brief moment of connection, the tentative bridge across the divide, vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He was the owner's son again, addressing his foreman. "Make sure Isabella understands the feeding routine precisely. We can't afford any more losses." The implication was clear, despite his earlier words to her. He wasn't openly accusing her, but he wasn't shielding her either. He was walking a fine line, protecting the ranch's interests, maintaining the established hierarchy. Disappointment, sharp and swift, pierced through Isabella's caution. Of course, what had she expected? "She understands," Jedediah said, his eyes still narrowed, fixed on Isabella. "She'll be watched." William gave a curt nod, his gaze briefly meeting Isabella's one last time. It was an unreadable look, a flicker of something she couldn't name, quickly masked. Regret, warning, or just the cool assessment of the master surveying his property, human and animal alike. Then he turned and walked out of the stable, disappearing back into the harsh sunlight. leaving her alone once more with the foreman's hostile scrutiny and the suffocating weight of suspicion. The glance across the divide had happened, but it had resolved nothing. If anything, it had only highlighted the treacherous complexity of her situation. William Thompson might harbor private doubts, but he wouldn't openly defy his foreman or the ingrained prejudices of his world for her sake. She was still on her own, trapped in the stable's dusty confines, the task ahead feeling heavier, the future more uncertain than ever. Jedediah stepped further into the stable, his boots crunching on stray bits of straw, his shadow falling over her like a physical threat. The brief respite was over. The real test had just begun. Chapter 3. Whispers in the Bunkhouse. The last stall gleamed, as clean as sweat and straw could make it. Isabella leaned heavily on the pitchfork, her muscles burning with a fatigue that went deeper than mere physical exertion. The rhythmic scrape of fork against wood, the heavy lifting of manure-laden straw into the wheelbarrow. It had been a long, punishing day, designed as much for humiliation as for utility. Jedediah had made sure of that, appearing periodically throughout the afternoon, his eyes sharp and critical, finding fault where none existed, reminding her with every curt word and suspicious glance that she was marked. As the sun bled orange and red across the vast Texas sky, mirroring the colors of the dust that clung to her clothes and skin, a familiar dread began to settle in her stomach. The stables, despite the menial labor, had been a refuge. Now she had to return to the suffocating confines of the bunkhouse, to the hostile silence and the accusing stares. She tidied the tools, stacking the pitchfork and shovel neatly against the wall, coiled the hose used for filling water troughs, her movements deliberate, delaying the inevitable. The horses nickered softly in their clean stalls, their gentle presence a stark contrast to the human storm she expected to face. If only she could stay here, sleep in the hayloft hidden away. But that wasn't an option. Showing fear, seeking isolation, would only confirm their suspicions. She had to walk back in there, head held high, even if her insides felt like tightly wound wire. She washed as best she could at the pump outside the stables, the cold water biting against her skin, removing the worst of the grime, but doing little to ease the ache in her shoulders or the knot of anxiety in her gut. The air was cooler now, carrying the scent of wood smoke from the cook fire and faintly the aroma of roasting meat from the main house a world away. Taking a deep breath, she squared her shoulders and walked towards the long, low shape of the bunkhouse. Light spilled from the grimy windows, casting elongated, flickering shapes onto the hard-packed earth. The low murmur of voices reached her, the same rough cadence of male conversation she heard every evening. But as her boots scuffed on the worn threshold and she pushed open the heavy plank door, the sound didn't just quieten, it ceased altogether. It was like stepping into a frozen tableau. Men paused mid-sentence, mid-bite, their heads turning towards her. The air, already thick with the smell of sweat, tobacco, and boiled coffee, grew heavy, charged with unspoken animosity. Cole and Shorty were sprawled on their bunks near the door, pointedly ignoring her, but their deliberate lack of acknowledgement was as loud as an accusation. Further down, Jedediah sat at the rough table nursing a tin cup, his eyes narrowed, tracking her movement. Others looked away quickly, suddenly finding intense interest in their worn boots or the patterns in the wooden tabletop. The neutrality of the previous night had evaporated, replaced by a palpable chill. She walked the length of the room to her own corner bunk, the silence broken only by the creak of the floorboards beneath her weight. Every step felt measured, exposed. She could feel the collective gaze on her back, a physical pressure. She placed her hat on the nail above her bunk, unlaced her dusty boots, trying to keep her movement small, contained. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing her flinch. Silas, the cook, stood by the stove, stirring a large pot. He glanced towards her, his expression as unreadable as ever. He ladled stew onto a tin plate, less than the usual portion. She noted and handed it to her without a word. No extra serving tonight. The small, ambiguous kindnesses were gone. She took the plate, her hand brushing his briefly. His skin felt dry, papery. He didn't meet her eyes. She retreated to her corner, perching on the edge of her bunk. Eating felt impossible, each spoonful of the watery stew lodging in her throat. But she forced herself. Weakness was not permitted. Around her, conversations slowly resumed, but they were different now, hushed, fragmented, whispers. She caught snippets, words drifting across the small space like poisonous spores. Jedediah said tracks looked fresh. Miller wouldn't dare, not feed. Easy target. Ain't right, but Thompson Sr., he finds out. The voices were low, careful, but the meaning was clear. They were talking about her, dissecting the situation, weighing the odds. Some clearly believed Jedediah, finding it easier to blame the outsider. Others seemed less certain, perhaps troubled by the lack of real evidence, but unwilling to voice their doubts aloud. Fear of the foreman, fear of being associated with the accused, kept them silent. Cole laughed suddenly, a harsh, grating sound. "Reckon someone's sleeping light tonight," he said, loud enough for the whole room to hear, pointedly looking towards Isabella's corner. Shorty snickered beside him. Isabella kept her eyes fixed on her plate, tracing the rim with her spoon. Her knuckles were white where she gripped it. Inside, anger warred with a cold wave of despair. How could they be so cruel, so quick to judge? Didn't they see the injustice, or did they simply not care? She thought of her father, back home, a man of quiet dignity who had taught her the value of hard work and honesty. What would he think, seeing her like this, suspected of theft, surrounded by hostility? The memory brought a sharp pang of grief, quickly suppressed. Thinking of home only made the present isolation more acute. She remembered other times, other places where she had been the outsider, the other. The long journey north had been fraught with suspicion, with men who saw her vulnerability as an opportunity. She had learned to be watchful, to build walls around herself, to trust sparingly. Those lessons served her now, hardening her resolve. She wouldn't let them see her crumble. A younger hand, a boy named Billy, who mostly kept to himself, accidentally dropped his fork. It clattered loudly on the wooden floor, making everyone jump. He flushed crimson as he scrambled to pick it up, muttering apologies. For a moment, the tension broke, replaced by a shared, awkward humanity. But then Cole sneered, "Clumsy fool," and the oppressive atmosphere settled back in, heavier than before. Billy retreated further into himself, avoiding everyone's gaze, especially Isabella's. Even the small moments of shared experience were tainted. Isabella finished her meager meal, the food sitting like lead in her stomach. She rinsed her plate, moving with the same deliberate slowness, acutely aware of Jedediah's eyes following her every move. He hadn't spoken directly to her since giving the stable order that morning, but his silent vigilance was a constant pressure. He sat like a spider in the center of a web, watching, waiting. She retreated to her bunk, pulling out a worn, leather-bound book, a collection of Spanish poetry her mother had given her long ago. It was one of the few possessions she carried that connected her to her past, to a life before hardship and suspicion. Usually losing herself in the familiar verses brought a measure of peace, a temporary escape. Tonight, the words blurred on the page, unable to penetrate the wall of anxiety surrounding her. The whispers continued, rising and falling like the wind outside, weaving a tapestry of rumor and insinuation. She tried to piece things together. Who would steal feed? And why? It wasn't valuable enough to warrant such a risk unless someone was desperate, or perhaps trying to cause trouble between Thompson and Miller by making it look like Miller's men were responsible. But why leave it so easily discovered? It felt clumsy, almost staged. Or perhaps it wasn't about the feed at all. Perhaps it was about her. Had someone deliberately set her up? The thought sent a chill down her spine. But who would hate her enough to do that? Jedediah disliked her, certainly, as did Cole and Shorty, but orchestrating a theft seemed elaborate, risky. Her thoughts drifted, unbidden, to William Thompson. His words in the stable echoed in her mind. Different doesn't automatically mean guilty, not in my book anyway. Had he meant it? Or was it just a passing sentiment, easily overridden by loyalty and pragmatism? She hadn't seen him since that morning. He hadn't come down to the bunkhouse area, hadn't joined the patrols, it seemed. He remained separate, inhabiting the world of the main house, a world utterly removed from the suspicion and grime she lived in. The divide felt absolute tonight. Any flicker of hope she had clung to after their conversation seemed foolish now, naive. He was a Thompson, she was just Isabella. Suddenly, Jedediah pushed back his chair, the legs scraping loudly against the floor. The whispers died instantly. He stood up, stretching slowly, deliberately. He walked towards the door, pausing near Cole and Shorty's bunks. "Keep an eye out tonight," he muttered, his voice low but carrying in the unnatural quiet. "Don't want no more surprises. Especially don't want anyone wandering off where they shouldn't be." He didn't look at Isabella, but the implication was laser-focused. She was being watched, even in her sleep. He spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the floor, near the doorway, a final act of contempt, and then stepped out into the night, letting the door slam shut behind him. The silence he left behind was thick, suffocating. Cole smirked openly at Isabella now, a look of malicious triumph in his eyes. Isabella closed her book, the worn leather cool beneath her trembling fingers. She lay back on the thin mattress, pulling the rough blanket up to her chin, though the bunkhouse was stuffy. She stared up at the rough-hewn ceiling beams, barely visible in the dim light filtering from the single lantern left burning low. The whispers had stopped, replaced by the sounds of men settling down for the night, rustling blankets, coughs, the occasional muttered curse, but the silence wasn't peaceful. It was watchful, waiting. Just as she was drifting into an uneasy state between waking and sleeping, a small sound brought her instantly alert, a faint scratching coming from outside near the wall behind her bunk. It stopped, then started again. Rats or something else? Her heart pounded against her ribs. Was someone trying to look in? Or worse, get in? She strained her ears, barely breathing. The scratching stopped. Silence returned, deeper, more menacing than before. She lay awake for a long time after that, every nerve stretched taut, listening to the night sounds, to the breathing of the men around her, feeling utterly, terrifyingly alone. The whispers had faded, but the threat remained, coiled in the darkness like a rattlesnake, ready to strike. And she had a growing, chilling certainty that the missing feed was only the beginning of her troubles. Something else was unfolding in the shadows of the Thompson ranch, something dangerous, and she was caught square in the middle of it. The hook wasn't just suspicion anymore. It was the cold touch of real fear, the sense that unseen eyes were watching her from the dark. Chapter 4. The Master's Son. William woke before the first hint of dawn touched the eastern plains, his body accustomed to the rhythms of ranch life, but his mind already restless. Sleep had been a shallow, troubled affair, images drifting through the darkness, the shimmering heat haze on the fence line Isabella had repaired, the defiant tilt of her chin as she faced Jedediah in the stable's dusty light, the cold certainty in his foreman's eyes as he delivered the news about the missing feed. He lay still for a moment in the heavy quiet of the main house, staring up at the familiar shadows on the ceiling of his room. The thick adobe walls muffled the sounds of the awakening ranch, the distant crow of a rooster, the first movements from the bunkhouse creating an illusion of peace that felt jarringly discordant with the turmoil inside him. This house, built by his grandfather's hands, was a fortress of whitewashed walls and dark, heavy furniture, filled with the scent of beeswax polish, old leather, and his mother's dried herbs that hung in the kitchen. It was a place of solidity, of established order, a world away from the rough and tumble existence of the hands who worked their land. Growing up, he'd taken this divide for granted, the natural order of things. But lately, especially since Isabella's arrival, the lines had begun to blur, the separation feeling less like a fact of life and more like a carefully constructed barrier, fragile and perhaps unjust. He swung his legs out of bed, the cool wooden floor smooth beneath his bare feet. He dressed quickly, pulling on sturdy denim pants and a clean work shirt, the familiar textures a small comfort. Glancing out the window, he saw the first pale streaks of light illuminating the vast expanse of the Bar T Ranch. His land, his responsibility, his inheritance. The thought usually filled him with a sense of purpose, of continuity. This morning, it felt like a weight, a complex obligation tangled with inconvenient emotions. He walked quietly down the wide hallway, past the closed door of his parents' room. His father, Elias Thompson, would already be awake, likely in his study, overlooking the main corrals, poring over ledgers or planning the day's work, his presence a formidable force even in silence. Elias Thompson was a man carved from the same harsh landscape they inhabited, pragmatic, demanding, fiercely protective of his legacy, and deeply suspicious of anything or anyone that threatened the established order, especially outsiders, especially Mexicans. The prejudice was ingrained, as much a part of him as the lines on his face. William had long learned to navigate his father's rigid views, sometimes challenging them subtly, more often working around them, but rarely confronting them head on. It was a battle he seldom won. In the large, echoing kitchen, Maria, their housekeeper and cook for over 20 years, was already moving with quiet efficiency, the aroma of strong coffee and frying bacon filling the air. She was a stout woman with kind eyes and hands roughened by work, her presence a steadying constant in the household. She looked up as William entered, offering a brief, warm smile that didn't quite reach her eyes this morning. She knew everything that happened on this ranch, heard every whisper, sensed every shift in the atmosphere. "Buenos dias, Willie," she murmured, placing a steaming mug of coffee on the heavy oak table. Her use of his childhood nickname was a sign of her long tenure, a familiarity his father discouraged but William allowed. "Morning, Maria," he replied, taking the mug. The warmth seeped into his hands. "Smells good." "Same as always," she said, turning back to the stove. But there was a tension in her shoulders. She knew about the missing feed, about the accusation leveled against Isabella. Maria, herself of Spanish descent, though generations removed from Mexico, navigated her own careful path within the Thompson household, balancing loyalty with a quiet empathy for those on the outside. She wouldn't gossip, wouldn't offer an opinion unless asked directly, but William sensed her disquiet. He sat at the table, sipping the strong, bitter coffee, watching the light grow outside. He thought of Isabella facing the bunkhouse crew last night, the isolation she must have felt. Jedediah's heavy-handed accusation felt wrong, too convenient. Isabella worked hard, kept to herself, her quiet dignity a stark contrast to the foreman's bluster. Stealing feed seemed out of character, illogical. But Jedediah was his father's man, trusted implicitly. To question Jedediah was, in effect, to question his father's judgment. And then there was the girl herself, Isabella. There was something about her, a resilience in her dark eyes, a grace in her movements despite the rough work clothes, an intelligence that peeked through her careful reserve. He'd found himself watching her more often than was strictly necessary, drawn by a curiosity that was rapidly deepening into something more complicated, something unsettling. His brief conversation with her in the stables yesterday had only intensified it. Seeing the flicker of vulnerability beneath her stoic exterior, the flash of defiance when she spoke of Jedediah's prejudice, it had struck a chord within him, stirring a protective instinct he hadn't anticipated. But acting on that instinct was dangerous for both of them. Any favor shown to her, any defense offered, would be noted, twisted, used against her and potentially against him. His father wouldn't tolerate any perceived weakness, any action that might undermine the ranch's hierarchy or risk association with someone deemed unsuitable. The word itself tasted like ash in William's mouth. The sound of heavy footsteps approaching broke his reverie. Elias Thompson entered the kitchen, filling the doorway, his presence immediately altering the room's atmosphere. He was a broad-shouldered man, his face weathered and stern, his gray eyes sharp and assessing. He nodded curtly at William, accepting a mug of coffee from Maria without a word of thanks. "Jedediah reported in early," Elias said, his voice gruff. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. "Miller's pushing again up north. Found tracks too damn close." "Jedediah mentioned it yesterday," William replied, keeping his tone even. "He's got patrols out." "Needs more than patrols," Elias grunted, taking a long swallow of coffee. "Needs a clear message sent. We give Miller an inch, he'll take the whole damn range." He fixed William with a hard stare. "And this business with the feed? Jedediah thinks it was that Mexican girl." William felt a familiar tightening in his chest. He chose his words carefully. He mentioned his suspicion, seemed circumstantial. "She was working the south fence all day." "Circumstantial?" Elias scoffed. "She's the newest hand, the only one of her kind we got right now. They stick together, those people, always looking for an angle. Jedediah knows how to read sign, Willie. He says she's jumpy, looks guilty." "Or maybe she looks scared, Father," William countered, trying to keep the edge out of his voice. "Jedediah comes down hard. Anyone would be scared if he accused them of theft." Elias slammed his mug down on the table, making Maria jump. "Scared? or guilty. There's a difference. We can't afford weakness, William, not with Miller breathing down our necks, not with rustlers getting bolder. We need loyalty. We need discipline. If she took that feed, she's out. Simple as that. Maybe worse, teach the others a lesson. And if she didn't, William pressed, meeting his father's glare. If Jedediah's wrong, running off a good hand based on suspicion alone doesn't seem like good discipline. It seems like prejudice. The word hung in the air, heavy and sharp. Elias's eyes narrowed dangerously. Don't you lecture me about prejudice, boy. I built this ranch, fought tooth and nail to keep it. I know what threatens it. Jedediah's got good instincts. He keeps the hands in line. You do well to trust his judgment instead of letting a pretty face cloud yours. The accusation stung. Crude and dismissive, it reduced his concern for justice, his nascent feelings for Isabella, to simple lust. William felt a surge of anger, but years of experience told him a direct confrontation would be futile, counterproductive. He pushed back his chair, standing up. I trust proven facts, Father, not just instincts clouded by dislike, he said, his voice tight. I need to check the windmills near the west pasture. Water levels looked low yesterday. He needed to get out, away from the suffocating certainty of his father's opinions, away from the heavy air of the house. Elias watched him go, his expression unyielding. Just make sure you keep your eyes open, William. See things for what they are, not what you wish they were. Outside, the morning air was crisp, the sun climbing higher, burning off the last of the night's chill. William saddled his bay-gelding Diablo, his movements efficient, automatic. Diablo nickered softly, nudging his shoulder. Stroking the horse's strong neck, William felt a measure of calm return. Out here on horseback, with the vast plains stretching before him, he could think more clearly. He rode west, away from the main ranch buildings, towards the rolling pastures where the bulk of the Bar-T herd grazed. The land spread out under the immense sky, a tapestry of muted greens and browns dotted with mesquite and prickly pear. The rhythmic creak of saddle leather, the steady gait of Diablo, the familiar feel of the reins in his hands, these were the constants, the anchors in his often conflicted world. He checked the first windmill, its blades turning slowly in the morning breeze, the pump drawing a steady stream of precious water into the trough. Cattle gathered nearby, their hides sleek, their presence a testament to the ranch's success, the legacy his father guarded so fiercely. But the image of Isabella's face, dust-streaked and defiant, kept intruding. Different doesn't automatically mean guilty. Had he only said that to offer a moment's comfort? Or did he truly believe it? He wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe that justice mattered more than convenience, that prejudice didn't have the final say. But his father's words echoed, see things for what they are. What was the reality? Jedediah was a hard man, often unfair, but he was also experienced. Was it possible Isabella had been involved? Doubt, insidious and unwelcome, crept in. He barely knew her. He was projecting his own sense of fairness, his own attraction, onto a situation he didn't fully understand. What if his father was right? What if defending her meant betraying his family, jeopardizing the ranch? He rode on, pushing Diablo into a canter, the wind whipping past his face, trying to outrun the conflicting thoughts. He scanned the horizon, his eyes automatically searching for stray cattle, checking fence lines, fulfilling the duties of the master's son. He spotted two riders in the distance, Henderson and McCready, likely patrolling the boundary as Jedediah had ordered. They waved and he waved back, a gesture of shared purpose across the vastness. As he neared the second windmill, nestled in a shallow depression near a stand of cottonwoods, he saw something out of place. Fresh horse tracks, leading away from the windmill trough, heading south towards the disputed territory bordering Miller's land. Not cattle tracks, shod hoof prints. He dismounted, examining the ground carefully. Two horses moving at a walk, their trail deliberately skirting the main cattle paths. It could be Miller's men scouting, pushing the boundaries as his father feared, or it could be something else. He followed the tracks on foot. For a short distance, his senses alert. They led towards a dry creek bed heavily overgrown with brush. He paused, listening. Silence, except for the buzz of insects and the sigh of the wind through the cottonwood leaves. He thought about the missing feed. It wasn't logical for Miller's men to steal feed sacks. Cattle were the usual prize in their simmering feud. Could these tracks be related? Someone moving stealthily, avoiding the main routes? He mounted Diablo again, his expression thoughtful. He didn't follow the tracks further. That would require more time, perhaps backup, but he filed the information away, a piece of a puzzle that didn't quite fit Jedediah's neat narrative. He spent the rest of the morning checking the remaining windmills, pushing cattle back from weak spots in the fencing, his mind constantly circling back to Isabella and the missing feed. He saw no sign of Cole or Shorty, nor Jedediah. They were likely patrolling the northern border, focused on Miller. Returning towards the ranch headquarters as the sun climbed towards its zenith, casting harsh shadows, he made a decision. He wouldn't confront his father again, not yet, and he wouldn't challenge Jedediah directly without more proof. But he wouldn't simply accept the accusation against Isabella either. He would watch. He would listen. He would try to find out what really happened to that feed. It wasn't just about fairness anymore. It was about the gnawing feeling that something was wrong, something deeper than a few missing sacks of grain. As he rode past the stables, he saw her. Isabella was leading one of the horses out to the small exercise corral, her movements fluid, competent. She hadn't seen him. She paused, murmuring something soft to the horse, stroking its muzzle. In that unguarded moment, bathed in the bright sunlight, she looked younger, more vulnerable than she had seemed in the shadows of the stable or the defiance of the bunkhouse. A wave of protectiveness washed over him again, stronger this time, mingled with an undeniable pull, a desire to bridge the divide that separated them. He hesitated, wanting to ride over, to speak to her, to offer some reassurance, however small. But then he remembered his father's warning, Jedediah's watchful eyes, the whispers that likely followed her every move. Approaching her now, showing open interest would only put her in greater danger. He urged Diablo forward, riding past the stables towards the main house. The image of her gentle hand on the horse's muzzle burned into his mind. He was the master's son, bound by duty and expectation, but for the first time the weight of that title felt less like a privilege and more like a cage. And somewhere, deep inside, a seed of rebellion was beginning to take root. He didn't know where it would lead, but he knew he couldn't simply stand by and watch injustice unfold. The question was, what could he do without destroying everything, including her? The uncertainty settled heavily upon him as he dismounted, the silence of the main house seeming to press in, amplifying the conflict raging within him. Chapter 5. Stolen Moments by the Creek. The afternoon sun beat down with relentless fury, turning the dusty ranch yard into a shimmering oven. Isabella had finished her assigned task, the endless mucking out, the careful measuring of feed under Jedediah's hawk-like gaze, the watering of the horses in the main corral. For a brief hour, while the foreman and his cronies were occupied elsewhere, likely checking on the distant patrols, she found herself blessedly unsupervised. The oppressive weight of constant scrutiny lifted slightly, allowing her a sliver of breathing room, a chance to escape the charged atmosphere of the bunkhouse and stables, if only for a short while. She needed it desperately. The whispers, the cold shoulders, the barely veiled hostility, it was eroding her resilience, chipping away at the careful composure she fought so hard to maintain. She felt trapped, cornered, the accusation hanging over her like a storm cloud waiting to break. More than anything, she craved solitude, a place where she could simply be without feeling the prickle of suspicion on her skin. There was a place, a stretch of shallow creek, that wound its way through a less visited part of the Bar Tea Land, south of the main buildings, hidden by a thick growth of cottonwoods and willows. It wasn't on the way to anywhere important, mostly used by cattle seeking water and shade in the hottest part of the day. She'd discovered it weeks ago on a rare free afternoon, a ribbon of unexpected green and coolness in the parched landscape. It felt secluded, almost secret. Making sure no one was watching, she slipped away from the corrals, her steps quickening as she moved past the last outbuildings and onto the open range. She kept to the low ground, using the gentle folds of the land for cover, her heart beating a little faster with the small act of defiance. It was a risk. If Jedediah caught her away from her duties, especially now, the consequences would be severe. But the need for respite, for a moment's peace, outweighed the fear. As she drew nearer the creek, the air grew cooler, carrying the damp scent of earth and decaying leaves. The monotonous drone of cicadas was replaced by the gentle murmur of running water, a sound that felt like balm to her frayed nerves. Pushing through a curtain of drooping willow branches, she stepped into the shaded sanctuary. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of cottonwood leaves overhead, dappling the sandy bank and the clear, slow-moving water. Small fish darted in the shallows, their scales catching the light. The creek wasn't wide, barely more than a few yards across, but its presence transformed the small hollow into an oasis. She sank down onto the cool sand near the water's edge, hidden from the open plains by the dense foliage. She pulled off her battered hat, letting the relatively cool air touch her face and neck. Closing her eyes, she took a deep, slow breath, focusing on the sound of water, the rustle of leaves, the feeling of temporary escape. Here, the weight on her shoulders lessened. The harsh lines of the ranch, the suspicion in men's eyes, faded into the background. This small patch of nature felt pure, untainted by human prejudice. She trailed her fingers in the cool water, watching the ripples spread outwards. For a few precious moments, she wasn't Isabella the accused, Isabella the outsider. She was just a young woman seeking solace by a stream, remembering other creeks, other times, before life had turned so hard. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over her memories of laughter, of family, of a life that felt impossibly distant now. She pushed the thoughts away. Dwelling on the past was a luxury she couldn't afford. It only made the present more painful. She sat there for perhaps 10 minutes, the silence broken only by the natural sounds around her, letting the peace seep into her bones. She felt her tightly wound nerves begin to loosen, the knot of anxiety in her stomach easing slightly. She watched a dragonfly hover over the water, its iridescent wings shimmering. It felt like a different world. Then the snap of a twig upstream shattered the stillness. Isabella froze, every sense instantly alert. Her hand instinctively went to the small utility knife she always carried tucked into her boot, a meager defense, but better than nothing. She strained her ears, peering through the screen of willows. Cattle sometimes came down here, but the sound had been sharp, distinct, human. Heavy footsteps approached, slow, deliberate, crunching on the dry leaves and pebbles near the creek bed. Fear, cold and immediate, seized her. Jedediah Cole had followed her. Was her brief escape about to cost her dearly? She pressed herself flatter against the sandy bank, trying to melt into the shadows, her heart pounding against her ribs. A figure emerged from the trees further up the bank, moving towards the water's edge. Not Jedediah, not Cole. William Thompson. He hadn't seen her. He stopped by the creek, just yards away, letting his horse, Diablo, drink from the clear water. He stood tall and straight, his back partially towards her, surveying the creek bed and the surrounding brush, his expression thoughtful, preoccupied. He looked different here, away from the main house and the weight of his father's presence. More relaxed, yet somehow more intense, as if the quiet solitude allowed his own thoughts to surface more clearly. He scanned the ground near the water, his gaze sharp, observant, lingering on the damp sand near the opposite bank. Was he tracking something or just taking a moment himself? Isabella remained perfectly still, hidden behind the willows, her breath caught in her throat. Her mind raced. Should she reveal herself or stay hidden, praying he wouldn't notice her? To be found here, away from her work, could be misconstrued, especially by him. It might confirm his father's suspicions about her untrustworthiness, but to stay hidden felt deceitful, cowardly. Before she could decide, Diablo lifted his head, water dripping from his muzzle, and his ears swiveled, pointing directly towards her hiding place. The horse let out a soft nicker. William's head snapped up, his gaze instantly following the horse's cue. His eyes, startlingly blue, even in the dappled shade, met hers through the veil of willow leaves. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Surprise registered on his face, quickly followed by something else, curiosity, perhaps recognition. The air crackled with unspoken questions, with the undeniable tension of their disparate positions colliding in this unexpected place. Slowly, deliberately, Isabella rose to her feet. There was no point hiding now. She pushed aside the willow branches, stepping out onto the bank, meeting his gaze directly. She clutched her hat in her hands, her knuckles white. William didn't speak immediately. He just watched her, his expression unreadable. He seemed to take in her dusty clothes, the smudge of dirt on her cheek she hadn't managed to wash off, the wariness in her eyes. He noted the knife handle just visible above her boot top. Isabella, he said finally. His voice was low, quiet, lacking the sharp edge of surprise. It almost sounded as if he wasn't entirely shocked to find her here. Taking a break from the stables? There was no accusation in his tone, but the question hung in the air. She tilted her chin slightly, a familiar defensive gesture. The work was done, senor. I needed a moment. She didn't elaborate, didn't offer excuses. He nodded slowly, his gaze drifting back to the creek, then returning to her. It's peaceful here. He walked a few steps closer, stopping a respectful distance away. Diablo followed, nudging his master's shoulder companionably. Quieter than the bunkhouse, I imagine. The implied understanding in his words surprised her. He knew. He knew what it must be like for her. The hostility, the whispers, a flicker of warmth touched the cold fear inside her. "Si, senor," she murmured, her gaze dropping to the hat she twisted in her hands. much quieter. An awkward silence fell between them, filled only by the sound of the creek and the buzzing insects. The divide was still there, master's son and hired hand, accuser's family, and accused, but here, in this secluded spot, it felt thinner, more permeable. I was checking the area, William said, gesturing vaguely upstream. Found some tracks earlier near the west windmill. Followed them a ways, led down towards this creek bed. He looked at her then, his eyes searching her face. Didn't look like ranch hand's tracks or Miller's usual sign. Isabella listened intently. Tracks? Near the windmill? Jedediah hadn't mentioned anything beyond Miller's men near the northern border. A prickle of unease ran down her spine. Was it connected to the missing feed? What kind of tracks, senor? 2 horses, shod differently than ours, moving carefully, trying to stay hidden. He paused. Just wondered if you'd seen anyone unusual around, heard anything. She shook her head slowly. No, senor. I was in the stables all yesterday, until Jedediah sent me to the south fence. Today, only stables again. She hesitated, then added, I saw no one near the south fence yesterday afternoon either, only you and Jedediah and the others when you rode by. He nodded again, accepting her answer. He seemed to be wrestling with something internally, his brow furrowed slightly. He leaned down, picked up a smooth gray stone from the creek bank, and skipped it expertly across the water's surface. It bounced 3 times before sinking without a trace. This trouble over the feed, he said, his voice low, almost reluctant, as he watched the ripples fade. My father, he listens to Jedediah. Jedediah doesn't like things or people he doesn't understand. Isabella's heart tightened. It was a warning, confirmation of what she already knew. I understand, senor. Do you? He turned to face her fully, the intensity back in his gaze. It's not right, Isabella. What they're saying, what they assume. He took a step closer, lowering his voice further, though there was no one else to hear. I don't believe you took that feed. The words, spoken plainly, without reservation this time, hit her with the force of a physical blow. He believed her. Despite his father, despite Jedediah, despite the divide between them, he believed her. Tears pricked the back of her eyes, hot and unexpected. She blinked them back furiously, refusing to show such weakness. Gratitude warred with years of ingrained caution. Could she trust this? Was it safe to lower her guard, even for a moment? Why? She whispered, the single word raw with emotion. Why would you believe me? He looked away for a moment towards the dappled sunlight on the water. Because I've watched you work, he said quietly. Because I saw your face in the stable yesterday. And because... He hesitated, then met her eyes again, a conflicted expression on his face. Because stealing a few sacks of feed makes no sense. It feels wrong, like a distraction. A distraction? The word echoed his own thoughts. Before she could ask what he meant, he continued, his tone urgent. You need to be careful, Isabella. Very careful. Jedediah feels his authority was challenged when I spoke to you yesterday. He'll be looking for any excuse. Don't give him one. Stay away from trouble. Keep your head down. It was sound advice. The advice any sensible person would give. Keep your head down. Disappear. Survive. But something flared within her. The same spark of defiance that had made her meet Jedediah's gaze, that had brought her to this creek, seeking solace instead of cowering in the bunkhouse. Sometimes, senor, she said, her voice gaining strength, keeping your head down means letting injustice happen. It means letting them win. He looked surprised by her response. Then a grudging respect flickered in his eyes. I know, he admitted quietly. But winning requires allies, Isabella. And you don't have many right now. He paused, the air thick with unspoken meaning. Not openly, anyway. The implication hung between them, a tentative offer, a hint of clandestine support. It was dangerous, reckless, bordering on impossible. But the look in his eyes held a sincerity she couldn't deny, a shared understanding that transcended words, status, background. In that moment, the vast gulf between them seemed to shrink, replaced by a fragile connection, woven from shared isolation and a nascent, unspoken attraction. She wanted to trust him, wanted to accept the lifeline he seemed to be offering, but the risks were enormous. Association with him could make her situation infinitely worse if discovered. It could ruin him too if his father found out. As she searched for words, a glint of something unnatural caught her eye, half buried in the damp sand near where William had been standing earlier, close to where the mysterious tracks might have passed. Curious, she took a step towards it, kneeling down. It was a small, brass button, tarnished and coated with mud, unlike the plain bone or metal buttons used on most ranch clothing. It looked finer, older. She picked it up, rubbing the grime away with her thumb. An intricate floral pattern was etched onto its surface. It wasn't the kind of button any of the bar tea hands would possess. William noticed her find, crouching down beside her, his shoulder brushing hers briefly, sending an unexpected jolt through her. He looked at the button in her palm, his expression sharpening with interest. What's that? I don't know, she murmured, turning it over. I just saw it. It looks old. Not like anything worn around here. He took it from her, examining it closely. No, he agreed slowly. Not ours. And not Miller's men either. They're rougher dressed than this suggests. He looked back towards the creek bed, then at the button, then at Isabella, a thoughtful, almost troubled look in his eyes. Where did you find this exactly? Right here. She pointed to the spot in the sand, near where you were standing. Near where the tracks had passed, a small button, seemingly insignificant, yet utterly out of place. Another piece of the puzzle, a distraction William had called the theft. Was this button part of the real story? Before either of them could speculate further, the sound of an approaching rider echoed from the plains beyond the trees, hoofbeats moving at a determined pace, heading directly towards the creek. Panic flared in Isabella's chest. William reacted instantly, his hand closing over hers, briefly, protectively, before he pulled away and straightened up, his expression becoming carefully neutral. The master's son once more. Stay back, he murmured quickly, his voice low and urgent. Let me handle this. He turned towards the sound, positioning himself between her and the edge of the trees, shielding her from immediate view, as the rider burst through the foliage just yards away. It wasn't Jedediah. It was Shorty, his face flushed, his eyes wide with urgency or alarm. He pulled his horse up short, raising dust, his gaze fixing on William, relief washing over his features, quickly followed by suspicion, as his eyes darted towards the willows, where Isabella stood partially concealed, the incriminating button still clutched tightly in her hand. The stolen moments were over, shattered by the intrusion, the fragile connection suddenly threatened by discovery, the air thick with renewed tension and the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. What was the master's son doing alone by the creek with the accused Mexican girl? Chapter 6. The Weight of a Father's Gaze. The intrusion was brutal. shattering the fragile peace of the creek hollow like a stone thrown through glass. Shorty sat astride his sweat-streaked horse, his small, beady eyes darting from William's suddenly rigid posture to the shadowy space behind him where Isabella stood, frozen, half hidden by the willows. Suspicion, sharp and immediate, tightened Shorty's features. His gaze lingered on the slight movement behind William, the rustle of leaves that betrayed her presence. William didn't flinch. He drew himself up, letting the easy posture he'd adopted by the creek fall away, replaced by the innate authority of the master's son. His voice when he spoke was cool, measured, betraying none of the frantic calculations racing through his mind. Protect her, deflect suspicion, control the situation. Something wrong, Shorty? William asked, his tone implying mild surprise rather than alarm. He subtly shifted his stance, blocking Shorty's line of sight to Isabella more effectively. Diablo, sensing the tension, shifted restlessly beside him. Shorty, momentarily disarmed by William's calm demeanor, hesitated. He was clearly Jedediah's man, accustomed to suspicion and gossip, but challenging the owner's son directly was another matter. Still, his eyes narrowed. Jedediah sent me looking for you, Mr. Williams. Said you'd gone west hours ago. Got worried when you didn't check back in. He paused, letting his gaze flick pointedly towards the willows again. Didn't figure you'd be checking the water down here. Behind William, Isabella pressed herself against the rough bark of a cottonwood, scarcely daring to breathe. Her hand instinctively tightened around the small, intricately patterned brass button clutched in her palm. She had slipped it from view the instant she heard the approaching hoofbeats, the tarnished metal suddenly feeling heavy, dangerous. Shorty hadn't seen it. She was almost certain. But his presence here, his insinuating tone, sent a fresh wave of ice through her veins. The stolen moments of peace, the fragile connection forged with William, felt like a dream dissolving in harsh sunlight. Water levels seemed fine, William replied evenly, ignoring the implied question in Shorty's statement. He gestured towards the creek with a casual air he didn't feel. Just letting Diablo have a good drink before heading back. It's hotter than hell out there. He turned slightly, as if preparing to mount. Anything else need my attention? The dismissal was subtle but clear. Shorty chewed on his lower lip, his eyes still flicking nervously towards the willows. He knew someone was back there. He knew finding William seemingly alone with the Mexican girl, the one under suspicion, down by this secluded creek, was something Jedediah and likely Elias Thompson would want to know. But William's cool command held him in check. No, sir, Shorty mumbled, reluctance coloring his tone. Jedediah's just edgy about Miller and other things. The pause was deliberate, freighted with meaning. Tell Jedediah I'm heading back now, William said, swinging easily into Diablo's saddle. He gathered the reins, his gaze briefly meeting Isabella's through the leaves. It was a quick, unreadable glance, a warning, perhaps, or a silent promise, before he turned his attention fully back to Shorty. Let's ride. He didn't wait for Shorty, urging Diablo forward, back the way the hand had come, forcing Shorty to scramble to turn his own mount and follow. As they disappeared through the trees, the sound of their retreating hoofbeats fading, Isabella finally let out the breath she'd been holding in a ragged gasp. Her legs felt weak, shaky. She sank back down onto the sandy bank, the silence of the creek hollow pressing in on her, no longer peaceful, but menacing. She opened her hand, staring at the brass button nestled in her palm. It felt warm from her grasp. Where had it come from? Who had lost it here, near the tracks William had found? A distraction, he'd called the stolen feed. Was this button, this small piece of forgotten metal, a clue to the real story unfolding in the shadows of the bar tea? She carefully tucked it deep into the small pocket sewn inside her rough work trousers, a secret kept close, a tangible link to the encounter by the creek, and a potentially dangerous piece of evidence. The fragile hope William's belief had sparked felt overshadowed now by the stark reality of their discovery. Shorty might not have seen her clearly, might not have seen the button, but he had seen enough. The whispers in the bunkhouse would surely gain new venom tonight. The ride back towards the main ranch buildings was thick with unspoken tension. William rode slightly ahead, his back straight, his face set in impassive lines, offering Shorty no opening for conversation or prying questions. Shorty trailed behind, his earlier urgency replaced by a sullen silence, likely rehearsing the story he would tell Jedediah. William knew, with chilling certainty, that Shorty's report wouldn't be favorable. He'd emphasize the location, the secrecy, the girl's presence, painting the encounter in the most suspicious light possible. William's mind raced, replaying the scene at the creek. Had he been reckless, foolish, letting his concern, his attraction for Isabella override his common sense? He'd managed to shield her from Shorty's direct view, managed to control the immediate confrontation, but the damage was likely done. His association with her, however brief, however innocent he might try to portray it, would now be fuel for Jedediah's suspicions, ammunition for his father's disapproval. He thought of the button. Isabella had hidden it well. It was a tangible clue, something that didn't fit the narrative Jedediah was pushing. 2 sets of tracks, a lost brass button, missing feed. It felt disconnected, disjointed. Yet William couldn't shake the feeling that they were all part of something larger, something hidden beneath the surface of daily ranch life. And Isabella was caught in the middle. Defending her wasn't just about fairness anymore. It might be about uncovering a truth someone wanted desperately to keep buried. But doing so meant defying his father, challenging Jedediah, risking the stability his family valued above all else. As they approached the familiar cluster of ranch buildings, the tension coiled tighter in William's gut. He saw Jedediah standing near the corral fence talking to Cole, his stance rigid, impatient. The foreman looked up as they rode in, his eyes immediately seeking out Shorty, then shifting to William, sharp and questioning. Shorty dismounted quickly, avoiding William's gaze, and scurried over to the foreman, murmuring urgently. William watched them, his face impassive, as Shorty gestured vaguely back in the direction they'd come from. Jedediah's expression darkened, his gaze fixing on William with renewed intensity, a look that promised a later reckoning. William dismounted, handing Diablo's reins to a young stable hand. He deliberately ignored Jedediah and Shorty's conspiratorial huddle, turning instead towards the main house. He needed to face his father. Better to do it now, on his own terms, before Jedediah poisoned the well further. The house felt cool and quiet. After the heat and tension outside, Maria was nowhere in sight. He walked down the hallway towards his father's study, the heavy oak door firmly closed. He paused outside, taking a steadying breath. This door, this room, had always represented the heart of his father's authority, the place where decisions were made, judgments passed, the ranch's future charted. Entering it often felt like stepping onto charged ground. He knocked once firmly. Come in. Elias Thompson's voice was muffled, curt. William pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room smelled of old paper, leather, and the faint lingering scent of his father's cigars. Elias sat behind his large, imposing desk, ledgers spread out before him, but he wasn't looking at them. He was looking directly at William. His gray eyes narrowed, piercing, missing nothing. The infamous gaze. It wasn't angry, not yet. It was worse. It was heavy with disappointment, suspicion, and the immense weight of expectation. Jedediah was concerned, Elias said, his voice dangerously quiet. Said you were gone a long time. Shorty found you down by the South Creek. He didn't make it a question. William met his father's gaze steadily. I was checking the area. Found some tracks near the West Windmill earlier that seemed out of place, followed them a ways, led down towards the creek. He kept his explanation factual, omitting the button, omitting the precise nature of his encounter with Isabella. Tracks. Elias leaned forward slightly. His interest peaked, momentarily distracted from the subject of William's location. Miller's? Didn't look like it, William said. 2 horses, shod differently. Seemed like they were trying to stay hidden. Elias absorbed this, tapping a thick finger on the desk. Rustlers, maybe, or something else? His gaze sharpened again, returning to William and the girl. Shorty seemed to think Isabella was down there with you. The question landed like a physical blow. William kept his expression carefully neutral. She was taking a break by the water when I rode up and said she'd finished her work. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. She saw nothing either. Seems whoever made those tracks was long gone. He presented it as coincidence, a chance meeting. Plausible. But he saw the flicker of disbelief in his father's eyes, the hardening of his jaw. Elias Thompson was no fool. He could sense evasion, could smell deceit like a predator scents fear. Taking a break, Elias repeated slowly, the words dripping with skepticism. Convenient. Down by the creek, away from watchful eyes, while she's under suspicion for theft. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers, his gaze never leaving William's face. The weight of it felt immense, crushing. You defended her this morning, William. Spoke of prejudice. Now you're found alone with her in a secluded spot. It paints a picture I don't like. I happened upon her, father, William insisted, though his voice felt tight. Nothing more. Nothing more? Elias's voice remained low, but gained a steely edge. Don't take me for a fool, boy. I see how you look at her sometimes. I know Jedediah suspects an inappropriate interest, an interest that could cloud your judgment, make you blind to the truth. My judgment isn't clouded, William shot back, stung by the accusation. I question Jedediah's rush to blame her because the evidence is thin, not because of how she looks. Those tracks I found today suggest something else might be going on. Or, Elias countered smoothly, they suggest she has accomplices, someone meeting her out there. The insinuation was poisonous, twisting William's discovery into further evidence against Isabella. William felt a surge of frustration, of helplessness against his father's ingrained prejudice and Jedediah's influence. Arguing was like punching smoke. Elias sighed, a heavy, weary sound that held more disappointment than anger. He stood up, walking around the desk to stand near the window, looking out at the sprawling ranch bathed in the harsh afternoon light. His ranch, his kingdom. William, he said, his back still turned, this land, it demands strength, ruthlessness sometimes. It demands loyalty above all else. Jedediah might be rough, but he is loyal. He understands what it takes to hold this place together. You have a good heart, like your mother." He turned then, his expression softening fractionally, but his eyes remained hard. But a good heart can be a liability out here. It can make you trust the wrong people, ignore the dangers right under your nose. He walked back towards William, stopping directly in front of him. The weight of his father's gaze was almost unbearable, now a complex mix of pride, disappointment, warning, and command. "I need you to see clearly, William. I need your loyalty, not just to me, but to this ranch, to our name. This business with the girl, it ends. Now, Jedediah will handle the investigation into the feed. You will stay away from her, focus on your duties, prove to me your judgment isn't compromised." He paused, letting the words sink in. "Tomorrow you ride the North Line with Jedediah. I want a full report on Miller's movements, and I want Jedediah's assessment of the situation up there. Unfiltered." It was an order, wrapped in the language of trust and duty, but it felt like a leash, a test. Ride with Jedediah, stay away from Isabella, fall back in line, deny the instinct that told him something was deeply wrong. Deny the connection he felt, fragile and dangerous as it was. "Do you understand me, William?" Elias asked, his voice low, intense. William looked into his father's unyielding eyes, feeling the immense pressure of legacy, duty, and filial obligation pressing down on him. The image of Isabella's face by the creek, vulnerable, defiant, flashed in his mind, juxtaposed with the memory of the small brass button hidden in her pocket. Choosing loyalty to his father meant abandoning her, abandoning the search for the truth. Choosing her, choosing the truth, meant defying the most powerful man he knew, risking everything. He stood trapped beneath the weight of his father's gaze, the silence stretching, heavy with the impossible choice he had to make. His answer, when it came, would set a course from which there might be no return. "Yes, Father," William said finally, the words feeling like stones in his mouth. "I understand." But even as he spoke the words of compliance, a cold resolve settled within him. He understood the order. He did not, however, intend to blindly obey it. The game had changed. The stakes were higher, and the weight he carried was no longer just his father's expectation, but the burden of a secret and the dangerous possibility of the truth. Chapter 7, Dust Storms and Hidden Hearts. The sky woke bruised and angry. A strange yellowish pallor clung to the eastern horizon where the sun struggled to assert itself. Its light diffused, weak, as if filtered through dirty gauze. The air, usually crisp and clear in the early morning, felt heavy, stagnant, carrying an unnerving stillness that belied the tension brewing overhead. A restless wind sighed through the dry grasses, picking up small eddies of dust that danced like troubled spirits across the ranch yard before settling again. It was weather that spoke of change, of disruption, dust storm weather. Isabella felt the shift in the atmosphere deep in her bones, a physical echo of the turmoil that had churned within her since Shorty's intrusion at the creek. Sleep had been fleeting, haunted by watchful eyes and the phantom weight of the brass button sewn securely into the hidden pocket of her trousers. Facing the bunkhouse this morning had required an armor of stoicism she wasn't sure she possessed. The whispers hadn't just resumed. They'd intensified, coalescing into a thick miasma of suspicion and resentment. Shorty's story, likely embellished with knowing winks and suggestive pauses, had clearly circulated. Now the glances weren't just suspicious, they were openly contemptuous, laced with a crude speculation that made her skin crawl. When Silas the cook handed her a tin plate of meager breakfast fried cornmeal mush, thinner and greasier than usual, he avoided her eyes altogether. Jedediah, overseeing the morning assignments with a thunderous expression, didn't even acknowledge her presence directly. He simply pointed towards the breaking corral, where a wiry, notoriously ill-tempered gelding named Diablo Rojo Red Devil waited, ears pinned back, white showing around his eyes. "You!" Jedediah snapped, his voice sharp enough to cut glass, addressing the air somewhere to Isabella's left. "Work the devil out. See if you can teach him some manners, or maybe he'll teach you some." A ripple of snickers went through the assembled hands. Diablo Rojo was a punishment assignment, a horse known for his vicious bucking and propensity to bite. Putting her, a woman, on him was not just demeaning, it was dangerous, a deliberate attempt to humiliate or injure her. Cole smirked openly, nudging Shorty. Isabella felt a surge of hot anger followed by a chilling fear. But she clamped down on both emotions, refusing to give Jedediah the satisfaction of a reaction. She merely nodded curtly, her face an impassive mask, and walked towards the breaking corral, her steps measured, deliberate. She wouldn't run, she wouldn't plead, she would face the challenge just as she faced everything else on this godforsaken ranch. As she passed the main house, she caught a glimpse of movement at an upstairs window. Elias Thompson watching the morning unfold, his stern silhouette a reminder of the ultimate power that governed her fate here. The weight of his gaze felt as palpable as the heavy air. Meanwhile, William stood by his horse near the main stable, the tension between him and Jedediah a palpable thing, thick as the dust beginning to stir in the strengthening wind. Elias Thompson had stood on the porch moments before, his eyes fixed on William, a silent, heavy reminder of the orders given, the loyalty demanded. Now, Jedediah fussed with his saddle cinch, his movements jerky, his face set in grim lines. He hadn't spoken a word directly to William beyond a curt, "Ready?" "Ready," William confirmed, his voice tight. He swung into Diablo's saddle, the familiar feel of the horse. Beneath him, a small anchor in the swirling currents of conflict. He glanced towards the breaking corral, saw Isabella standing near the rails, watching the snorting, pacing Diablo Rojo. He saw the rigid set of her shoulders, the deliberate calm she projected. Jedediah's petty cruelty disgusted him. It was a blatant attempt to punish her for the perceived slight of William's attention. His jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Intervening now would only worsen her situation, confirm his father's fears about his compromised judgment. He had to play the long game. He had to ride north with Jedediah, maintain the facade of compliance. They rode out, heading north across the flat plains, the strange yellow light, casting long, distorted shadows. The wind was picking up steadily now, blowing from the south, carrying the fine, gritty dust that tasted metallic on the tongue and stung the eyes. It whipped at the brims of their hats, tugged at their clothes, and moaned around them with a rising intensity. Jedediah rode in stony silence, his eyes narrowed against the wind, scanning the horizon with practiced vigilance. He radiated suspicion and resentment, occasionally shooting sideways glances at William, as if expecting him to suddenly veer off course or reveal some hidden agenda. William ignored the glances, focusing on the land, his senses hyper-alert beneath a veneer of detached professionalism. He noted the condition of the grazing land, the scattering of cattle seeking shelter near shallow ravines, the way the grasses bent low under the relentless wind. He was looking for signs of Miller's men, as ordered. But his mind was also sifting through other details, the faintest depression in the earth that might indicate an old track, the behavior of birds and prairie dogs, anything that felt out of place, anything that might connect to the mysterious tracks by the windmill, to the missing feed, to the tarnished brass button Isabella now carried. The silence stretched, broken only by the wind's howl and the rhythmic plodding of their horses. The dust grew thicker, swirling in yellowish-brown clouds that reduced visibility, blurring the familiar landmarks into indistinct shapes. The sun was now completely obscured, the world bathed in an eerie, oppressive twilight. "Gonna blow hard," Jedediah finally grunted, pulling his bandana up over his nose and mouth. William did the same, the cloth quickly becoming gritty against his skin. "Looks that way." "Miller won't be moving cattle in this," Jedediah stated, more to himself than to William. "Only fools or thieves are out when it blows like this." He shot another sharp look at William. "Unless they got something to hide." William met the foreman's gaze, his own eyes steady over the bandana. "We'll keep looking." Back at the ranch, Isabella faced Diablo Rojo. The horse lunged at the corral rails as she approached, teeth bared, hooves striking sparks against the wood. He was pure, unadulterated fury on four legs. She took a deep breath, trying to center herself, pushing away the fear, the humiliation, the memory of William riding away with Jedediah without a backward glance, though what else could he have done? She entered the corral slowly, cautiously, murmuring soft words in Spanish, the language of her childhood, the language she used when gentling frightened animals. The horse snorted, tossing its head, but watched her, its intelligent eyes assessing her. She didn't approach directly, didn't carry a rope or whip immediately. She just stood there, letting him get used to her presence, her scent, her quiet energy. The wind howled around the corral, whipping dust into her eyes, making the horse even more skittish. This wasn't breaking, it was surviving. She spent what felt like hours just moving around the perimeter, slowly closing the distance, letting the horse grow accustomed to her, occasionally extending a hand, only to pull it back when he flattened his ears. Patience. It was the only tool she had against brute force and malice, both the horse's and the foreman's. The button in her pocket felt like a small hard stone against her thigh, a secret talisman. The dust storm hit with full force around mid-morning. The sky turned a churning, opaque brown. Visibility dropped to mere yards. The wind screamed like a banshee, driving the dust with stinging force, making it impossible to see, difficult to breathe. Isabella squinted against the onslaught, pulling her own bandana tighter. Diablo Rojo, terrified by the roaring wind and blinding dust, began to panic, charging blindly around the corral, crashing into the rails. Isabella knew she had to get him into the relative shelter of the stables, but catching a panicked, hostile horse in the middle of a blinding dust storm was madness. Still, leaving him out here risked injury, or worse. Gritting her teeth against the stinging dust, she grabbed a rope, trying to anticipate the horse's frantic movements, looking for an opportunity, however slight. She could barely see the other side of the small enclosure. The world had shrunk to this swirling vortex of dust and fear, the howling wind isolating her completely. It felt like the end of the world. Out on the northern range, the storm hit William and Jedediah with equal ferocity. One moment they could see the hazy outline of the distant hills marking Miller's territory. The next they were engulfed in a suffocating brown fog. The wind tore at them, threatening to rip their hats from their head, forcing the horses to turn their backs to the blast, heads lowered, tails clamped tight. "Damn it!" Jedediah yelled, his voice barely audible above the wind's roar. "Can't see a thing! We need shelter!" He pointed towards a dark shape, looming vaguely through the dust, a small, rocky outcrop, offering minimal protection but better than the open plain. They urged their reluctant horses forward, leaning low over their necks, squinting against the blinding grit. The noise was deafening, the wind a physical force pushing against them. They huddled in the lee of the rocks, the horses trembling beside them, the dust swirling thickly, even in this meager shelter. Visibility was non-existent beyond a few feet. They were trapped, isolated, forced into an unwelcome proximity. "Waste of time, this," Jedediah grumbled, spitting out dust. "Should head back." "Can't ride in this," William shouted back. "We waited out." He scanned the swirling chaos around them, his mind working despite the storm's fury. This blinding confusion, this lack of visibility, it offered opportunities. Opportunities for movement unseen, for actions unnoticed. Could someone have used a storm like this to move stolen goods? To meet secretly? The tracks he'd found near the windmill, they seemed intended to avoid notice. A dust storm would be perfect cover. He peered intently into the brown gloom, trying to make out shapes, movements. Was that just a tumbleweed caught in the gale, or something else? His eyes strained, burning from the dust. He thought of Isabella, hoping she'd found shelter back at the ranch, hoping Jedediah's cruel assignment hadn't put her in the path of the storm's full fury. The thought sent a fresh wave of anxiety through him, tightening his grip on Diablo's reins. He felt helpless, stuck here with a man who despised him, miles away from where his concern truly lay. Isabella finally managed to corner Diablo Rojo against the rails, shielded momentarily from the worst of the wind. The horse was trembling violently, lathered in sweat despite the wind's chill, his eyes rolling with terror. Speaking soothingly, moving with infinite slowness, she managed to slip the rope over his head. He flinched violently, but didn't bolt. She kept talking, her voice low and steady, trying to project a calm she didn't feel, gradually tightening the rope, taking control. Leading the terrified animal through the blinding storm towards the stables was a nightmare. She could barely see the ground beneath her feet, let alone the path. Dust filled her nostrils, her mouth, coated her throat. She stumbled several times, pulled hard by the horse's panicked lunges, but she held on, driven by sheer determination and a refusal to be beaten, either by the storm or by Jedediah's malice. Finally, the dark shape of the stable loomed out of the swirling brown. She wrestled the heavy door open against the wind, pulling the reluctant horse inside. The relative quiet and dimness after the roaring chaos outside was almost shocking. Other horses shifted nervously in their stalls, their whinnies muffled. She led Diablo Rojo into an empty stall, quickly securing the door, then leaned against the rough wood, gasping for breath, her body trembling with adrenaline and exhaustion. She had done it. She had faced the devil horse and the devil's storm and brought him in safely. A small victory, perhaps meaningless in the grand scheme of things, but it felt significant. She slid down the wall, sinking onto a pile of relatively clean straw in the corner of the passageway, pulling down her bandana, coughing rackingly to clear the dust from her lungs. Her eyes streamed, her face was caked in grime, her muscles ached. She closed her eyes, listening to the storm raging outside, the wind screaming around the eaves, the dust finding its way even through the cracks in the walls. Safe for now. But the isolation felt profound. She thought of William, out there somewhere in this maelstrom with Jedediah. Was he safe? The concern surprised her with its intensity. She quickly pushed it away. Worrying about the master's son was a fool's errand. He belonged to a different world, a world that had little room for her beyond suspicion and servitude. Yet she couldn't forget his words by the creek, the fleeting moment of connection, his quiet declaration of belief. It was a fragile ember of hope in the overwhelming darkness. She touched the small lump in her pocket where the button lay hidden. A secret, a potential key. But a key to what? And what would happen if anyone discovered she possessed it? The storm raged on, trapping everyone in its dusty embrace. William and Jedediah remained pinned down by the rocks, the silence between them growing heavier, more hostile than the wind outside. Isabella huddled in the dim stable, alone with the nervous horses and her own troubled thoughts, the dust settling around her like a shroud, hiding her heart, hiding the secrets she carried, waiting for the wind to finally die down and reveal whatever came next. The air itself felt charged, not just with dust, but with unspoken emotions, unresolved conflicts, and the dangerous potential of hidden truths waiting to be unearthed when the storm finally passed. Chapter 8. Lines Drawn in the Dust. The world emerged slowly, reluctantly, from the suffocating brown embrace of the dust storm. Like a sleeper rubbing grit from their eyes, the landscape reappeared, transformed. A thick blanket of fine, reddish-brown dust coated everything: the roofs of the buildings, the corral fences, the sparse vegetation softening sharp edges, muffling sounds, creating a strange, almost alien stillness. The wind had dropped to an exhausted sigh, but the air remained hazy, thick with suspended particles that turned the late afternoon sun into a pale, watery disk hanging low in the western sky. The smell of damp earth mingled with the pervasive dryness of the dust, a contradictory perfume hinting at the storm's passage and the enduring drought. Isabella stood in the doorway of the now quiet stable, surveying the altered scene. She had spent the last few hours methodically checking on the horses, calming their residual nervousness, brushing layers of fine dust from their coats, ensuring their water troughs were clear of the choking sediment. Diablo Rojo, subdued by his terror, and perhaps a grudging respect for the small human who had navigated him through the chaos, stood quietly in his stall, occasionally blowing softly through his nostrils. Working with the animals had been a balm, a way to focus her energy, to push away the gnawing anxiety that the enforced isolation of the storm had amplified. She was coated in dust herself, her clothes stiff with it, her hair gritty despite her attempts to tie it back securely. Her face felt raw from the wind's assault. Her muscles ached from the struggle with the horse and the constant tension of the past days. But as she looked out at the dust-choked yard, a quiet sense of accomplishment settled within her. She had survived Jedediah's test. She had survived the storm. Small victories, perhaps, but victories nonetheless in a battle where every inch of ground felt hard-won. Her brief sense of respite shattered as two riders emerged from the hazy gloom to the north, moving slowly, wearily, towards the ranch headquarters. William and Jedediah. Even from a distance, the space between them spoke volumes, a rigid separation, an aura of animosity that even the dust couldn't obscure. Isabella quickly stepped back into the shadows of the stable, not wanting to be seen, not wanting to invite further scrutiny. Her heart gave an involuntary lurch, seeing William safe, a reaction she immediately chided herself for. His safety was not her concern, nor hers his. Their paths were separate, divided by a chasm too wide to bridge. She watched as they dismounted near the main house. Jedediah threw his reins to a waiting hand and stalked directly towards the porch, where Elias Thompson stood waiting, his expression unreadable. William lingered for a moment, stretching stiffly, his gaze sweeping the ranch yard. Did his eyes pause, even fractionally, on the stable doorway where she hid? She couldn't be sure. The distance and the hazy light played tricks. Then he too turned towards the house, following Jedediah and his father inside, leaving Isabella alone once more, with the settling dust and the weight of uncertainty. Inside the dim coolness of Elias Thompson's study, the air was thick with more than just lingering dust motes. Jedediah stood stiffly before the imposing desk, recounting the fruitless patrol, his voice tight with frustration and underlying resentment. He emphasized the blinding conditions, the impossibility of finding any sign of Miller's men, subtly implying that the entire endeavor had been a waste of time, perhaps even deliberately hampered. He didn't directly accuse William of anything, but his carefully worded report painted a picture of the master's son being distracted, perhaps uncooperative. William stood near the window, listening silently, his arms crossed, his expression carefully neutral. He offered no defense, no counter-argument. He knew Jedediah was laying groundwork, reinforcing his own narrative, casting doubt. Let him. William's focus was elsewhere, on the inconsistencies, the hidden tracks, the button. Challenging Jedediah now in front of his father would achieve nothing but further alienate Elias. Elias listened, his face impassive, his fingers drumming lightly on the polished wood of his desk. He dismissed Jedediah with a curt nod, the foreman shooting a venomous glance towards William as he exited the room. The door closed, leaving father and son alone in charged silence. So, Elias said finally, his voice deceptively mild, nothing, no sign of Miller. The storm made visibility impossible, Father, William stated simply. No one could move unseen out there today unless they were already hidden. Or unless they knew exactly where they were going, regardless of the weather. Elias countered, his eyes sharp. He studied William, searching for cracks in his facade. Jedediah seemed displeased. Feels the patrol wasn't as thorough as it could have been. Jedediah sees what he wants to see, William replied, meeting his father's gaze. We covered the ground assigned. There was nothing to find, at least not related to Miller crossing the line. Elias fell silent again, steepling his fingers. The weight of his gaze returned, heavy, assessing. This situation with the girl, Isabella, he said, changing tack abruptly. It festers. Jedediah tells me she handled Diablo Rojo through the storm. Surprising competence. There was a grudging edge to his tone, but it quickly hardened. Doesn't change the fact that the feed is missing. Doesn't change the suspicion. Competence doesn't equate to honesty. It suggests she's a capable hand, not easily intimidated, William said carefully. Perhaps more valuable than Jedediah gives her credit for. Value is measured in loyalty, William. Trustworthiness. Elias stood up, pacing slowly behind the desk. This ranch runs on order. Everyone knowing their place, doing their job, respecting the boundaries. When those lines blur, trouble follows, like infection in a wound. He stopped, fixing William with that intense stare again. I told you to stay away from her. I expect you to demonstrate that your judgment remains clear, that your loyalty is undivided. My loyalty is to this ranch, Father. William said, the words feeling both true and fundamentally dishonest. His loyalty was to the ranch, but his definition of what served it best was diverging sharply from his father's. Protecting an innocent hand, uncovering a potential deeper threat. Wasn't that also loyalty? Good, Elias said curtly, though a flicker of doubt remained in his eyes. Then act like it. Tomorrow, I want you overseeing the tallying of the southern herd with Henderson and McCready. Keep detailed records. Stay clear of the main yard, clear of the bunkhouse distractions. It was another test, another deliberate move to isolate him, to keep him occupied far from Isabella and the simmering tensions around the stables. William simply nodded. As you wish, Father. He turned and left the study, the weight of his father's distrust pressing down on him, mingling with the gritty dust that seemed to have infiltrated even the solid walls of the house. As evening approached, casting long, distorted shadows across the dust-laden yard, Isabella finished her work. She had avoided the bunkhouse for as long as possible, lingering in the stables, finding small tasks, anything to delay facing the collective hostility. But hunger eventually drove her out. The atmosphere in the bunkhouse was even worse than she'd anticipated. The storm seemed to have stirred up the simmering resentments, bringing them closer to the surface. Cole and Shorty sat near the stove, cleaning their revolvers with exaggerated care, pointedly ignoring her entrance, but making loud comments clearly intended for her ears. Storms like that, Cole drawled, holding his pistol up to the lamplight. Stir things up, make snakes come out of their holes. Yeah, Shorty chimed in, spitting tobacco juice dangerously close to Isabella's path as she moved towards the food line. Or make little prairie mice scurry for cover, maybe meeting folks they ain't supposed to, down by the creek. Isabella flinched inwardly, but kept walking, her face set like stone. She accepted a plate from Silas, who still wouldn't meet her eye, and retreated to her usual isolated corner. The stew tasted like ash. The whispers were louder tonight, less covert. The lines were being drawn more clearly, more aggressively. She was being openly ostracized, marked as trouble. She ate quickly, desperate to escape the oppressive atmosphere. As she stood to rinse her plate, Jedediah Stone entered the bunkhouse. He paused just inside the door, his eyes sweeping the room, immediately landing on her. He walked directly towards her, his heavy boots thudding on the floorboards, silencing the room instantly. He stopped inches away, forcing her to look up at him. His face was hard, his eyes cold chips of granite. Finished playing cowgirl with the Diablos? He sneered, his voice low and menacing. Isabella met his gaze, refusing to be intimidated. The horse is safe in the stable, Senor Stone. Lucky for you, Jedediah hissed, leaning closer. She could smell the stale sweat and fury coming off him. Don't think getting through one storm changes anything. You're still under suspicion. One wrong move, girl. One hint that you ain't where you're supposed to be, or talking to folks you got no business with. He let the threat hang, unfinished but unmistakable. He was warning her away from William. Shorty's report had clearly solidified Jedediah's suspicions about their meeting. Or maybe, he continued, his voice dropping further, becoming silky smooth, which was somehow more terrifying. We just find something else missing, something easily planted. He glanced meaningfully towards her bunk, then back at her face, a cold smile touching his lips. Things have a way of turning up in the strangest places, especially when folks ain't careful. The implication was chillingly clear. He wasn't just accusing her, he was threatening to frame her. The missing feed was just the beginning. If she didn't fall in line, if she didn't become invisible, if she continued to exist in a way that inconvenienced him or caught the eye of the master's son, he would ensure her downfall. Isabella felt a cold dread seep into her bones, colder than the desert night, colder than the memory of the storm. This wasn't just about prejudice anymore. It was a direct, calculated threat. He was drawing a line in the dust, daring her to cross it, making it clear that the consequences would be dire. She held his gaze for a long moment, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. She saw the malice in his eyes, the absolute certainty of his power over her. But beneath the fear, the ember of defiance flared again. Fueled by injustice, she wouldn't cower. "I have nothing to hide, Senor," she said, her voice low but steady, imbued with a strength she didn't feel. "And I am not easily frightened." Jedediah's eyes narrowed, surprised by her directness, by her refusal to quail. The cold smile remained fixed. "We'll see about that," he whispered. He held her gaze for another charged second, then turned abruptly and stalked out of the bunkhouse, leaving a silence so profound it rang in her ears. Slowly, the other hands began to move again, but no one looked at her. The line had been drawn, not just by Jedediah, but by the silence of the others, by their unwillingness to stand against the foreman, against the ingrained order of the ranch. She was well and truly alone, exposed, with a direct threat hanging over her head. She finished cleaning her plate, her hands trembling slightly, despite her outward calm, and retreated to the relative anonymity of her bunk. The tarnished brass button felt both heavy and insignificantly small against the weight of Jedediah's threat. The hidden heart within her beat a little faster, wondering how long she could walk this dangerous line before the dust swallowed her whole. Chapter 9. Echoes from south of the border. The days following the dust storm settled into a new, uneasy rhythm. The air, though still hazy, gradually cleared, but the fine, reddish dust remained, a persistent film coating the world, a constant reminder of the upheaval. It worked its way into everything: the water barrels, the food, the folds of clothing, the very pores of the skin. It felt symbolic of the suspicion that now clung to Isabella, an abrasive grit under the surface of everyday life on the bar T. William was gone, dispatched with Henderson and McCready to the southern pastures for the cattle tally. His absence created a vacuum, removing the subtle buffer his presence sometimes provided, however inadvertently. Without the potential check of the master's son nearby, Jedediah's authority felt absolute, his animosity towards Isabella more overt. He assigned her the most grueling, thankless tasks: repairing sections of fence line in the remotest sun-baked corners of the ranch, clearing stubborn mesquite brush from overgrazed pastures, sorting through sacks of mildewed grain in the dark, rat-infested corners of the storage sheds. Each task was isolating, designed to keep her away from the main hub of activity, away from potential witnesses, reinforcing her ostracization. The other hands followed the foreman's lead. Conversation still ceased when she approached, shoulders turned away, shared jokes or complaints exchanged just out of earshot. Even Silas, the cook, seemed to avoid her gaze entirely now, his previous gruff neutrality hardened into wary distance. The bunkhouse at night was a trial, the silence punctuated only by the pointed remarks of Cole and Shorty, or the heavy, watchful quiet that felt almost worse: Jedediah's threat. The chilling suggestion that incriminating evidence could be planted hung over her constantly, making her meticulously check her meager belongings each morning, scrutinize every shadow, question every unexpected sound. She worked with a fierce, quiet intensity, pouring her fear and frustration into the physical labor. Her hands grew rougher, her muscles leaner, harder. But beneath the surface, a deeper exhaustion was setting in, an erosion of spirit that hard work alone couldn't combat. The isolation was a heavy cloak, pressing down on her, reminding her of other times, other isolations. It was during one of these long, solitary afternoons, while mending a dilapidated section of drift fence miles from the ranch headquarters, that the echoes began to truly surface. The task was monotonous, stretching new wire, securing it to weathered posts under the relentless glare of the Texas sun. The heat shimmered off the parched ground, the silence broken only by the metallic screech of the wire stretcher, the rhythmic thud of her hammer, and the incessant buzz of unseen insects. Her mind, left unoccupied by the repetitive work, began to drift, pulled back across the border, across the years, to the life she had fled. It started subtly, triggered by the scent of wild sage crushed underfoot as she moved along the fence line. It was a smell intrinsically linked to the arid hills surrounding her family's small plot of land far to the south, in a Mexico simmering with unrest and shadowed by the encroaching power of wealthy hacendados and the distant, often indifferent, government. She remembered her mother, Elena, crushing sage leaves between her fingers, her hands smelling fragrant as she prepared remedies or seasoned their simple meals. Elena, with her kind eyes and quiet strength, humming softly as she worked, the lines of worry etched around her mouth deepening with each passing season. Isabella paused, hammer resting against a fence post, gazing unseeingly at the shimmering horizon. The memory brought a sharp pang, a familiar ache of loss that never truly faded. Her mother had been the anchor of their small family, her resilience a quiet defiance against the hardships they faced: drought, poverty, the ever-present threat of bandits or corrupt officials. Then came the image of her father, Mateo, a good man, hard-working, fiercely protective of his family and his small claim to dignity. He had taught Isabella to ride, to track, to read the land, skills that now served her survival on this northern ranch. But he had also carried a fire within him, a deep sense of injustice against the powerful men who squeezed the life out of small farmers like themselves, men who saw the land and the people on it as mere resources to be exploited. The memory shifted, darkening. She saw her father's face, no longer smiling but tight with anger, his eyes burning with a desperate resolve. He had joined others, men who whispered of resistance, of taking back what was rightfully theirs from the greedy landowner, Don Rafael Castillo, whose vast estates bordered their meager plot. Don Rafael, a man of immense wealth and influence, known for his charm when it suited him and his utter ruthlessness when crossed. He collected land, power, and beautiful things with equal avarice. Isabella remembered the hushed meetings late at night, the smell of cheap tobacco and nervous sweat clinging to the air, the low murmur of angry voices planning something. Her mother had pleaded with Mateo, her eyes filled with fear. "It's too dangerous, Mateo, Don Rafael. He crushes those who oppose him. Think of Isabella." But her father, fueled by years of simmering resentment and a growing desperation, as Castillo's fences encroached further onto their grazing land, wouldn't be swayed. "We must fight, Elena," he'd insisted, his voice rough with conviction. "We cannot simply fade away like dust." The scent of sage morphed into the acrid smell of gunpowder and smoke. Isabella squeezed her eyes shut, the hammer suddenly heavy in her hand. The memory she always fought to suppress surged forward, vivid and brutal. The failed raid on Castillo's supply wagon, the swift, merciless retribution. Not official soldiers, but Castillo's private guards, hard-faced men who answered only to him, riding down on their small village like vengeful gods. She saw flames licking at the thatched roof of their small home, heard the screams, saw her father. She shook her head violently, trying to dispel the image, the raw agony of it threatening to overwhelm her even now, years later. She had escaped, hidden by her mother in the dense chaparral behind their house, told to run, to head north, to find a new life, to survive. Elena's last words, choked with tears and smoke, echoed in her ears. "Sé fuerte, mi hija. Vive, be strong, my daughter. Live." Isabella hadn't looked back. She had run, fueled by terror and grief, carrying nothing but the clothes on her back, her father's utility knife, and the searing memory of loss. The journey north had been a blur of hardship, fear, and constant vigilance. She learned to blend in, to trust no one completely, to rely only on herself, building walls around the raw wound of her past. She opened her eyes, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The Texas sun beat down indifferent, the fence line stretched before her unfinished. The past was a ghost, always present, just beneath the surface. It explained her resilience, her quiet defiance, her deep-seated mistrust of authority and power, whether wielded by a Mexican hacendado or a Texas ranch foreman. It explained why Jedediah's threats, his casual cruelty, struck such a deep chord of righteous anger within her. She had seen firsthand what happened when power went unchecked, when lines were drawn not in dust, but in blood. She forced herself back to work, hammering with renewed, almost frantic energy, trying to pound the memories back into submission. But they lingered, coloring her thoughts, sharpening her senses. She thought about the missing feed, Jedediah's quick accusation. It felt familiar, this pattern of blaming the vulnerable, the outsider, to cover something else. Don Raphael had often used scapegoats to distract from his own dubious dealings. And the button. She touched the small lump in her pocket, the intricate floral pattern. It seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the fine clothing worn by the wealthy elite back home. Perhaps even the silver buttons that adorned Don Raphael's own charro jackets. Could there be a connection? It seemed impossibly far-fetched. A tarnished brass button found by a Texas creek, linking back to a powerful landowner hundreds of miles south? Yet the nagging sense of familiarity persisted. Later that evening, back in the tense silence of the bunkhouse, Isabella retreated to her bunk as soon as she'd finished her meal. While the others played cards or sharpened knives, their low conversation a hostile buzz she tried to ignore, she pulled out the button under the cover of her thin blanket. In the dim lamplight, she examined it again, turning it over and over, rubbing her thumb across the tarnished floral design. Where had she seen it before? It wasn't just the general style. There was something specific about the pattern, the way the vines intertwined. She closed her eyes, concentrating, trying to dredge the image from the depths of her memory. She pictured Don Raphael, preening and arrogant, his fingers flashing with rings. She pictured his guards, their rough uniforms bearing simpler insignia, not them. Then another image surfaced, someone younger, someone who sometimes visited Don Raphael's hacienda, treated with a mixture of deference and slight disdain by Castillo himself. A nephew, perhaps, or a business associate from the city, a man with smooth manners and restless eyes, dressed in finer clothes than the local gentry, clothes that might have sported such buttons. He'd been there the year before everything fell apart. He'd looked at Isabella once, a brief, appraising glance that had made her uncomfortable, though she couldn't recall his name or purpose. Could it be him? What would a man like that be doing sneaking around the Bar T Ranch miles north of the border? It made no sense, unless he wasn't just visiting Don Raphael, unless he had other business, clandestine business that brought him this far north. Business that might involve secret meetings by secluded creeks, movement under the cover of dust storms, perhaps even orchestrated thefts to create diversions. The thought was staggering, terrifying in its implications. If this button belonged to someone connected to Don Raphael, someone potentially involved in shady dealings, then the missing feed was almost certainly a deliberate plant. And her accidental discovery of the button, her chance meeting with William by the creek, might have put her in far greater danger than she imagined. These weren't just ranch politics. This could be something far more complex, far more lethal. The echoes from south of the border weren't just ghosts of the past. They might be active threats in the present. Her carefully constructed anonymity felt suddenly fragile, vulnerable. If someone connected to Don Raphael was operating here, they might recognize her. Remember the daughter of the troublemaker, Mateo, the girl who escaped the retribution. A cold knot formed in her stomach. Jedediah's threats felt suddenly less personal, potentially part of a larger, more dangerous game she didn't understand. Was the foreman involved? Or was he merely a pawn, his own prejudices conveniently manipulated? And William, his finding the tracks, his questioning the narrative, had he stumbled onto something significant without realizing its full depth? His father's insistence on keeping him away, sending him south. Was it just mistrust or an attempt to shield him from something dangerous unfolding closer to home? She carefully tucked the button away again, the weight of her past merging with the perils of her present. The knowledge was a burden, heavy and sharp. She couldn't tell anyone. Who would believe her? Jedediah would twist it. The other hands wouldn't care. Telling William would draw him deeper into a danger he might not be prepared for, further jeopardizing his relationship with his father, potentially putting him at risk from these unknown players. No, she was alone with this knowledge, just as she had been alone since fleeing her burning home. The lessons learned south of the border resonated with chilling clarity. Trust no one completely. Watch everything. Survive. Be strong. Vive. But survival now seemed infinitely more complicated than just enduring hardship. It meant navigating a treacherous landscape of hidden motives and deadly secrets, where a single misstep could awaken ghosts she thought she had outrun. The lines drawn in the dust felt suddenly deeper, etched not just by prejudice but by the long, reaching shadows of a past she could never truly escape. She lay awake long into the night, the silence of the bunkhouse pressing in, her hidden heart pounding with the weight of secrets, both old and new. Chapter 10. A Dance Under the Stars. Weeks bled into one another, measured by the relentless sun climbing across the vast Texas sky and the slow settling of the ubiquitous red-brown dust. The dramatic upheaval of the storm faded into the landscape's memory, but the lines drawn that day remained etched onto the social fabric of the Bar T Ranch, sharp and unforgiving. Isabella moved through her days like a ghost, performing the endless, often deliberately demeaning tasks assigned by Jedediah Stone, with a quiet, unbending diligence that seemed to infuriate the foreman more than any open defiance could have. She kept her head down, as William had advised, but her spirit refused to bow. The memory of Jedediah's threat to frame her was a cold stone in her gut, a constant reminder of the precariousness of her existence. William had returned from the southern pastures days ago, the cattle tally completed. His presence back at the ranch headquarters was a subtle but undeniable shift in the atmosphere. He moved with his usual quiet competence, overseeing various aspects of the ranch's operation. His interactions with his father, polite but reserved. His exchanges with Jedediah brief and strictly professional. Isabella felt his eyes on her sometimes across the dusty yard, during the brief moments when their paths crossed near the stables or the mess hall, but he kept his distance, adhering, at least outwardly, to his father's command. Yet those fleeting glances held an unspoken question, a current of awareness that vibrated beneath the surface, reminding her of their stolen moments by the creek, his quiet declaration of belief, the shared secret of the tarnished brass button hidden against her skin. It was Saturday night, a rare concession to the grueling demands of ranch life. Saturday nights often brought a loosening of the usual discipline, a brief window for the hands to shed some of the week's exhaustion. Tonight, someone had unearthed a battered fiddle from the depths of the bunkhouse, and its thin, reedy music drifted on the cooling evening air, surprisingly cheerful amidst the underlying tensions. Near the cook fire, where the ubiquitous pot of coffee still simmered, a small group of hands had gathered. Laughter, rougher and louder than usual, punctuated the music. Someone passed around a bottle of cheap whiskey, its raw scent mingling with wood smoke and dust. Isabella sat apart, perched on the top rail of the farthest corral fence, nursing a tin mug of water, watching the scene from the shadows. She felt invisible, yet hyper-aware of every glance, every shift in tone. The fragile truce of Saturday night didn't extend to her. Cole and Shorty were part of the group near the fire, their occasional loud remarks seeming to carry an extra edge tonight, though they didn't look directly her way. Jedediah was conspicuously absent, likely up at the main house conferring with Elias Thompson, or perhaps patrolling his own domain of suspicion. The music, a lively reel, stirred a bittersweet ache in Isabella's chest. It reminded her of fiestas back home, of evenings filled with laughter, dancing, and a sense of community she hadn't realized she missed so acutely until it was irrevocably lost. Here she was adrift, an island of isolation surrounded by a sea of indifference or outright hostility. She traced the rim of her mug, her thoughts drifting, as they often did now, to the button, to the unnamed man from her past it might represent, to the tangled web of possibilities it suggested. Was the danger she sensed real, or just a projection of her own traumatic history? A figure detached itself from the shadows near the main house and walked slowly towards the corrals. William. He wasn't joining the group by the fire. Instead, he leaned against the sturdy gatepost not far from where Isabella sat, hooking his thumbs into his belt, seemingly content to observe, much like her. He nodded briefly towards the fiddler, a faint smile touching his lips, but his eyes scanned the periphery, eventually settling on her silhouette against the deepening twilight sky. She tensed, expecting him to turn away, to maintain the mandated distance, but he didn't. He pushed away from the gatepost and walked slowly along the fence line towards her. his boots scuffing softly in the thick dust. The space between them narrowed, the air growing suddenly tight, charged. He stopped a few feet away, leaning his forearms on the top rail beside her, gazing out towards the darkening plains, where the first stars were beginning to prick the vast canvas of the sky. The fiddle music seemed to fade into the background, replaced by the thrumming of Isabella's own pulse. "Quiet night," he said, his voice low, pitched for her ears alone. "For some, senor," she replied, her own voice barely a whisper. She kept her gaze fixed on the horizon, intensely aware of his proximity, the scent of clean cotton and faint leather that clung to him. "Not for you?" he asked gently, turning his head slightly to look at her profile. She hesitated, the familiar wall of caution rising. Sharing her fears, her suspicions, felt dangerous, vulnerable, but the isolation was suffocating, and the quiet understanding in his voice, the memory of his belief, chipped away at her reserve. "Quiet is relative," she murmured, finally turning to meet his gaze in the growing darkness. His eyes, shadowed now, seemed to hold a depth of concern that both warmed and alarmed her. "Some silences are louder than noise." He nodded slowly, understanding her meaning. "Jedediah still making things difficult?" "Jedediah is Jedediah," she said evasively. Admitting the foreman's direct threat felt like handing William a weapon he might be forced to use, or a burden that could crush him under his father's disapproval. "The work is hard, but I manage." "I saw you with Diablo Rojo during the storm," he said, his voice laced with grudging admiration. "Not many hands on this ranch could have managed that." A faint flush rose to her cheeks, unexpected warmth spreading through her. Praise was a rare commodity, especially from him. "He was frightened," she deflected. "Fear makes even the devil seek shelter." "Maybe," William conceded, "but it takes courage to offer it." He paused, the silence stretching, filled only by the distant fiddle and the chirping of crickets. "Isabella, about the creek?" She tensed again. "Shorty caused no trouble?" Shorty reported what he saw, or thought he saw. William said, a wry twist to his lips. "My father reminded me of my duties, of the importance of clear judgment." The implication was clear. He was under scrutiny, warned away from her. "It is best you keep your distance, senor," she said quickly, the words tasting bitter. "For your own sake, your father—" "My father sees the world through a certain lens," William interrupted quietly but firmly. "It doesn't mean it's the only way to see it." He shifted, turning more towards her, lowering his voice further. "Those tracks I found, they bother me. And the feed disappearing right when Jedediah needed someone to blame. It feels too neat." Her heart pounded. He sensed it too, the wrongness of it all. Should she tell him about the button? Show him? The urge was strong, a desperate need to share the burden, to find an ally in this confusing, dangerous landscape. But Jedediah's face flashed in her mind, his cold smile, his threat. Revealing the button could put William in direct opposition to unknown players, players potentially far more dangerous than a disgruntled foreman. "Things are not always as they seem on the surface, senor," she said carefully, choosing her words like stepping stones across treacherous water. "Sometimes dust is kicked up deliberately to hide what lies beneath." He studied her face intently in the starlight, searching her eyes. "What do you think lies beneath, Isabella?" She shook her head, looking away again, towards the flickering firelight near the bunkhouse where Cole and Shorty's laughter grated on the air. "I am just a hand, senor. It is not my place to think such things, only to do my work and stay out of trouble. Disappointment flickered across his features, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. He recognized her fear, the walls she kept firmly in place. He wouldn't push her, not now. The fiddler struck up a slower tune, a melancholic melody that seemed to weave itself into the starlight, plaintive and yearning. It spoke of dusty trails, lost loves, the vast loneliness of the plains. Neither William nor Isabella spoke, letting the music wash over them, a shared moment of quiet contemplation in their separate isolations. It's a sad tune, William murmured after a moment. The desert understands sadness, Isabella replied softly. It holds memories in the dust. He looked at her then, a long, searching look that seemed to bypass the grime and the rough clothes, seeing something deeper. The air between them shimmered with unspoken feelings, with the dangerous magnetic pull that had existed since their first encounters. It was a fragile intimacy, born of shared suspicion and burgeoning attraction, blooming unexpectedly in the harsh environment of the bar tea. Impulsively, almost without conscious thought, William reached out, his fingers brushing hers where her hand rested on the rough wooden rail. It wasn't a deliberate caress, more like an accidental spark, but the contact sent a jolt through both of them, sharp and electric. Isabella snatched her hand back as if burned, her breath catching in her throat. William's eyes widened slightly, surprised by the intensity of the reaction, perhaps by the intensity of his own impulse. The moment hung suspended, fragile as a spider's web, charged with possibility and peril. The distant fiddle played on, oblivious. The stars glittered overhead, cold and remote witnesses. Isabella, William began, his voice husky, taking a half-step closer. But the word was cut short. A shadow detached itself from the deeper darkness near the corner of the main barn, a figure standing utterly still, watching them. Jedediah Stone. He wasn't close enough to have heard their quiet words, perhaps not even close enough to have seen the fleeting touch, but he was watching. His posture was rigid, radiating disapproval and menace, a silent sentinel guarding the lines drawn in the dust. How long had he been there? Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the fragile warmth that had begun to bloom between Isabella and William. The foreman's presence was a physical manifestation of the danger, of the impossibility of their connection. William saw him too, his body stiffening instantly, the brief vulnerability vanishing from his face, replaced by a carefully neutral mask. He stepped back from Isabella, deliberately putting space between them, reestablishing the divide Jedediah was there to enforce. Jedediah didn't move, didn't speak. He simply stood there, a dark statue of judgment, letting his presence deliver the warning. The fiddle music faltered, then stopped altogether, as the player sensed the shift in atmosphere, the sudden icy tension that had descended upon the yard. The laughter by the fire died down. All eyes seemed to turn towards the silent confrontation unfolding in the shadows near the corral. William met Jedediah's stare across the dusty space, a silent battle of wills waged in the starlight. Then, with a curt nod that acknowledged nothing but the foreman's presence, William turned away from Isabella without another word, without another glance, and strode back towards the main house, his shoulders set, his footsteps echoing in the sudden, heavy silence. Isabella remained frozen by the fence, her heart hammering against her ribs, the fleeting connection, the nascent hope shattered. She felt Jedediah's eyes on her, cold and triumphant. He had won this round, reinforcing the walls, reminding her of her place, of the consequences of stepping outside the lines. She slid off the fence rail, pulling her worn hat lower, and melted back into the deepest shadows, making her way towards the unwelcoming darkness of the bunkhouse. The stars overhead suddenly seemed impossibly far away, offering no comfort, only highlighting the vast, terrifying loneliness of her position. The dance was over, interrupted before it had truly begun, leaving only the chilling certainty of the foreman's watchful eyes and the heavy weight of secrets yet to be uncovered. Chapter 11. The Shadow of Another Man. The silence left by William's departure from the corral fence that Saturday night was a heavy, suffocating thing. It pressed in on Isabella, thick with Jedediah's unspoken triumph and the collective, averted gazes of the other hands. The fiddle music did not resume. The brief flicker of warmth, of connection, of a shared moment under the vast, indifferent canopy of stars had been ruthlessly extinguished, leaving behind only the cold ashes of reality. Jedediah's silent stare had been more potent than any shouted threat. It had severed the fragile thread between her and William, reinforcing the chasm that separated their worlds, reminding her with brutal clarity of the danger inherent in even acknowledging that thread existed. As she retreated into the shadows, making her way back to the long, rough bunkhouse, she felt Jedediah's eyes following her, a physical weight on her back. He didn't need to speak. His victory was palpable in the sudden stillness of the yard. He had reasserted control, put the master's son back in his place, and reminded the troublesome Mexican girl exactly where she stood alone, vulnerable and under his unwavering, hostile scrutiny. The following days confirmed the shift. Jedediah's demeanor towards her, while still laced with the usual contempt, took on a sharper edge of possessive oversight. He seemed determined to keep her occupied with demanding, isolating tasks, often in places where she was unlikely to encounter William. Mending fences along the desolate western boundary, clearing thickets of thorny acacia near the dry wash, hauling water to troughs in distant pastures, the work was relentless, designed to exhaust her physically and grind down her spirit through sheer isolation. He would appear suddenly, silently, on horseback, surveying her work with narrowed eyes, offering no word of praise or criticism, just letting his menacing presence linger before riding off again, leaving her nerves frayed, her sense of being watched constantly prickling her skin. William, for his part, maintained the distance his father had commanded, and Jedediah clearly enforced. If their paths crossed a rare occurrence, now his acknowledgement was brief, almost formal, his gaze carefully avoiding hers. The easy camaraderie he shared with other hands, the quiet authority he usually projected, seemed muted, replaced by withdrawn preoccupation. Isabella told herself it was for the best. His attention, however well-intentioned, was a dangerous liability she couldn't afford. Yet, seeing the careful neutrality in his eyes, the absence of the concern she'd glimpsed by the creek and under the stars, felt like a fresh wound, a confirmation of her utter aloneness. Had his belief in her innocence wavered under his father's pressure and Jedediah's insidious influence? Or was he simply playing a part, protecting himself, protecting her by adhering to the rules? She couldn't know, and the uncertainty gnawed at her. Her thoughts circled endlessly, obsessively, around the tarnished brass button hidden in her pocket. It felt heavier now, imbued with a significance that grew with each passing day of isolation and suspicion. The image of the man from her past, the visitor at Don Rafael Castillo's hacienda, became clearer, sharper in her memory. She recalled his name now, Ricardo de Vargas, not a relative of Castillo's, she thought, but perhaps an associate, involved in dealings her father had darkly hinted were less than legitimate. Vargas had been younger than Castillo, smoother, dressed in city clothes that seemed out of place in their rural province, his eyes restless, assessing everyone and everything with a cool detachment. He had carried himself with an air of confidence that bordered on arrogance, a man accustomed to getting what he wanted. Could the button truly be his? Could Ricardo de Vargas, a figure tied to the shadows of her past, somehow be connected to the strange undercurrents on this remote Texas ranch? The possibility seemed fantastical, a fever dream born of loneliness and fear. Yet the button existed. The tracks William found existed. The missing feed, Jedediah's convenient accusation, his chilling threat, they all felt like pieces of a larger hidden pattern. The echoes from south of the border were growing louder, more insistent. One sweltering afternoon, while clearing rocks from a patch of land intended for a small winter wheat experiment, another tedious solitary task assigned by Jedediah Isabella saw him. A rider, far out on the eastern edge of the Barty property, near the low hills that marked the beginning of less settled territory. He wasn't riding like a ranch hand checking fences or cattle. He moved slowly, deliberately, pausing often. Seeming to study the landscape through field glasses, he was too far away to make out details. Just a dark figure on horseback against the shimmering heat haze. But something about his posture, the set of his shoulders, felt different. Not one of the Barty hands she knew. Not Miller's men either, whose movements were usually bolder, more provocative when near the disputed lines. This rider seemed cautious, watchful, almost furtive. A cold prickle ran down Isabella's spine. Was this the owner of the tracks William had found? Was this connected to the button? Or was it simply a stray drifter, a hunter, nothing more than her overactive imagination, fueled by fear? The rider eventually disappeared behind a rise, leaving Isabella with a heightened sense of unease. The vast, sun-baked landscape suddenly feeling less empty, more menacing. Later that day, as she was leading a horse back from the watering trough near the main corral, she saw a stranger talking to Jedediah near the harness shed. This man was on foot, having apparently ridden in, his horse tied loosely to the rail, nearby a fine-boned sorrel mare that looked too sleek, too well cared for to belong to an ordinary drifter. The man himself was dressed differently from the ranch hands. His clothes, though dusty, were of better quality, dark trousers, a linen shirt under a tailored vest, polished boots, incongruous with the thick dust of the yard. He was lean, dark-haired, with sharp features and restless eyes that constantly scanned his surroundings. He spoke to Jedediah in low tones, gesturing occasionally towards the east, the direction where Isabella had seen the lone rider earlier. Jedediah listened intently, his usual scowl replaced by an expression of wary attentiveness. Isabella tried to seem nonchalant, focusing on the horse she was leading, but her senses were on high alert. As she passed, she risked a quick glance. The man's profile, the sharp line of his jaw, the way he held his head. It struck a chord deep within her, a jolt of unwelcome recognition. It wasn't an exact match to the memory of Ricardo de Vargas. This man seemed perhaps a little older, harder, but the resemblance was strong enough. The arrogant tilt of the head similar enough, to send a wave of cold dread washing over her. Could it be him? Or someone associated with him? The stranger's gaze flickered towards her as she passed. It was a brief, dismissive glance, the kind one might give to a servant or a piece of livestock. But in that fraction of a second, Isabella saw something in his eyes, a cool, calculating assessment, devoid of warmth, that mirrored the unsettling gaze she remembered from Vargas years ago. He looked away quickly, resuming his low conversation with Jedediah, but the encounter left Isabella shaken, her heart pounding. She hurried the horse into its stall, her hands trembling slightly as she unbuckled the halter. Coincidence? Was she seeing ghosts, projecting the face of a man from her past onto a random stranger? Or was the shadow real? Was Ricardo de Vargas, or someone connected to him, actually here, on the Bar T Ranch, talking business with Jedediah Stone? The implications were terrifying. If this man was involved with Jedediah, then the foreman's hostility towards her might stem from more than just prejudice or resentment over William's attention. It might be because he recognized her or suspected who she was, the daughter of Mateo, the man who had defied Don Rafael Castillo. Her presence here could be a complication, a loose end, in whatever dealings they were involved in. The threat to frame her took on a much more sinister dimension. It wasn't just about controlling her. It might be about eliminating her. She leaned against the rough wood of the stall, trying to steady her breathing. The familiar, earthy smell of the stable suddenly felt cloying, unsafe. She thought of the button again. Had Vargas, or this man who resembled him, lost it down by the creek during a secret meeting? Were they involved in smuggling, rustling, something worse? And Jedediah was their accomplice? It explained his defensiveness, his need for a scapegoat, his determination to isolate and discredit to her. What should she do? The urge to find William, to tell him everything, the button, the man she thought she recognized. Her growing fear was almost overwhelming. He had doubted Jedediah's story. He had found the tracks. Perhaps he would believe her, help her. But the image of him walking away from her under the stars, his face shuttered, adhering to his father's orders, gave her pause. And the risk, alerting William, could draw him into the center of this danger, pitting him not just against Jedediah, but against potentially ruthless criminals connected to powerful figures like Castillo. It could destroy him, his relationship with his father, everything. No, she couldn't endanger him, not based on suspicion, resemblance, and a single tarnished button. She was alone in this. She had to rely on the skills her father had taught her, the resilience her mother had embodied, the caution learned on the long road north. She had to watch, listen, gather more proof, protect herself. Later, as she forced down her supper in the tense atmosphere of the bunkhouse, she noticed Jedediah seemed preoccupied, almost agitated, despite his earlier conversation with the stranger, who was now nowhere to be seen. The foreman paced restlessly near the door, occasionally glancing towards Isabella with an unnerving intensity, as if assessing her, weighing options. Cole and Shorty were quieter tonight, exchanging low murmurs, casting wary glances towards their boss. Something had shifted. The arrival of the stranger, the conversation she'd witnessed, had altered the dynamics, ratcheted up the underlying tension. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the bunkhouse floorboards, every sigh of the wind outside sounded like a potential threat. Isabella lay rigid in the darkness, clutching the small, hard shape of the button through the thin fabric of her trousers. The shadow of another man, Ricardo de Vargas, or someone very much like him, had fallen across the Bar T ranch, intertwining the dangers of her past with the perils of her present. It was no longer just about surviving Jedediah's malice or navigating the treacherous currents of ranch prejudice. She was caught in the periphery of something secret, something dangerous, and the man whose shadow now loomed large might not only recognize her, but might have every reason to want her silenced. The isolation felt complete, the darkness absolute, broken only by the cold gleam of fear and the desperate flickering ember of her will to survive. Chapter 12. Accusations in the Wind. The air itself seemed to hold its breath in the days following the appearance of the sharp-featured stranger. The oppressive heat returned with a vengeance after the dust storm's temporary disruption baking the land, sucking the moisture from the air, leaving behind a brittle tension that crackled beneath the veneer of routine ranch work. Dust devils danced mockingly across the parched yard, mirroring the restless anxiety that twisted in Isabella's gut. The stranger himself had vanished as quickly as he'd appeared, his fine sorrel mare gone, leaving no trace but lingering unease and the hardening of Jedediah Stone's already flinty demeanor. The foreman was a man wound tight, a coil of barely suppressed energy that vibrated around him like heat haze. His usual scowl deepened, his orders became clipped, impatient, his eyes constantly scanning, probing, assessing. His interactions with Isabella were infused with a new, chilling intensity. He no longer seemed content merely to isolate and demean her. There was a watchful calculation in his gaze now, a sense that he was weighing her, measuring her potential threat, deciding her fate based on factors far beyond missing feed or forbidden glances exchanged with the master's son. The shadow of the man Isabella suspected was Ricardo de Varga or someone connected to him loomed large, casting Jedediah's actions in a far more sinister light. Whispers, carried on the dry wind like insidious seeds, began to take root in the bunkhouse and drift across the yard. They were insidious, shape-shifting things, murmurs about Isabella, being seen lingering where she shouldn't. Hints that she was lazy despite her visible exhaustion. Suggestions that her quietness was sullenness, her reserve a sign of deceit. Cole and Shorty were the primary conduits, their voices loud near the cook fire, their knowing glances towards Isabella, leaving little doubt as to their target. It was a campaign of whispers, designed to poison the well, to solidify her status as an untrustworthy outsider, making any future accusation, however baseless, seem more plausible. Isabella felt the shift acutely. The averted gazes were colder now, the silence more profound. Even the neutral hands, those who had previously offered neither malice nor support, seemed to distance themselves further, unwilling to be tainted by association. She moved through this invisible miasma of suspicion, her head held high, her face a carefully constructed mask of indifference. But inside, the foundations of her resilience were being steadily eroded. Fear was a constant companion, whispering warnings in the dead of night, making her jump at sudden noises, scrutinizing every interaction for hidden threats. She clung to routine, to the grounding reality of physical labor, mending harnesses in the stifling heat of the leather shed, her fingers growing slick with sweat and oil, digging out stubborn roots from the hard-baked earth under Jedediah's periodic silent surveillance, checking the water levels in remote troughs, the vast emptiness of the plains, amplifying her sense of vulnerability. During these solitary tasks, her mind invariably circled back to the button, to Vargas, to the intricate, dangerous puzzle she felt trapped within. Was Jedediah simply a prejudiced bully, or was he entangled with the stranger, using her as a pawn or a potential sacrifice in their hidden game? The uncertainty was torture. One afternoon, Jedediah assigned her to repair a section of fence bordering the eastern hills, the same area where she'd seen the lone, furtive rider days before. The place felt exposed, unsettling. As she worked, stretching wire under the blistering sun, the silence seemed watchful, charged. She found herself constantly scanning the low, rolling hills, searching the heat haze for any sign of movement, her hand straying unconsciously to the small, hard lump in her pocket. She found nothing but shimmering air and the occasional hawk circling lazily overhead. Yet the feeling of being observed persisted, prickling the back of her neck. Was the stranger still out there, watching the ranch, watching her? As she was packing her tools, preparing for the long walk back, she noticed something snagged on a barb of the wire. She'd just repaired a small shred of dark cloth, fine wool, completely out of place among the rough canvas and denim worn by the ranch hands. It was the kind of material the stranger near the harness shed had worn. She carefully plucked it free, her heart hammering. It wasn't proof, not definitive, but it was another small, unsettling piece. Someone dressed in finer clothes than usual had been here, near this remote fence line. She tucked the scrap of cloth away with the button, the weight of her secrets growing heavier. William, meanwhile, was caught in his own frustrating bind, bound by his father's direct order and Jedediah's ever-watchful eye. He threw himself into the tasks assigned, overseeing the southern herd tally, riding fence lines far from the main yard, trying to maintain a semblance of dutiful obedience. But his thoughts were rarely on the cattle counts or the condition of the grazing land. He saw the change in Jedediah, the restless agitation beneath the foreman's usual surliness. He heard the whispers swirling around Isabella, coarser and more malicious than before. He saw the deeper shadows under her eyes, the almost brittle quality that had replaced her quiet defiance, even as she continued to perform her work without complaint. His conversation with his father replayed constantly in his mind. Value is measured in loyalty, William, trustworthiness. His father demanded loyalty, but William's gut screamed that true loyalty to the ranch, to justice, lay in uncovering the truth, not blindly accepting Jedediah's narrative or ignoring the mounting inconsistencies. The tracks by the windmill, the convenient timing of the feed theft, Jedediah's overblown reaction to the encounter by the creek, and now the foreman's barely concealed agitation and the escalating rumors against Isabella. It all felt wrong, increasingly sinister. He tried to subtly gather information, casually questioning Henderson about any unusual signs near the southern pastures. Nothing. Asking McCready about the mood in the bunkhouse, just the usual grumbling, McCready reported, carefully neutral. William knew the hands wouldn't speak openly against Jedediah, especially not to the owner's son who was currently under his own father's scrutiny. He felt trapped, his hands tied, forced to watch the situation deteriorate from a distance. The concern for Isabella, a constant ache in his chest. One sweltering midday, returning to the main yard for fresh horses, his path briefly crossed Isabella's, near the stables. She was leading a weary-looking horse, her face smudged with dust and sweat, her eyes downcast. He saw Jedediah watching from the porch of the bunkhouse, arms crossed, a silent warning. William hesitated for only a fraction of a second. Isabella, he said, his voice low but clear enough to carry, deliberately ignoring Jedediah's gaze. That horse looks favored in the left foreleg. Have Silas check him before he goes back out. It was a simple, practical instruction, well within his purview as the owner's son overseeing the ranch's stock, but the underlying message was there, a subtle acknowledgement, a flicker of continued concern offered under the foreman's watchful eye. Isabella looked up, startled. Her eyes met his for a brief, charged moment. She saw the worry etched faintly around his own eyes, the frustration held tightly in check. A tiny spark ignited within the cold dread that had become her constant companion. He hadn't forgotten. He hadn't completely turned away. "Si, Senor Thompson," she murmured, her voice barely audible, before lowering her gaze quickly and leading the horse away towards the cook's area, where Silas sometimes tended minor animal ailments. Jedediah's eyes narrowed further, his jaw tightening as he observed the brief exchange. He pushed himself away from the porch post and strode purposefully towards William. "Something wrong with the horse, Mr. William?" Jedediah asked, his tone deceptively mild, but his eyes were hard. "Just being cautious, Jedediah," William replied coolly, meeting the foreman's hostile stare. "Can't afford lame horses." He turned towards the stables, effectively dismissing the foreman, leaving Jedediah standing alone in the dust, radiating impotent fury. It was a small act of defiance, but William knew it would have consequences, likely directed not at him, but at Isabella. The consequences came swiftly. Later that afternoon, a commotion erupted near the main tack room. Cole's voice, raised in faux outrage, echoed across the yard. "It's gone, clean gone, Mr. Thompson's silver inlaid bridle, the one his own father gave him." Hands gathered, drawn by the shouting. Jedediah appeared, his face a mask of grim concern that didn't quite hide the underlying satisfaction. Elias Thompson himself emerged from the main house, his expression thunderous at the news of the theft of a prized family heirloom. "Who was assigned to cleaning tack today?" Elias demanded, his voice cutting through the murmurs. All eyes turned, inevitably, towards Isabella, who had been tasked that morning with oiling saddles and checking leatherwork work that took place in and around the main tack room. She stood frozen near the water pump where she'd been washing her hands, the blood draining from her face. This was it, the planted evidence, the accusation Jedediah had promised. "She was," Jedediah said, his voice heavy with implication, "working in there alone most of the morning." "I didn't take anything," Isabella cried, her voice shaking despite her effort to control it. "I wouldn't. I cleaned the saddles, checked the cinches, that's all." "Search her bunk," Cole yelled, eager to play his part. "Bet she's got it stashed." "Search everyone's," a voice countered unexpectedly. William stepped forward from the edge of the crowd, his face pale but resolute. He had heard the shouting from the stables. "If something's missing, we search all the hands' belongings, not just one." His intervention shifted the dynamics momentarily. Elias hesitated, looking from his son's determined face to Jedediah's barely concealed anger. Searching everyone was impractical, disruptive, but William's demand for fairness, however inconvenient, carried weight. "No need for that," Jedediah said quickly, smoothly regaining control. "Just found this." He held up a small object, pinched between his thumb and forefinger, a single tarnished brass button with a distinctive floral pattern. "Found it on the floor inside the tack room door. Dropped maybe by someone leaving in a hurry." He fixed his gaze on Isabella, a cold, triumphant smile playing on his lips. Seems familiar somehow. Like something an outsider, someone from south of the border maybe, might possess. Time stopped. Isabella stared at the button in Jedediah's hand. Her button, the one she carried hidden, the one she'd found by the creek. How? Had it fallen out? Had someone picked her pocket? Or had Jedediah somehow known, planted a duplicate? Panic, cold and suffocating, seized her. He hadn't just planted the bridle, he had planted the button, twisting her own secret discovery into damning evidence against her. That proves nothing, William argued hotly, stepping towards Jedediah. Anyone could have dropped a button. Maybe, Jedediah conceded, his eyes locked on Isabella's horrified face. But it's mighty coincidental, ain't it? This button appearing right where a valuable heirloom goes missing. Handled last by the very person under suspicion for previous theft? He turned to Elias. Sir, this needs to be dealt with. Swiftly, before discipline breaks down completely, before whoever she's working with, he added, subtly referencing the stranger. The tracks causes more trouble. Elias Thompson looked from the damning button to Isabella's pale, stricken face, then to his son's furious expression, and finally to his trusted foreman's mask of righteous certainty. The lines of prejudice and pragmatism hardened on his face. The evidence, however circumstantial, fit the narrative he was predisposed to believe. An outsider, proven untrustworthy, caught practically red-handed near the scene of a significant theft, possibly linked to larger troubles hinted at by his foreman. Isabella saw the decision crystallize in his eyes. There would be no fair hearing, no impartial investigation. The accusations carried on the wind, fueled by prejudice and Jedediah's manipulations, had found their mark. Jedediah, Elias said, his voice cold, final, take her to the old smokehouse and lock her in. We'll decide what's to be done in the morning. He turned his back, dismissing her fate, and strode back towards the main house, ignoring William's choked protest. Jedediah moved towards Isabella, a look of utter triumph on his face. Cole and Shorty stepped forward eagerly to flank him. Isabella stood rooted to the spot, trapped, the accusations swirling around her like the choking dust, the shadow of the man from her past now fully merged with the immediate, terrifying threat of Jedediah Stone. She glanced desperately towards William, but saw only helpless fury in his eyes, overruled by his father's unshakable authority. She was truly, utterly alone, about to be locked away, her fate hanging by the thinnest of threads, dependent on the cold judgment of men who saw her only as a liability, a scapegoat, a problem to be eliminated. The wind whipped dust around her ankles as Jedediah's rough hand clamped onto her arm. Chapter 13, William's Choice. The rough grip of Jedediah's hand on her arm was a brand, searing through the thin fabric of her sleeve, marking her as condemned. Isabella stumbled slightly as he jerked her forward, the jeering faces of Cole and Shorty swimming in her vision, like grotesque masks. The other hands watched in silence, a mixture of fear, morbid curiosity, and chilling indifference in their eyes. No one spoke up. No one met her desperate, searching gaze. William stood frozen for a moment, his face a mask of disbelief and impotent fury, overruled, dismissed, his protest dying unspoken against the granite wall of his father's authority. Then, as Jedediah shoved Isabella towards the small, windowless structure of the old smokehouse at the edge of the ranch yard, William turned abruptly, his fists clenched at his sides, and stalked towards the main house, his stride long and angry. The smokehouse door, thick, heavy wood reinforced with iron bands, creaked ominously as Jedediah pulled it open. The interior was dark, smelling faintly of old smoke, dust, and neglect. It was little more than a shed used years ago for curing meat, now serving as a makeshift jail, a place to hold troublesome hands, or suspected rustlers until Elias Thompson decided their fate, a fate that rarely involved leniency, especially for someone like Isabella. "In you go," Jedediah sneered, giving her a final rough shove that sent her stumbling onto the packed earth floor. He slammed the heavy door shut, the sound echoing with chilling finality, the heavy thud of a wooden bar sliding into place across the outside sealed her confinement. Darkness enveloped her, absolute and suffocating. She scrambled to her feet, pressing her hands against the rough, unyielding wood of the door, listening as Jedediah's and his cronies' footsteps receded, their triumphant laughter fading into the sounds of the settling evening. Alone, locked in, accused of thefts she didn't commit, implicated by evidence planted by the very man who held the key. Panic clawed at her throat, cold and sharp. She beat against the door once, twice, a futile gesture against its solid weight, before sinking to the floor, pulling her knees to her chest, trying desperately to fight back the overwhelming wave of despair. This was worse than the bunkhouse whispers, worse than the isolation, worse even than the direct threat Jedediah had made. This was concrete, inescapable. She was caged, her fate entirely in the hands of Elias Thompson, a man swayed by prejudice and the manipulations of his foreman. What would happen in the morning? Would they simply run her off the ranch, penniless and branded a thief? Or would Jedediah persuade Elias that a harsher example was needed, especially if he truly believed she was connected to the stranger, to Vargas, to some larger, more dangerous scheme? The memory of Don Rafael Castillo's swift, brutal retribution against her father's village sent a fresh wave of terror through her. Men like that, men like Jedediah seemed to be emulating, didn't leave loose ends. She forced herself to breathe, slowly, deeply, trying to push back the panic. She had to think, how had Jedediah gotten the button? Had it fallen? Been stolen? Or did he have another, identical one? The latter seemed most likely, suggesting a level of premeditation that was terrifying. It meant he wasn't just reacting, he was plotting, deliberately weaving a net around her. And the bridal, Cole's opportune discovery of its absence, Jedediah's immediate production of the button. It was all too perfectly timed. She touched the inside of her pocket. The button was gone. The small scrap of wool cloth she'd found on the fence line was still there. But the button, her only tangible piece of evidence linking the stranger to the ranch, was missing. Jedediah must have somehow lifted it from her, perhaps during one of his close, menacing confrontations. Or maybe he'd sent Cole or Shorty to rifle through her meager belongings while she was working. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. She had lost her only leverage, her only proof that something else was going on. Now, it was just her word against Jedediah's, and her word counted for nothing here. Meanwhile, William stormed into the main house, bypassing the echoing emptiness of the main living area and heading straight for his father's study. He didn't knock. He threw the door open, finding Elias standing by the window, gazing out at the ranch yard where the last light was fading, his expression grimly satisfied. "Father!" William's voice was tight, vibrating with controlled rage. "You can't do this. You can't just lock her up based on Jedediah's word and a planted button." Elias turned slowly, his face hardening at his son's accusatory tone. "Planted? You have proof of that?" "Proof?" William scoffed, running a hand distractedly through his hair. The proof is in the timing, in Jedediah's obvious malice towards her, in the fact that this happens right after I show her the smallest amount of basic decency. He found that button, Father. I'd stake my life on it. He didn't just happen upon it. Jedediah is my foreman, Elias stated coldly, his voice leaving no room for argument. He found evidence connecting the accused to the scene of a theft, a significant theft. This isn't about a few missing sacks of feed anymore. It's about a valuable heirloom, a symbol of this family, this ranch. It's about prejudice. William shot back, abandoning caution. It's about Jedediah needing a scapegoat, maybe to cover his own incompetence, or maybe something worse. Did you see her face? She knows nothing about that bridal. She's terrified. Or she's guilty and terrified of being caught, Elias countered, his eyes narrowing. You let your misplaced sympathies cloud your judgment, William. I warned you. Her background, her association, her background. William stepped closer, lowering his voice, his intensity almost frightening. Her background involves surviving hardship, working harder than any three of Jedediah's cronies put together, and enduring constant suspicion because of where she was born. Is that the crime here? And what association? My speaking two civil words to her? Is that forbidden now? Your interest in her is inappropriate and blinding, Elias snapped, his own temper flaring. Jedediah suspects more than just civil words passed between you down by that creek. He suspects you're protecting her, covering for her. That's ridiculous. William felt a flush rise to his neck. Jedediah was twisting everything, poisoning his father's mind not just against Isabella, but against him too. I'm protecting the principle of fairness, something Jedediah wouldn't recognize if it bit him. Enough! Elias slammed his hand down on the desk, the sound echoing in the tense room. My decision is made. The girl remains locked up until morning. Then I will decide her fate. And your fate, William, is to accept my decision and demonstrate the loyalty you profess. You will not interfere. You will not question my authority or my foreman's actions again. Is that understood? The ultimatum hung in the air, heavy and absolute. Accept injustice, condone prejudice, stand by while an innocent young woman was potentially condemned based on lies and planted evidence, all in the name of loyalty and obedience, or defy his father, the man who held all the power, the man whose approval he had sought, consciously or unconsciously, his entire life, and face the consequences, disinheritance, ostracization, the complete rupture of their relationship. William looked at his father's unyielding face, the stern lines etched deeper by anger and disappointment. He saw the certainty, the absolute conviction of his own righteousness. Arguing further was useless. Pleading was pointless. Elias Thompson had drawn his line not in dust, but in stone. A profound sense of disillusionment washed over William, colder and more final than his anger. This wasn't just about Isabella anymore. It was about the kind of man he wanted to be. Was he his father's son, bound to perpetuate a cycle of prejudice and unquestioning obedience to flawed authority? Or was he someone else, someone willing to stand for what was right, even at great personal cost? He thought of Isabella, locked in the darkness of the smokehouse, alone and terrified. He remembered her quiet dignity, her resilience, the flicker of hope in her eyes when he'd shown her the smallest kindness. He remembered the tracks by the windmill, the button she'd found, the feeling that something dangerous lurked just beneath the surface of ranch life. To abandon her now felt like abandoning a fundamental part of himself, a betrayal far deeper than defying his father's orders. The choice, stark and terrifying, crystallized in his mind. It wasn't even a choice, not really. It was a necessity, an imperative, rising from the deepest core of his being. He met his father's gaze, his own expression suddenly calm, resolute. The anger had burned away, leaving behind a cold, hard certainty. "No, father," William said, his voice quiet but firm, devoid of heat, carrying an unexpected weight. "It's not understood, because it's wrong." Elias stared at him, momentarily stunned, speechless by the quiet, absolute defiance so different from his son's earlier outburst. "What did you say?" Elias whispered, disbelief warring with fury. "I said it's wrong," William repeated, holding his father's gaze. "Locking up an innocent person based on lies is wrong. Allowing prejudice to dictate justice is wrong. Trusting a man like Jedediah over common decency is wrong." He took a deep breath. "And I won't be a part of it." He didn't wait for his father's explosion. He turned sharply, decisively, and walked out of the study, closing the door quietly but firmly behind him, leaving Elias Thompson standing alone in the shocked silence. The foundations of his authority suddenly, irrevocably shaken. William strode through the quiet house, his mind racing, formulating a plan. He couldn't storm the smokehouse. Jedediah and his men would be watching, expecting trouble. He couldn't overpower them physically. He needed stealth, cunning, and perhaps an unlikely ally. He slipped out the back door of the main house, avoiding the front yard, and circled around towards the stables under the cover of the deepening twilight. The ranch was settling down for the night, lights glowing yellow in the bunkhouse windows, the sounds of distant, subdued conversation drifting on the air. He moved quickly, silently, sticking to the shadows. He found who he was looking for, near the small cabin behind the main kitchen. Maria, the housekeeper. She was sitting on her small porch, enjoying the relative coolness of the evening, her hands busy with some mending. She looked up surprised as he approached out of the gloom. "Willie?" she asked, concern creasing her brow. "What is it? I heard the shouting, about the bridal, about Isabella." William knelt beside her chair, keeping his voice low, urgent. "Maria, listen to me. Isabella is innocent. Jedediah framed her. He planted that button." Maria's eyes widened, but she didn't look entirely shocked. She nodded slowly. "I suspected," she murmured. "Jedediah, he has a darkness in him. And this stranger who was here, I did not like his eyes." "The stranger?" William seized on her word. "You saw him clearly?" Sigh. "He came to the kitchen door asking for the foreman, cold eyes like a snake." She shuddered slightly. "He looked familiar somehow, like men I knew back in San Antonio, men involved in trouble across the border." It confirmed William's suspicions, strengthened his resolve. "Maria, I need your help. Isabella is locked in the smokehouse. My father plans to deal with her in the morning. I fear what Jedediah might persuade him to do. I have to get her out of there. Tonight." Maria looked torn, glancing nervously towards the main house, then back at William's desperate face. Helping him defied Elias, her employer of 20 years, but her inherent sense of justice, her quiet empathy for Isabella, warred with her ingrained caution. "It is dangerous, Willie," she whispered. "Jedediah will be watching your father." "I know," William said grimly, "but I can't leave her there. Will you help me? I need a diversion. Something to draw Jedediah and his men away from the smokehouse just for a few minutes." Maria hesitated for a long moment, her gaze searching his face, seeing the unwavering determination there, the reflection of the boy she had helped raise, now making a man's dangerous choice. Finally, she gave a slow, firm nod. There is leftover grease by the smokehouse wall from the last time they butchered, she said quietly. A stray spark, a small fire. It would cause alarm, draw attention away. She met his eyes. Be careful, Willie. Be very careful. Thank you, Maria. William breathed, squeezing her hand briefly. I owe you. He slipped back into the shadows, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and fierce determination. He had made his choice. He had defied his father, broken the chains of expectation, and committed himself to a course fraught with peril. Now, under the cloak of darkness, armed with nothing but conviction and a desperate plan, he moved towards the smokehouse, towards Isabella, ready to face the consequences, whatever they might be. The fate of the ranch, his own future, and Isabella's life now rested on the success of a dangerous gamble played out in the shadows. Chapter 14. A letter marked with tears. The darkness inside the smokehouse was absolute, a thick, tangible entity that pressed in from all sides, stealing breath and blurring the edges of reality. Isabella sat huddled on the packed earth floor, the initial wave of panic having subsided into a cold, gnawing dread. Time lost all meaning. Was it hours or minutes since Jedediah had slammed the heavy door, sealing her fate? The silence was broken only by the frantic thumping of her own heart and the faint, dry rustle of unseen creatures, mice perhaps, or insects sharing her prison. She ran her hands over the rough floor, searching blindly for anything, a loose stone, a sharp edge, some impossible tool for escape, but found only smooth, hard-packed earth and the fine grit of accumulated dust. Trapped, utterly trapped. The weight of the false accusations pressed down on her heavier than the smokehouse roof. The silver inlaid bridle, a treasured heirloom of the Thompson family, the sheer audacity of using such a significant item to frame. Her spoke of Jedediah's confidence, his certainty that his word, backed by prejudice, would prevail. And the button, her button, wielded against her as the final, damning proof. How had he known? How had he obtained it? The question circled endlessly, unanswered, terrifying. Her thoughts inevitably turned to William. She replayed his furious defense, his challenge to his father, his desperate plea for fairness. It had been fierce, brave, ultimately futile against the stone wall of Elias Thompson's conviction and Jedediah's insidious influence. He had tried. A small, fragile warmth spread through the chill of her fear. He had tried, even knowing the cost, even facing his father's wrath, but he had been overruled, forced to walk away, leaving her to face the consequences alone. She didn't blame him. What else could he have done? He was trapped too, in his own way, by loyalty, duty, and the immense weight of his father's expectations. Associating with her, defending her, had already put him at odds with his family. Further defiance could mean ruin. She wondered what awaited her in the morning. Elias Thompson's cold justice. Would it be exile? The whip? Or would Jedediah, perhaps whispering poison about her connection to the stranger, convince Elias that she was a danger best silenced permanently? The memory of her father's fate, the swift brutality of unchecked power made her tremble. Survive. Her mother's last words echoed in the oppressive darkness, a desperate mantra against the rising tide of despair. But how? Suddenly, a faint scratching sound outside the door broke the heavy silence. Isabella froze, her heart leaping into her throat. Jedediah come back to taunt her, or worse? She pressed herself back against the rough wall, holding her breath, straining to hear. The scratching stopped, replaced by a low, urgent whisper. Isabella? William's voice, unmistakable. Relief washed over her, so potent it left her weak, followed immediately by a surge of alarm. What was he doing? Defying his father, risking discovery? Senor William? She whispered back, her voice trembling, pressing her face close to the crack between the door and the frame. You shouldn't be here. Your father at Jedediah. Quiet, he hissed back urgently. There's no time. Listen, Maria is creating a diversion. A small fire near the bunkhouse. It should draw Jedediah and the others away for a few minutes. I'm going to try and lift this bar. Isabella heard a faint scraping sound, then a muffled grunt of effort. The heavy wooden bar securing the door from the outside was thick, heavy. Could he move it alone? Silently? Doubt warred with desperate hope. It's too risky, she whispered frantically. If they catch you. Leaving you here is riskier, he replied, his voice tight with strain. There was another grunt, a louder scrape of wood against wood. Almost got it. Then from the direction of the bunkhouse came the sudden sound of shouting. Fire! Hey, there's fire over here! Footsteps pounded across the yard, voices raised in alarm. Maria's diversion. Now! William grunted, and Isabella heard the distinct, heavy thud of the wooden bar being lifted clear of its brackets. A moment later, the heavy door creaked open a few inches, letting in a sliver of moonlit, smoke-tinged air and the silhouette of William's face taut with urgency. Come on, he urged, pulling the door open wider. Quickly, we don't have much time. Isabella scrambled to her feet, her limbs stiff, her eyes struggling to adjust to the sudden light, however dim. She stumbled out of the smokehouse, instinctively grabbing William's outstretched hand. His grip was strong, steady, anchoring her in the swirling chaos of the moment. Where are we going? She whispered, glancing nervously towards the flickering orange glow and commotion near the bunkhouse. Figures were running back and forth, shouting instructions. Jedediah's distinctive bellow could be heard directing efforts to douse the small blaze. Away from here, William said grimly, pulling her into the deeper shadows behind the smokehouse. Jedediah framed you. My father won't listen to reason. Staying here means, well, it doesn't bear thinking about. You need to disappear. Disappear? The word echoed the path she had taken years ago, fleeing her ruined home. Run again. Where? But where can I go? I have a horse saddle, hidden down by the South Creek near where we met, William explained quickly, his eyes scanning the darkness, constantly checking for any sign of approaching danger. There's some money in the saddlebags, enough to get you started somewhere far away, maybe San Antonio, or further west. Somewhere Jedediah's reach and my father's name mean nothing. He was sending her away. For her own safety, it was the logical choice, the only sensible path, yet the thought of leaving, of running again, felt like another kind of defeat, another severing, and leaving him, leaving the one person who believed her, who had risked everything to free her. The thought caused a sharp, unexpected pang in her chest. And you, senor? She asked, searching his face in the dim light. What will happen to you when they discover I'm gone? Your father. A grim shadow crossed William's features. I'll deal with my father, he said tersely. He'll be furious, might even suspect my involvement, but he won't have proof. Jedediah will likely claim you had help, maybe from that stranger, strengthening his own position. It will be difficult, but better than letting him condemn you. He met her eyes, his gaze intense. Your safety is the priority, Isabella. You need to ride hard. Don't stop until you're miles away, until you're safe. He was sacrificing his relationship with his father, risking his inheritance, his future, for her. The magnitude of his choice, his quiet courage, struck her deeply. He wasn't just the master's son, he was a man of principle, willing to stand against injustice even at immense personal cost. Gratitude, profound and overwhelming, swelled within her, mingling with a confusing swirl of other emotions, admiration, regret, and a burgeoning tenderness she dared not name. She started, wanting to thank him, wanting to say something, anything to acknowledge the depth of his sacrifice, but words failed her. He seemed to understand. He gave her hand a brief, reassuring squeeze before releasing it. We need to go, now, before they get that fire out and realize the prisoner is missing. He led her swiftly, silently, through the shadows, skirting the main buildings, moving south towards the creek. The sounds of the commotion near the bunkhouse faded behind them, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the soft sigh of the night wind. They moved quickly, William's knowledge of the terrain guiding them through the darkness. They reached the familiar cluster of cottonwoods and willows by the creek. Tethered in the deep shadows, almost invisible against the dense foliage, stood Diablo, saddled and ready, a small bundle tied behind the cantle. He's fast, reliable, William said, handing her the reins. He'll carry you far. He reached into the saddlebag and pulled out a small, heavy pouch. This should be enough. Be careful who you trust. Isabella took the reins, the leather warm and familiar in her hands. Diablo nickered softly, nudging her shoulder. Mounting the horse felt like stepping onto a precipice, the edge of an unknown future. Leaving meant safety, perhaps, but it also meant leaving behind the only person who had shown her true kindness, true belief in this harsh land. William, she began again, emotion choking her voice. He stepped closer, his face inches from hers in the intimate darkness beneath the trees. The air crackled with unspoken words, with the weight of their interrupted connection, the impossible circumstances forcing them apart. There's something else, he said, his voice low, urgent. He reached inside his own shirt and pulled out a folded piece of paper, pressing it into her hand. I found this tucked away in my father's desk drawer this evening while he was occupied. It fell out of an old ledger. I don't know what it means, but it felt important, connected somehow. Isabella unfolded the paper carefully, even in the dim moonlight, filtering through the leaves. She could see it was a letter, written in Spanish. The ink faded, the paper brittle with age. The handwriting was elegant, formal, but unfamiliar. She scanned the opening lines. Mi querido Elias, my dearest Elias. It spoke of shared ventures, of arrangements made concerning land and resources south of the border, of mutual acquaintances, including a name that leaped out at her, making her blood run cold. Don Rafael Castillo. It mentioned anticipated shipments, coded references to goods moving north, and cautioned prudence in dealing with less predictable elements, hinting perhaps at figures like Vargas. The letter wasn't signed with a full name, only an initial, R. Her mind reeled. A letter, years old judging by its condition, linking Elias Thompson directly to Don Rafael Castillo, the man responsible for her family's ruin. Shared ventures, shipments moving north. This wasn't just about prejudice or a simple framing. This hinted at a long-standing, possibly illicit connection between the powerful Texas rancher and the ruthless Mexican hacendado. Was the Bar T Ranch somehow entangled in the same web of corruption and exploitation that had destroyed her home? Was the stranger Vargas a link between them? Was Jedediah their man on the ground, silencing potential threats like her? The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Her presence here wasn't just inconvenient. It was potentially explosive if she ever made the connection, if she ever spoke of Castillo. Jedediah hadn't just framed her over a bridle. He was likely acting on orders, direct or indirect, stemming from this hidden alliance. "What is it?" William asked, seeing the horrified recognition on her face. "It's—" Isabella struggled for words, the implication staggering. "It connects your father to Castillo, the man who—" She couldn't finish the sentence, the grief and anger too raw. She refolded the letter, her hands trembling. "This is dangerous, William. Far more dangerous than you know, not just for me, for you too, if your father is involved with men like Castillo." William's face paled in the moonlight as he absorbed the weight of her words, the possible meaning of the letter he had casually discovered. The goods moving north, the need for prudence. It painted a chilling picture. "You need to keep this," Isabella said urgently, trying to press the letter back into his hand. "It's proof. Maybe you can use it." "No," William refused, closing her fingers gently around the brittle paper. "You keep it. It's your history, your truth. Maybe someday it can help bring justice for you, for your father." He looked at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of resolve and deep regret. "But not now. Now you need to ride. You need to survive." He took a step back, putting distance between them again, the urgency returning. "Go, Isabella. Now, before Jedediah realizes you're gone for good." She clutched the letter, the fragile paper feeling immensely heavy, a tangible link to her past, a potential key to the future, and a terrible burden. She looked at William, standing resolute in the shadows, having risked everything for her, having unwittingly handed her a piece of the puzzle that could unravel his own family. Tears welled in her eyes, hot and stinging, blurring his image. One spilled over, tracing a path through the dust on her cheek, falling onto the folded letter in her hand, leaving a small, dark mark, a letter marked with tears. Without another word, knowing that any further delay endangered them both, she swung herself into Diablo's saddle. She gathered the reins, took one last look at William's face, trying to memorize it, etching the image of his quiet courage onto her heart. "Vaya con Dios, William Thompson," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. He simply nodded, his throat too tight for words, a profound sadness in his eyes. Isabella turned Diablo's head south, towards the open plains, towards the unknown future. She urged the horse forward, out of the sanctuary of the creek hollow, into the vast moonlit emptiness. She didn't look back. Looking back was a luxury she couldn't afford. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, the long road of exile. But behind her she left a man who had made a choice, a man who had drawn his own line, not in dust or stone, but in the bedrock of his conscience. And clutched in her hand, against her heart, she carried a fragile letter, marked with tears, holding the explosive secrets of two powerful families, and the faint, dangerous glimmer of future reckoning. Chapter 15. Riding Through the Night. The drumming hoofbeats of Diablo were a frantic counterpoint to the pounding of Isabella's own heart as she fled south, away from the Barty, away from the smokehouse prison, away from William. The vast Texas plains stretched before her, bathed in the eerie, deceptive glow of a high moon. the landscape rendered in stark shades of silver and black. Every shadow seemed to writhe with menace, every rustle in the dry grass sounded like pursuit. She urged Diablo onward, the powerful horse responding with effortless grace, eating up the miles, putting distance between her and the life that had almost swallowed her whole. She rode hard, initially fueled by sheer terror and adrenaline. The image of Jedediah's triumphant face, the heavy thud of the smokehouse bar, the cold finality in Elias Thompson's eyes, these spurred her on, pushing her past the point of exhaustion. She kept glancing over her shoulder, half expecting to see the dark shapes of riders silhouetted against the horizon. Jedediah and his cronies dispatched to hunt her down once her escape was discovered. But the plains remained empty, vast, indifferent. The only sounds were the wind whispering through the sparse vegetation, the rhythmic breathing of her horse, and the frantic pulse beating in her own ears. As the initial surge of panic began to subside, replaced by the bone-deep weariness of flight, her thoughts became a chaotic whirl. William. His face in the moonlight, his quiet intensity, the staggering risk he had taken for her. He had freed her, given her a chance, armed her with his horse, his money, and the explosive letter connecting his father to the architect of her family's destruction, Don Rafael Castillo. Why? Why risk so much for her, a nameless Mexican hand, an outsider? Was it pity? A sense of justice? Or something deeper, something mirrored in the conflicted tenderness she felt burgeoning within her own battered heart? The questions offered no easy answers, only adding another layer of complexity to her already precarious situation. She clutched the folded letter tucked securely inside her shirt, the brittle paper a physical weight against her skin. It felt like holding fire. Elias Thompson and Don Rafael Castillo, shared ventures, shipments moving north. It painted a picture so grim, so potentially vast in its implications, that her mind shied away from fully grasping it. Smuggling, weapons, land grabs that spanned the border. Whatever it was built on secrets, ruthlessness, and likely violence. And she, the daughter of Mateo, a man crushed by Castillo, now held a piece of incriminating evidence against Elias Thompson, delivered, ironically, by his own son. The irony was bitter. William, in his act of desperate kindness, might have armed her with the means to destroy his own father, his own family legacy. The thought filled her with a dizzying mix of potential power and profound unease. Could she ever use it? What would justice even look like? Exposing Elias might satisfy a craving for vengeance against the forces that had shattered her past. But it would inevitably destroy William, too. The one person who had shown her genuine decency, who had chosen conscience over blood. The moral tangle was inescapable, tightening around her like a noose. Diablo stumbled slightly, pulling her sharply back to the present. She murmured soothing words, stroking his dust-caked neck, realizing she'd been pushing him too hard, lost in her own turmoil. She slowed him to a walk, scanning the landscape, trying to get her bearings. The moon, though bright, offered few landmarks in this monotonous expanse of rolling grassland and scattered mesquite. William had pointed her south, toward San Antonio, but the trail was unmarked, the journey long and perilous. She had the money he'd given her, a small fortune compared to the pittance she earned as a hand, but money alone wouldn't guarantee safety. She was a woman, alone, riding a fine horse, a tempting target for outlaws, or perhaps even for men dispatched by Jedediah, or, more terrifyingly, by agents connected to Castillo or Thompson, should they suspect what she knew or carried. She needed to be smart, cautious, avoid main trails, travel by night as much as possible, conserve her resources and the horse's strength, find water sources away from settlements, trust no one. The lessons of her first flight north returned with force, the hard-won instincts of survival kicking in. She found a shallow, sheltered arroyo near dawn, screened by a thicket of thorny brush. Dismounting stiffly, her muscles screaming from the unaccustomed hours in the saddle, she led Diablo down the sandy bank to where a trickle of murky water pooled. While the horse drank gratefully, she splashed the gritty water on her own face, trying to rinse away the dust and exhaustion. She checked the small bundle William had tied behind the saddle. Inside were a few strips of dried jerky, a small sack of hardtack biscuits, a spare canteen, and, wrapped carefully in oilcloth, a small, functional-looking revolver and a box of cartridges. Her breath caught. William had armed her, not just with a horse and money, but with a means of defense. The weight of the revolver felt alien, but strangely comforting in her hand. Her father had taught her the basics of shooting years ago, defending their small plot against predators, both animal and human. She checked the cylinder loaded. William had thought of everything, anticipated the dangers she would face, equipped her not just for flight, but for a fight if necessary. The quiet thoroughness of his care, the depth of his foresight, touched her more profoundly than any spoken words could have. He wasn't just sending her away. He was trying to give her a fighting chance. As the first hint of color touched the eastern sky, painting the clouds in delicate shades of pink and gold, Isabella forced herself to eat some of the dry jerky and biscuits, washing it down with lukewarm water from the canteen. She needed strength. She found a spot deep within the brush, hidden from view, and tethered Diablo nearby where he could graze on sparse clumps of grass. Sleep felt impossible, her mind still racing, her senses on high alert, but exhaustion eventually claimed her. She drifted into a shallow, uneasy doze, curled up on the hard ground, the loaded revolver resting beside her, the letter a constant pressure against her heart. Her dreams were fragmented, chaotic flashes of William's face, Jedediah's sneer, the glint of silver bridle, the suffocating darkness of the smokehouse, the flames consuming her childhood home. She woke with a start hours later, the sun high and hot overhead, the arroyo offering minimal shade. Every muscle ached. Her mouth felt like sand. She gave Diablo more water, checked his legs carefully, thankfully. The slight favoring William had noticed seemed to have eased, and allowed herself only a small sip from the canteen. Water was precious. She didn't know when she'd find the next reliable source. She stayed hidden throughout the brutal heat of the day, venturing out only briefly to scan the horizon. Nothing. Just the shimmering heat haze and the vast empty plains. Was the lack of pursuit a good sign? Or did it mean Jedediah and Elias were confident she wouldn't get far, that the wilderness itself would claim her? Or perhaps they were focused on the internal fallout back at the bar T, on William's defiance, content to let her vanish, believing her silenced by exile. She couldn't know. The uncertainty was another form of torture. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, she prepared to ride again, saddling Diablo, checking the revolver again, securing the precious letter. These small rituals felt grounding, necessary assertions of control in a situation where she felt utterly powerless. Before mounting, she paused, looking back north, towards the distant, unseen ranch. What was happening there? Had William faced his father's full wrath, Had Maria suffered for her part in the diversion? Guilt gnawed at her. Her freedom had come at a cost to others, potentially a steep one. Yet what choice did she have? What choice did they have? They had acted out of conscience, out of kindness, acts that shone like stars in the oppressive darkness of the bar tea. She could only honor their sacrifice by surviving, by reaching safety, by holding on to the truth the letter represented, however burdensome it might be. She mounted Diablo, the horse sensing her resolve, standing steady beneath her. She turned him south again, letting him pick his way carefully through the twilight landscape. The night ride felt different from the frantic flight of the previous night. The terror had eased, replaced by a grim determination, a weary resilience. She was no longer just fleeing, she was moving towards something, though she didn't know what. A new life, safety, or perhaps eventually a reckoning. The stars emerged, bright and indifferent in the vast dark sky. They were the same stars that had looked down on her brief, interrupted dance with William. The memory brought a fresh pang, a bittersweet ache. Under these same stars, he was facing his own battle back at the ranch, a battle fought for her. The thought strengthened her resolve. She would ride through this night and the next, and however many it took. She would endure, she would survive. For herself, for her mother's memory, and for the man who had chosen conscience over conformity, lighting a path for her through the darkest night. With the letter against her heart and the revolver heavy at her side, Isabella rode on, a solitary figure moving through the immense, starlit wilderness, carrying the weight of the past and the uncertain promise of the future in her weary hands. The silence of the plains wrapped around her, no longer just menacing, but also holding a measure of peace. The peace of forward motion, of putting one hoof in front of the other, riding towards an unknown dawn. Chapter 16. Shelter in the Storm. 3 days. 3 nights of relentless riding, pushing south under the vast, indifferent sky, the landscape gradually shifting from the flat, open plains of the Bar T to a more broken, arid country, cut by deep arroyos and dotted with sparse, thorny vegetation. Isabella moved like a phantom, traveling mainly under the cloak of darkness, resting during the brutal heat of the day in whatever meager shade she could find a rocky overhang, a dense thicket of mesquite, a dry wash screened by drooping salt cedars. Diablo, thankfully, proved as resilient and sure-footed as William had promised, his stamina seemingly endless, though Isabella rationed their water and grazing carefully, acutely aware of their dwindling supplies and the miles still stretching before them. Exhaustion was a constant companion now, a heavy weight settling deep in her bones, blurring the edges of her thoughts. Her body ached from the long hours in the saddle. Her hands were raw from gripping the reins, and her spirit felt frayed, stretched thin by constant vigilance and gnawing uncertainty. She scanned the horizon endlessly, searching for pursuit that never seemed to materialize. Yet the fear remained, a cold knot in her stomach. Was Jedediah's reach longer than she knew? Were agents of Castillo or Thompson already alerted, searching for the girl who carried dangerous knowledge? Or was the emptiness itself the greatest threat, the vast, unforgiving wilderness waiting to claim her? The money pouch William had given her felt heavy against her thigh, a reminder of his sacrifice yet useless out here. The revolver, tucked securely at her side, offered a measure of comfort, but she prayed she wouldn't have to use it. Violence begets violence, her mother used to say, a truth Isabella understood all too well. The letter, folded and refolded, remained hidden inside her shirt, a constant, burning pressure against her skin. She hadn't dared look at it again since that first horrified reading by the creek. Its contents felt too volatile, too dangerous to examine under the open sky, yet its implications shadowed her every thought. Elias Thompson, William's father, entangled with Don Rafael Castillo. It reframed everything, turning her personal tragedy into a small piece of a potentially vast, cross-border conspiracy built on greed and ruthlessness. And William? Was he aware, even subconsciously, of the darkness underpinning his family's legacy, or was he as much a victim of his father's secrets as she was? On the fourth day, the sky began to change. The relentless blue faded, replaced by a bruised yellowish-gray pallor spreading from the west. The air grew heavy, unnaturally still, mirroring the oppressive stillness Isabella had felt just before the dust storm back at the ranch. A familiar sense of unease prickled her skin. Animals seemed to sense it too. Birds flew low and erratically, and prairie dogs stayed close to their burrows. The wind began to pick up, not the steady sigh of the plains, but sharp, unpredictable gusts that whipped dust into her eyes and carried the distant rumble of thunder. Within an hour, the storm was upon them. Not dust this time, but a ferocious electrical storm, the kind that could turn the arid landscape into a death trap. Lightning cracked across the darkening sky, illuminating the stark terrain in brief, terrifying flashes, followed instantly by deafening claps of thunder that seemed to shake the very ground beneath Diablo's hooves. Rain began to fall, not gently, but in thick, driving sheets, instantly turning the dry earth into slick mud and sending torrents of water rushing down the arroyos. Isabella knew she couldn't stay out in the open. The risk of lightning strikes was too great, and the rapidly filling washes could become raging floods, trapping or drowning them. She urged Diablo forward, searching desperately for shelter, squinting against the blinding rain, the wind tearing at her hat and clothes. The world dissolved into a roaring chaos of wind, water, and flashing light. Through the deluge, she spotted it, a dark, low shape huddled against the base of a rocky bluff, a structure, perhaps an old line shack abandoned by some long-gone rancher, or a prospector's forgotten hovel. It was their only chance. Praying the roof hadn't entirely collapsed, she guided Diablo towards it, the horse slipping and sliding on the muddy ground, clearly unnerved by the storm's fury. The shack was small, dilapidated, built of rough-hewn logs, chinked with mud that was now dissolving and running in muddy rivulets down the walls. Part of the roof sagged precariously, but a section near the back wall seemed relatively intact. The door hung open, askew on broken leather hinges. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. Dismounting quickly, she led Diablo inside, pulling the reluctant horse into the relative dryness. The interior was cramped, dark, and smelled strongly of damp earth, decay, and something else, something metallic and vaguely unpleasant. Rainwater dripped steadily from several places in the roof, forming puddles on the dirt floor. Old sacks lay rotting in one corner, and rusted, unrecognizable tools leaned against the wall. It was utterly desolate, yet offered blessed relief from the roaring tempest outside. She tethered Diablo loosely, allowing him room to shift nervously, murmuring soothing words as another crash of thunder shook the small structure. As her eyes adjusted to the gloom, she saw him. Huddled in the driest corner, barely visible against the shadowy wall, was a figure. A man lying curled on his side, covered partially by a filthy, threadbare blanket. Isabella froze, her hand instinctively going to the revolver at her side. Every nerve ending screamed alarm. She wasn't alone. Was he sheltering from the storm, too? Or was this his dwelling? Was he dangerous? The metallic smell she'd noticed seemed stronger now, emanating from his direction. She drew the revolver slowly, quietly, the click of the hammer being pulled back, sounding unnaturally loud in the small space. "Hello?" she called out, her voice tight, barely audible above the drumming rain and howling wind. "Who's there?" The figure stirred, moaning softly, a low, guttural sound of pain. He didn't sit up, didn't acknowledge her presence directly. Isabella edged closer, her weapon held ready, peering through the gloom. The man was dressed in rough range clothes, torn and stained dark in several places. His face, turned partially towards her, was pale and clammy, etched with lines of suffering. He looked like a cowboy or maybe a prospector down on his luck, but it was the dark, spreading stain on his side, visible where the blanket had slipped, that commanded her attention. Blood, he was injured, badly, by the looks of it. Her caution warred instantly with a wave of instinctive compassion. He was hurt, possibly dying, alone in this deserted shack in the middle of a raging storm. Could she leave him? The memory of William's kindness, his risk for her, flashed in her mind. But trusting strangers was dangerous. He could be faking. He could be an outlaw waiting to lure a rescuer into a trap. "Are you all right?" she asked hesitantly, keeping her distance, the revolver still aimed loosely in his direction. The man's eyes fluttered open. They were clouded with pain and fever, unfocused. He blinked, trying to make her out in the dim light. "Water!" he rasped, his voice weak, cracked. "So thirsty?" Isabella hesitated for only a moment longer. The raw desperation in his voice, the visible evidence of his injury, tipped the balance. Lowering the revolver slightly, though keeping it firmly in her grip, she unslung her canteen. She knelt cautiously beside him, holding the canteen to his cracked lips. He drank greedily, water spilling down his chin onto the filthy blanket. Who shot you?" she asked quietly, glancing towards the door, wondering if his attackers were nearby, perhaps waiting out the storm themselves. The man coughed, a racking sound that seemed to tear through him. He closed his eyes again, shivering despite the oppressive humidity inside the shack. "Ambush," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, drifting in and out of coherence. "By the crossing, damn claim jumpers, or maybe Jedediah's men." Isabella's blood ran cold. Jedediah's men here? Miles south of the Bar T, or was the man delirious, confusing names? "Jedediah Stone?" she pressed gently. "From the Bar T ranch?" The man's eyes flickered open again, a spark of recognition or perhaps just feverish rambling lighting them briefly. "Stone? Yeah. Hard man. Works for the big boss. Thompson." He grimaced in pain. Said, "Keep mouth shut about the shipments. South of the border. Silver. Or guns, maybe." His voice trailed off into a low moan. Silver. Guns. Shipments south of the border, linked to Thompson, enforced by Jedediah Stone. It confirmed the horrifying implications of the letter clutched inside her shirt. This wasn't just about land or cattle. It was about organized cross-border crime, potentially involving weapons smuggling, with Elias Thompson at its heart, using men like Jedediah as enforcers. And this injured man, likely one of the low-level operatives, had perhaps been silenced for knowing too much, or for trying to take a larger cut. The stranger's breathing grew shallow, ragged. He was fading fast. Isabella knew she should leave him. get away while the storm still provided cover. Associating with him, even tending to him, was incredibly dangerous. If Jedediah's men were indeed nearby, they might return to finish the job, finding her there. Yet, leaving him to die alone felt impossible. It felt like abandoning a part of herself, the part that still believed in compassion, despite the world's cruelty. Making a decision? She holstered the revolver, though kept it within easy reach. She gently pulled back the blood-soaked blanket. The wound in his side was ugly, ragged, likely a gunshot. It needed cleaning, binding, something to stop the bleeding, though she suspected the damage was too severe for her meager skills. Using precious water from her canteen and tearing strips from her own spare chemise, her only other garment, she carefully cleaned the wound as best she could in the dim light, her stomach churning at the sight and smell of it. The man was barely conscious now, occasionally muttering incoherent phrases about dusty trails, betrayed partners, and figures lurking in shadows. As she worked, binding the makeshift bandage tightly around his torso, she felt a profound sense of despair, mixed with grim resolve. The world felt suddenly smaller, darker, the web of deceit and violence stretching further than she had imagined. Reaching from Don Rafael Castillo's opulent hacienda all the way to this desolate Texas shack, she was caught in it. A tiny fly struggling against powerful invisible threads. William, too, was caught, perhaps unknowingly tangled in his father's dark secrets. The storm began to subside outside, the relentless drumming of rain lessening, the thunder rumbling further away. Patches of lighter gray appeared through the gaps in the roof. The immediate danger from the elements was passing, but the human danger felt more present, more threatening than ever. The injured man stirred again, his eyes focusing on her face with surprising clarity for a brief moment. "You gotta watch out," he wheezed, grabbing weakly at her arm. "They know about the girl, the one who escaped Thompson once." Silence. His eyes rolled back and his grip loosened, his breathing becoming a faint, shallow rattle. Isabella stared at him, frozen with horror. They know about the girl who escaped. Thompson wants silence. It wasn't just Jedediah acting on prejudice. Elias Thompson himself knew she was a potential threat, knew her connection to the past, and wanted her silenced. Her escape wasn't the end. It was merely the beginning of a hunt. Just then, Diablo shifted nervously. His ears pricked, pointed towards the shack door. Isabella strained her ears, listening over the dying storm and the injured man's faint breathing. Faintly, carried on the wind, she heard it. Hoofbeats, several horses moving cautiously, approaching the bluff. Jedediah's men, come back to finish the job, or Thompson's men hunting her? She grabbed her revolver, her heart pounding like a drum against her ribs. The fragile shelter had become a trap. The storm outside was ending, but the storm within the storm of violence, secrets, and pursuit was just beginning to break. She looked from the dying man at her feet to the doorway, listening to the approaching hoofbeats, trapped between a past that refused to stay buried and a future that seemed determined to hunt her down. Chapter 17. Barbed Wire and Broken Promises. The hoofbeats drew closer, slow, deliberate, splashing through the mud left by the receding storm. Isabella flattened herself against the damp, rough-hewn wall of the shack, hidden in the deepest shadows beside the injured man, the revolver held steady in her trembling hand. Diablo shifted restlessly behind her, his animal senses clearly registering the approaching danger. Through a crack in the dilapidated wall, she could see them now, 3 riders, emerging from the mist-shrouded landscape near the base of the bluff. They weren't wearing the familiar range clothes of the bar tea hands. These men were harder, dressed in darker, more functional gear, their faces obscured by low-brimmed hats, their movements economical, purposeful. They carried rifles resting easily across their saddles. These weren't claim jumpers, these weren't ordinary outlaws. They moved with the quiet confidence of professionals, hunters closing in on their prey, Jedediah's men, or Thompson's direct agents. The distinction hardly mattered. Their intent felt palpable, lethal. They stopped a short distance from the shack, surveying the area, their eyes missing nothing. One pointed towards Diablo, tethered just inside the doorway, partially visible. A low murmur of conversation passed between them, too faint for Isabella to decipher, over the dripping water and the injured man's ragged breathing. They knew someone was inside. They knew the horse didn't belong to the man they'd likely ambushed earlier. Isabella's mind raced. Fight? Flee? Fighting seemed suicidal, 3 armed men against her, trapped in this flimsy structure. Fleeing was impossible. They were blocking the only exit, and Diablo couldn't outrun rifle fire across the open, muddy ground. She was cornered, utterly exposed. The injured man beside her let out a low groan, his body convulsing slightly. One of the riders outside dismounted, drawing his rifle, and began walking cautiously towards the shack door, his companions covering him, their own weapons raised. Isabella pressed herself further back into the shadows, desperately searching for any advantage, any possible escape route. There was none. The back wall was solid rock bluff. The side walls were crumbling log, offering no egress, only the open doorway, now filled with the approaching threat. The man reached the doorway, pausing, peering into the gloom. He couldn't see her immediately, hidden in the far corner. He saw the injured man on the floor, saw Diablo shifting nervously. He grunted something to his companions outside. Then the injured man spoke, his voice suddenly, startlingly clear, though weak. "Leave! Leave her be!" he gasped, trying to push himself up slightly. "She, just shelter." The man in the doorway stiffened, his attention snapping towards the source of the voice, towards the corner where Isabella hid. His eyes narrowed, adjusting to the dim light. He saw her then, saw the revolver in her hand, saw the defiant terror in her eyes. A cold, humorless smile touched his lips. "Well, well," he drawled, his voice rough, confirming Isabella's fear he wasn't a bar tea regular. "Looks like Martinez left witness, sloppy word." He raised his rifle, aiming it directly at Isabella. "Or maybe you're the one we were really looking for? The girl causing Thompson so much trouble?" Martinez. So that was the name of the injured man. And these men worked for Thompson, sent specifically to silence him. And now her. The confirmation was chilling, absolute. Elias Thompson wasn't just involved. He was actively eliminating loose ends using hired guns. Before the man could pull the trigger, Isabella reacted on pure instinct, the survival skills honed since childhood taking over. She fired the revolver. The explosion was deafening in the confined space, the recoil jarring her arm. She didn't aim to kill, just to distract, to deter. The bullet slammed into the doorframe near the man's head, sending splinters flying. He cursed, ducking back instinctively, firing his own rifle blindly into the shack. The shot went wide, thudding into the log wall near Diablo, making the horse rear in terror, straining against his tether. Outside, the other 2 riders opened fire, bullets ripping through the flimsy walls, splintering wood, whining dangerously close. Isabella dropped to the floor, shielding her head as debris rained down. Martinez groaned again, a final rattling sigh, and then lay still, caught in the crossfire, silence forever. Terror threatened to paralyze her, but the image of William's face, his sacrifice, fueled a desperate surge of defiance. She wouldn't die here, not like this. She risked a glance towards the doorway. The first man was cautiously peering in again, his rifle ready. His companions were spreading out, preparing to flank the shack. She had maybe seconds. An idea sparked, born of desperation. The rotten sacks in the corner, the lingering smell of damp decay. If she could create smoke. Confusion. She crawled quickly towards the corner, ignoring the incoming bullets, grabbed a handful of the dry, crumbling burlap, and fumbled for the small flint and steel she carried in her pocket, another essential tool her father had taught her to use. Her hands shook violently, making the simple task agonizingly difficult. Sparks flew, failed to catch. More bullets slammed into the wall. Finally, a spark caught the tender, dry burlap. A tiny flame flickered, then grew, catching onto the other rotting material. Smoke began to rise, thin and acrid at first, then thickening rapidly in the enclosed space. "She started a fire," one of the men outside yelled. "Trying to smoke us out or burn herself up." The smoke wasn't thick enough yet to provide real cover, but it added another layer of chaos. Isabella scrambled back towards Diablo, hacking at his tether with her father's utility knife. The horse, already terrified by the gunfire and the smell of smoke, fought her, pulling back, eyes rolling. "Easy, easy," she murmured, frantically, finally slicing through the rope just as the smoke began to billow, stinging her eyes, making her cough. The man in the doorway charged in, trying to get a clear shot before the smoke obscured everything. Isabella fired the revolver again, wildly this time, more to force him back than to hit him. He hesitated, momentarily blinded by the smoke, giving her the opening she needed. Holding Diablo's reins in a death grip, she flung herself onto the horse's back, landing awkwardly, clinging on by sheer will. "Vamos!" she screamed, kicking Diablo hard, urging him towards the doorway, towards the man silhouetted against the smoky light. Diablo, panicked and desperate to escape the confinement, the noise, the smoke, responded with explosive force. He lunged forward, crashing headlong into the gunman, sending him stumbling backward out of the doorway with a cry of pain and surprise. They burst out of the shack into the gray, rain-washed afternoon, directly into the line of fire of the other two riders. Bullets zipped past them. Isabella bent low over Diablo's neck, making herself as small a target as possible, trusting the horse's speed and instincts. Diablo veered sharply, dodging, slipping on the mud but keeping his footing, galloping flat out across the open ground, away from the bluff, away from the shack and the men who now scrambled to mount their own horses in pursuit. She didn't look back. She rode with the wind, the adrenaline singing in her veins, the sounds of pursuit shouts, hoof beats, the occasional crack of a rifle shot fired hopefully after her gradually fading behind them. She had escaped by sheer luck and desperate improvisation. But she knew it wasn't over. They knew who she was now. They knew she was alive. They knew she was the girl Thompson wanted silenced. The hunt would be relentless. She rode until Diablo began to falter, his sides heaving, his coat drenched in sweat and rain. She slowed him, finding another shallow wash, this one choked with debris from the flash flood, and allowed him to drink cautiously from a pool of muddy rainwater. Her own body trembled uncontrollably, the adrenaline fading, leaving behind a profound, bone-chilling exhaustion, and the sickening memory of the man dying in the shack, the acrid smell of smoke, the whine of bullets. She looked around the desolate landscape. Where could she go? South toward San Antonio still seemed the goal, but the open country felt too exposed now. She needed to find a place to hide, to rest, to think, before the hunters picked up her trail again. The terrain here was more broken, offering more potential hiding places, but also making travel slower, more difficult. As she let Diablo graze on some meager rain-washed vegetation, her hand brushed against the letter inside her shirt. Its presence felt different now. It wasn't just a link to the past, a burden of knowledge. It was leverage. Dangerous, volatile leverage. Elias Thompson wanted her silenced because of what she might know, what she might represent. But this letter, it proved his connection to Castillo, proved his involvement in shady dealings. Could it be used as a shield, a bargaining chip? The idea felt repellent, bargaining with men who had likely ordered her death, who had destroyed her family. Yet survival often demanded unsavory choices. She thought of William again. What would he do in her position? He had chosen conscience, risked everything for fairness. Could she do less? Using the letter for personal gain felt like a betrayal of his sacrifice, a betrayal of her own father's memory. But using it to expose Thompson, to bring down the whole corrupt edifice, regardless of the consequences for William, that felt like a terrifying, potentially self-destructive path. The conflict raged within her as she rode on through the late afternoon, seeking refuge before darkness fell completely. The land here was crisscrossed with old fences, remnants of failed ranches or disputed boundaries, the barbed wire rusted and sagging in places, treacherous in others. It reminded her of the bar T, of the lines drawn in the dust, the invisible barriers of prejudice and power. Barbed wire. It kept things in, kept things out, divided the land, scarred it. Just like the secrets and lies scarring the lives of everyone caught in Thompson's and Castillo's web. Near dusk, she found what looked like an abandoned homestead nestled in a small rocky canyon, a collapsed adobe structure, a broken corral, and crucially, a deep, stone-lined well that still held clean water. It felt secluded, defensible, at least for a short time. She watered Diablo, then herself, the cool well water, a blessing after the gritty rainwater. She gathered dried brush, risking a small, smokeless fire inside the ruins of the adobe, kneading its warmth against the damp chill that had followed the storm, kneading its small flicker of light against the encroaching darkness. As she huddled by the fire, chewing mechanically on the last of her jerky, the full weight of her situation descended. She was being hunted, carrying explosive secrets, armed with a revolver and a letter that could either save her or destroy everything. The promises implicit in William's act of rescue, the promise of safety, of a new start, felt broken, illusory. There was no running away from this. The shadows of the past had caught up, merging with the dangers of the present. The barbed wire fences crisscrossing this land felt like a metaphor for her own life, tangled and torn, caught between impossible choices. She looked at the revolver lying beside her, then felt the crinkle of the letter beneath her shirt. Shelter in the storm had proven temporary, dangerous. Now, hiding in these ruins, she had to make another choice. Continue fleeing, hoping to outrun the hunters indefinitely, or turn somehow, use the knowledge she possessed, fight back against the forces that sought to crush her. The latter seemed suicidal, yet the thought of spending the rest of her life looking over her shoulder, haunted by the past and the injustice she carried, felt like a different kind of death. The small fire flickered, casting dancing shadows on the crumbling adobe walls, illuminating the lines of exhaustion and grim determination on Isabella's face. The night closed in, silent and watchful. Her choice remained unmade, hanging heavy in the cool, damp air, sharp and dangerous as the rusted barbs on the broken fences surrounding her fragile sanctuary. The broken promises of escape lay shattered around her, replaced by the stark reality of the fight ahead. Chapter 18, The Price of Loyalty. Dawn broke over the Bar T Ranch not with the clear, hopeful light of a new day, but with the harsh, unforgiving glare of revelation. The small, grease-fueled fire near the bunkhouse had been quickly extinguished the night before, dismissed initially as carelessness, perhaps a stray spark from the cook fire igniting some debris. But as the first gray light touched the empty smokehouse, its heavy bar lying discarded on the dusty ground, the truth became brutally apparent. Isabella was gone, vanished. The prisoner had flown the cage. The discovery ripped through the fragile morning calm like a physical blow. Jedediah Stone, his face contorted with a mixture of fury and disbelief, roared the news across the yard, rousing the hands, his voice laced with venom. He stormed towards the main house, Cole and Shorty trailing eagerly in his wake, righteous indignation radiating from them. Inside the thick-walled silence of his study, Elias Thompson received the news from his foreman with a chilling stillness. His face, already stern from the previous night's confrontation with his son, hardened into granite. His eyes, cold and sharp, sought William, who stood stiffly by the fireplace, having been summoned moments earlier, bracing himself for the inevitable storm. The air crackled with unspoken accusation. "She's gone," Elias stated, his voice dangerously low, each word dropping like ice into the silence. The smokehouse bar was lifted. The fire last night, a diversion. His gaze pinned William to the spot. Quite a coincidence. William met his father's stare, his own expression carefully guarded, revealing nothing of the frantic escape he had orchestrated hours before, nor the gnawing anxiety about Isabella's safety that had kept him sleepless. "Perhaps she had help," William suggested coolly, deliberately echoing Jedediah's earlier insinuation, turning it back, maybe from whoever she was working with, whoever that stranger was Jedediah seemed so interested in. Jedediah, standing near the door, bristled visibly at the mention of the stranger, shooting William a look of pure hatred. "Don't try twisting this, Mr. William," the foreman snarled, forgetting his place in his fury. "Only one person on this ranch stupid enough or soft enough to help that thieving Mex girl escape. Only one person defied direct orders concerning her." His accusing finger pointed squarely at William. "That's enough, Jedediah," Elias snapped, silencing the foreman, though his eyes remained fixed on his son. The suspicion was clear, solidified. William's quiet defiance the night before, his passionate defense of Isabella, now looked like damning evidence of complicity. "I was in my room, Father," William lied calmly, maintaining eye contact, "as you well know, after our conversation." He wouldn't confess, wouldn't give them the satisfaction, wouldn't endanger Maria by admitting any part of the escape. Let them suspect. Suspicion wasn't proof. "Convenient," Elias murmured, the single word heavy with disbelief. He turned away, pacing the room, the controlled energy of his anger palpable. He stopped before Jedediah. "Find her." The order was absolute, cold as steel. "Take whoever you need. Track her down. I want her brought back, and I want to know who helped her. Understood? Yes, sir, Jedediah replied, a grim satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He glanced towards William again, a silent promise of retribution in his stare, before turning sharply and leaving the study, shouting orders across the yard before the door had even fully closed. The hunt was officially on. Silence descended once more in the study, heavier, more suffocating than before. Elias walked back to his desk but didn't sit. He stood behind it, his hands resting on the polished wood, his knuckles white. He looked at William not with the fiery anger of the previous night, but with a profound, chilling disappointment that felt far worse. You have chosen your path, William, Elias said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. You have chosen sentiment over sense, weakness over loyalty. You have potentially compromised the security of this ranch, aided a thief, and openly defied my authority. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. There are consequences for such choices. William braced himself. Disinheritance? Banishment from the ranch? What form would his father's retribution take? You will remain here, Elias continued, his voice implacable. You will carry out your duties overseeing the herds, managing the accounts, learning the business of running this ranch, but you will do so under supervision. He gestured towards the door. Cole and Shorty will be assigned as your assistants. They will accompany you wherever you go on ranch business, for your protection, of course, and to ensure efficiency. It was a gilded cage. He wasn't being cast out, but imprisoned by scrutiny. Cole and Shorty, Jedediah's most loyal, malicious cronies, would be his shadows, reporting his every move, his every word, back to the foreman and his father. It was a public humiliation, a constant reminder of his father's distrust, designed to isolate him further, to break his spirit through constant hostile surveillance. Furthermore, Elias added, his eyes like chips of ice, you will have no further contact, direct or indirect, with any matter concerning the escaped prisoner. Jedediah will handle it. Your focus will be solely on the profitable running of this ranch. Prove to me you can still be trusted with your inheritance, or prove to me I need to make other arrangements for the future of the Bar T. The price of loyalty to his conscience was starkly laid out. Suspicion, confinement by proxy, the threat of losing everything his family had built, everything he had been raised to inherit. He was being forced to stand by, powerless, while Jedediah hunted Isabella down, armed with the full authority of the ranch owner. Guilt and frustration warred within him. Had he done enough? Had sending her away truly given her a chance, or merely delayed the inevitable capture by men like Jedediah, or worse, the ruthless hunters she'd encountered? Is that all, Father? William asked, his voice tight, refusing to show the turmoil churning inside him. For now, Elias replied coldly. Go about your work, and do not disappoint me further. William turned and walked out of the study, the weight of his father's disappointment, Jedediah's malice, and Cole and Shorty's impending, sneering presence pressing down on him. The ranch yard was bustling with activity as Jedediah organized the tracking party, men checking horses, loading rifles, their faces grim or filled with a cruel eagerness. William averted his gaze, heading towards the stables to get his own horse, ignoring the curious or hostile glances that followed him. As he saddled Diablo, the horse felt different beneath his hands now, imbued with the memory of carrying Isabella towards an unknown freedom. Cole and Shorty swaggered over, their expressions smug. Ready for your assistance, Mr. William? Cole asked, his tone dripping with mock deference. Boss wants us to stick real close, Shorty added, spitting tobacco juice near William's boots. Make sure you don't get lost or distracted. William ignored them, tightening Diablo's cinch with unnecessary force. He swung into the saddle, deliberately avoiding their eyes. I'm checking the water tanks near the east pasture. Try to keep up. He urged Diablo forward, forcing them to scramble onto their own mounts, leaving them momentarily behind in his dust. The ride east was conducted in near silence, punctuated only by the occasional crude remark from Cole or Shorty, remarks William pointedly ignored. They rode flanking him, slightly behind, their presence a constant irritating reminder of his diminished status, his father's distrust. He focused on the horizon, on the familiar landscape, trying to project an air of indifference, but his mind was racing. He needed information. He needed to know if Jedediah's trackers picked up Isabella's trail, which direction they headed. He needed to gauge the real level of danger she was in. Were they just supposed to bring her back? Or did Jedediah, perhaps acting on instructions from the stranger, have darker orders? He thought of Maria, her bravery in creating the diversion. Was she safe? Had anyone connected her to the fire? He scanned the ranch buildings as they rode out, catching a glimpse of her carrying laundry near the main house, her movement seemingly normal, betraying nothing. A small measure of relief eased the tightness in his chest. At least she seemed safe, for now. He spent the day performing his assigned tasks with meticulous care, checking water levels, assessing grazing conditions, making notes in his tally book, all under the watchful, sneering eyes of his unwanted shadows. He offered them no conversation, no reaction to their goading, maintaining a stoic silence that seemed to frustrate them almost as much as open anger might have. Inside, however, he was a cauldron of conflicting emotions, worry for Isabella, fury at his confinement, frustration at his helplessness, and a hardening resolve not to be broken. He kept his ears open, listening for any scrap of information. He noticed which hands Jedediah had taken the hardest, most experienced trackers, but also the ones most loyal to the foreman, the ones least likely to question orders. He noted the direction they initially headed south, following the logical escape route. But would Isabella have stayed on that path? He hoped she was smart enough, wary enough, to have deviated, to have covered her tracks. During the midday meal, eaten under the shade of a lone cottonwood far from the main ranch, Cole couldn't resist needling him directly. Sure is quiet out here, Mr. William, he drawled, wiping grease from his mouth with the back of his hand. Not like down by the creek, eh? Reckon that little Mex kitten's running scared now. Won't get far, though. Jedediah'll find her. Always does. William's hand tightened on his canteen, the urge to smash it into Cole's smug face almost overwhelming. But he forced himself to remain calm, taking a slow sip of water. Reacting was what they wanted. My only concern, Cole, he said, his voice level, cold, is the condition of the herd and the state of these pastures, which is more than I can say for some of Jedediah's chosen hands. He stood up, deliberately cutting the conversation short. Water tanks won't check themselves. Let's move. He pushed himself and them relentlessly through the afternoon, working until the sun began to dip towards the western horizon, painting the sky in bruised colors. Returning to the ranch headquarters, saddle-weary and dust-caked, he saw that Jedediah's tracking party had not yet returned. Was that good news or bad? Did it mean they'd lost the trail, or that they were closing in? The uncertainty was agonizing. That evening, the tension in the main house was thick enough to cut with a knife. The supper table, usually a place for discussion of ranch business between father and son, was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive silence. Elias ate methodically, his face an unreadable mask, pointedly ignoring William. William picked at his food, his appetite gone, his thoughts consumed by Isabella's plight and his own constrained circumstances. Maria served them with her usual, quiet efficiency, but her eyes held a flicker of shared anxiety when they briefly met William's. She knew the stakes. After the meal, Elias retreated immediately to his study, closing the door firmly behind him. William was left alone in the large, echoing dining room, the remnants of the meal feeling like ashes in his mouth. He felt utterly isolated, trapped within the walls of his own home, estranged from his father, shadowed by his enemies, powerless to help the woman he had risked everything to free. He walked out onto the dark porch, needing air, needing space. Cole and Shorty were lurking nearby, pretending to check their gear by the bunkhouse, their presence a constant weight. He ignored them, gazing up at the vast, star-dusted sky. Somewhere out there, under these same indifferent stars, Isabella was running for her life. He had bought her time, given her a chance, but the price was steep, paid in broken trust, enforced isolation, and the constant, gnawing fear that it wouldn't be enough. Loyalty to his conscience had cost him his father's faith, his freedom of movement, and perhaps his future. Yet, as he looked out into the immense darkness, he didn't regret his choice. He only regretted his inability to do more. The price was high, but the cost of inaction, the cost of betraying his own sense of right and wrong, would have been infinitely higher. His resolve hardened under the cold starlight. He would endure this confinement, watch, wait, and find a way somehow to fight back against the shadows encroaching on the bar tea and on the woman who carried a piece of his conscience with her into the night. The question was, would he discover a path forward before Jedediah's hunt reached its grim conclusion? Chapter 19. Blood on the Prairie Grass. The ruins of the abandoned adobe homestead offered a fragile sanctuary, but Isabella knew it was temporary. Hiding wasn't a solution. It was merely a postponement. The hunters Thompson's men, ruthless and efficient, were out there searching, and the trail she'd left, however faint, would eventually lead them here. The memory of the dying man, Martinez, his whispered warning. They know about the girl who escaped. Thompson wants silence, echoed constantly in her ears, erasing any lingering hope of simply disappearing into the vastness of the territory. Elias Thompson wasn't just trying to retrieve a suspected thief. He was actively hunting down a witness, someone who, through sheer proximity and perhaps family history, posed a threat to his hidden, illicit empire. She spent a tense, watchful day huddled within the crumbling walls, venturing out only briefly to water Diablo at the well and scan the surrounding canyon and ridges. The solitude was absolute, broken only by the cry of a hawk overhead or the scuttling of lizards across the sun-baked rocks. It gave her too much time to think, to dwell on the impossible situation she found herself in. The letter, tucked beneath her shirt, felt like a physical brand, marking her. Using it felt like betraying William, the only person who had shown her true decency. Not using it felt like passively accepting her own destruction and allowing men like Thompson and Castillo to continue their reign of corruption unchallenged. As dusk began to bleed across the sky, softening the harsh lines of the canyon, she knew she couldn't stay another night. Jedediah's trackers, or Thompson's hired guns, would likely cast a wider net, checking old line shacks, abandoned homesteads, reliable water sources like the well here. She had to move, push further south, but where? San Antonio felt impossibly far, a beacon in the distance requiring passage through potentially hostile territory. She considered her options, limited as they were. She could try to find work on another, smaller ranch further south, hoping to blend in, disappear under a new name. But the risk of recognition, the fear of Jedediah's long reach or Thompson's network, made that feel unsafe. Or she could use the letter, not for personal gain, not for vengeance, but perhaps strategically. Could she find someone, some authority figure untouched by Thompson's influence, a marshal in a distant town, perhaps even federal agents, if the smuggling involved crossing borders, who might listen, who might investigate? It was a long shot, fraught with danger. Presenting such an accusation against a powerful man like Elias Thompson could easily backfire, painting her as a disgruntled, lying employee, or worse, marking her for swifter, more certain elimination. Yet, the alternative endless flight, constantly looking over her shoulder, felt increasingly untenable. The encounter at the storm-swept shack had proven that Thompson's agents were active, ruthless. They wouldn't give up easily. Perhaps confronting the danger, armed with the truth, however perilous, was the only path left that didn't lead to despair or capture. Her father's face swam in her memory, not his face in anger, but the quiet pride in his eyes when he spoke of standing up for what was right, even against overwhelming odds. Dignity, mihija, he used to say, is something they cannot take unless you give it away. Hiding, running forever, felt like giving it away. Resolve hardened within her. She wouldn't run blindly anymore. She would head south, cautiously, gathering her strength, and try to find a way to use the knowledge she possessed, not just to save herself, but perhaps to expose the darkness that stretched from Texas deep into her homeland. William's sacrifice demanded nothing less. Her father's memory demanded it. Her own survival depended on it. She checked the revolver one last time, ensuring it was loaded, readily accessible. She drank deeply from the well, refilled her canteen. She saddled Diablo, murmuring words of encouragement to the sturdy horse, her lifeline in this desolate landscape. As she swung into the saddle, ready to face the uncertain night, a faint sound carried on the evening breeze, a distant metallic clink, the unmistakable sound of a shod horse stepping on loose rock, coming from the northern ridge overlooking the canyon. Her blood ran cold. They had found her. Instinct took over. She wheeled Diablo, urging him deeper into the canyon, away from the direction of the sound, seeking the thickest shadows, the most broken terrain. There was no time for a strategic retreat, only frantic flight. She pushed the horse hard, navigating the treacherous rock-strewn floor of the canyon as darkness rapidly descended. Behind her, she heard shouts, the sounds of multiple riders crashing through the brush on the ridge above, trying to cut her off. A rifle shot cracked through the twilight air, the bullet whining harmlessly past her head, echoing off the canyon walls. They had her trapped. The canyon likely narrowed ahead, possibly ending in a box canyon offering no escape. She scanned the canyon walls desperately as she rode. Was there a side ravine, a game trail leading up, anything? The moonlight, just beginning to filter down, revealed mostly sheer rock faces, interspersed with steep, treacherous scree slopes. Then she saw it, a narrow cleft in the western wall, partially obscured by overgrown brush. barely wide enough for a horse and rider. It might lead nowhere, might be impassable, but it was her only chance to get off the canyon floor, to break the line of pursuit. Without hesitation, she swerved Diablo towards the opening, pushing him through the scratching, thorny bushes. The horse hesitated, sensing the uncertain footing, but Isabella urged him on relentlessly. The cleft opened into a steep, narrow trail winding upwards, littered with loose stones. Diablo scrambled for purchase, his powerful muscles straining. Below, the shouts of the pursuers grew louder as they realized she'd left the main canyon floor. More shots rang out, closer this time, kicking up dust near the horse's flailing hooves. Isabella clung low, praying the darkness and the difficult angle would protect them. The trail climbed steeply, twisting back and forth. Diablo slipped, recovered, slipped again. Loose rocks cascaded down behind them, announcing their precarious position. She could hear the men below, dismounting, starting to climb after her on foot, their progress slower but steady. The trail leveled out slightly onto a narrow ledge. Isabella risked a glance back. She could see the dark shapes of at least 2 men scrambling up the slope below, intermittently illuminated by the rising moon. They were gaining. The ledge offered no cover, no escape route forward. It seemed to be a dead end, trapped again. But then she saw it, clinging precariously to the cliff face just above the ledge, almost hidden by a gnarled, stunted juniper, was a faint, barely discernible path, little more than a goat trail, heading further up and across the cliff face. It looked suicidally dangerous, especially in the near darkness, but it was the only way. Dismounting quickly, whispering urgent words of encouragement to Diablo, she led him towards the treacherous path. The horse balked, whinnying nervously, sensing the sheer drop just inches away. Below, the men were closer now, close enough for her to hear their harsh breathing, their muttered curses. "Come on, boy, come on," Isabella pleaded, tugging gently but firmly on the reins, keeping her body between the horse and the terrifying drop. "We have to try." Perhaps sensing the absolute desperation in her voice, or perhaps simply trusting the bond they had forged, Diablo took a hesitant step onto the narrow track, then another, his hooves dislodging small pebbles that skittered down into the abyss. Isabella moved slowly, carefully, leading him step by agonizing step across the cliff face, her own heart pounding against her ribs, sweat trickling down her back despite the cool night air. One misstep, one moment of panic from the horse, and they would both plunge into the darkness below. A rifle cracked again, the bullet smacking into the rock face just above her head, showering her with stone dust. The men below had seen them, silhouetted against the moonlit rock. "Don't shoot, you fool!" another voice yelled from below. "Thompson wants her alive if possible. Wants to know who she talked to." Alive. The word offered little comfort. It meant interrogation, torture perhaps, before the inevitable silencing. Fear lent speed to Isabella's movements. She urged Diablo onward, talking constantly, soothingly, as the narrow path continued its perilous traverse across the cliff. Finally, agonizingly, the path widened slightly, leading into another shallow cleft, this one offering cover, concealment. She pulled Diablo into the rocky recess, collapsing against the horse's trembling flank, gasping for breath, her body shaking with reaction. They were hidden, for the moment, but the hunters were still below, still searching. She could hear them arguing, deciding whether to risk the treacherous goat trail in the darkness or wait for dawn. She needed to keep moving. get further away, find a better hiding place before daylight revealed her position. But where? She peered out cautiously from the cleft. The moon illuminated the rugged landscape stretching out below and beyond the canyon. Hills, ravines, endless stretches of rock and thorny brush. No sign of civilization, no landmarks she recognized. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, she saw it. Far in the distance, nestled in a valley several miles away, a single faint point of light. A lantern, a campfire. It was too steady for a campfire. A homestead, a settlement. It was impossibly distant, across miles of rough, unknown territory. But it represented the first sign of human presence she had seen since fleeing the Barty, the first potential glimmer of help, of sanctuary. She had to risk it. Staying here meant certain capture when dawn broke. Making for that distant light was a desperate gamble, but it was better than passively waiting for the end. Remounting the exhausted but willing Diablo, Isabella carefully guided him out of the cleft, choosing a path that kept them below the ridgeline, using the terrain for cover as she headed towards the faint, beckoning light. The journey was grueling. She walked Diablo more often than she rode, saving his strength, picking their way through treacherous ravines, around dense thickets of catclaw acacia that tore at their clothes and skin. Twice, she thought she heard sounds behind her, the dislodged pebble, the snap of a twig, and froze, listening, heart pounding, before deciding it was just the wind, or night creatures, and pressing onward. The single point of light seemed agonizingly slow to draw nearer, a tiny star in a sea of darkness. As the first pale hints of dawn began to streak the eastern sky, she finally crested a low rise and saw the source of the light more clearly. It wasn't a settlement, it was a small, isolated ranch, much smaller than the Barty, nestled beside a thin ribbon of creek. A low adobe house, a few corrals, a small barn. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney of the house, indicating someone was awake. The light came from a lantern, hanging by the barn, likely left burning for someone expected to return, or perhaps just forgotten. Relief washed over her, so intense it almost buckled her knees. Civilization, potential help, but caution immediately tempered the relief. Whose ranch was this? Were they friendly? Or would they view a lone, desperate woman appearing out of nowhere at dawn with suspicion? Could Thompson's influence reach even here? She hesitated, watching the ranch from the cover of the rise. A figure emerged from the house, an older woman, her hair gray, her movements sturdy as she carried a bucket towards the barn. No men seemed to be about, at least not yet. It felt less threatening than she might have expected. Taking a deep breath, Isabella decided to take the chance. She couldn't keep running forever. She rode Diablo slowly down the slope, making no attempt at stealth now, wanting to appear non-threatening. The woman by the barn looked up as she approached, her eyes widening in surprise, then narrowing slightly with caution as she took in Isabella's dusty, torn clothes, her exhausted horse, the revolver strapped to her side. Isabella pulled Diablo to a halt a respectful distance away. "Buenos dias, señora," she called out, her voice hoarse. "Forgive my appearance. I am lost. I've been riding for days. Could I trouble you for some water? For myself and my horse?" The older woman studied her for a long moment, her gaze sharp, assessing. She noted the fine quality of the horse, incongruous with the rider's bedraggled state. She noted the weariness in Isabella's eyes, but also the underlying strength, the lack of overt aggression. "You look like you've seen trouble, child," the woman said finally, her voice carrying a warm, practical tone. though her eyes remained watchful. Come closer, there's water, and maybe some coffee, if you're not bringing trouble with you. Tears of relief sprang to Isabella's eyes. Kindness, simple, unexpected kindness. No, Senora, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. I'm running from trouble, not bringing it. She dismounted stiffly, leading Diablo towards the well near the barn. As the older woman drew fresh, cool water, Isabella splashed it on her face, the simple act feeling like a benediction. She drank deeply, gratefully. My name is Elena, the woman said, handing Isabella a tin cup. This is my place. My son, Mateo. He's out checking the far pasture. She'll be back soon. Elena, Mateo. The names resonated, echoes of her own lost family, stirring a fresh wave of grief and longing. She took the cup, her hand trembling slightly. Thank you, Senora Elena. I am Anna. She gave a false name instinctively, caution still overriding relief. Elena nodded, accepting the name without question, her eyes softening with something that looked like sympathy, perhaps recognition of the hunted look Isabella couldn't quite hide. Well, Anna, she said, gesturing towards the small house, come inside. You look like you could use more than water. As Isabella followed Elena towards the simple adobe house, the smell of wood smoke and brewing coffee welcomingly filling the air, a fragile tendril of hope began to unfurl within her chest. Maybe, just maybe, she had found a temporary respite, a moment's shelter. But even as she stepped across the threshold, the memory of the hunters, the weight of the letter, and the blood figuratively staining the prairie grass behind her served as stark reminders. Sanctuary was fleeting. The price of survival was eternal vigilance, and the fight was far from over. Chapter 20, Between Love and the Law. The small adobe house owned by Elena felt like a pocket of impossible peace, carved out of the harsh, unforgiving landscape. For 3 days, Isabella, or Anna, as she was known here, existed within its quiet rhythm, a stark contrast to the constant tension and fear that had defined her life for months. Elena, the sturdy, gray-haired matriarch, treated her with a gruff kindness, asking few questions, offering simple food, clean water, and the unspoken sanctuary of her home. Elena's son, Mateo, the name itself, a bittersweet echo returned from the pastures the first evening. He was a quiet, hard-working man, his face weathered by the sun, his eyes holding the same wary assessment as his mother's, but also a measure of weary understanding. He accepted Anna's presence with a reserved nod, his gaze occasionally lingering on her fine horse, Diablo, or the worn competence with which she handled herself around the small ranch, clearly recognizing she was more than just a lost traveler. Isabella fell into the routine, helping Elena with chores, tending the small garden, mending clothes, grinding corn, grateful for the simple tasks that occupied her hands and offered a temporary reprieve from the turmoil in her mind. She helped Mateo reinforce a section of corral fence, the familiar work strangely comforting, though every hammer blow seemed to resonate with the memory of the bar tea, of Jedediah's sneering face, of William's conflicted gaze. She ate meals with them at the rough wooden table, the conversation sparse but natural, focusing on the weather, the price of feed, the stubbornness of goats. It felt blessedly normal, a glimpse of a life she hadn't known since childhood. Yet beneath the surface of this fragile peace, anxiety simmered constantly. Every distant rider spotted on the horizon sent a jolt of fear through her. Every unexpected sound made her hand instinctively reach for the revolver hidden beneath her borrowed shawl. She slept lightly, her dreams still haunted by pursuit, by the dying man Martinez, by the chilling implications of the letter pressed against her skin, Elena and Mateo's kindness, their unquestioning acceptance, only heightened her sense of guilt and unease. She was deceiving them, bringing the shadow of her dangerous past into their quiet lives. How long could she stay? What would happen when her presence inevitably brought trouble to their doorstep? Elena seemed to sense her inner turmoil. One evening, as they sat outside watching the sunset paint the western sky in fiery colors, the older woman spoke, her voice quiet but direct. "Trouble follows a person like a shadow, Anna," she said, not looking at Isabella, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "You can outrun it for a time, but you can't escape your own feet. Sometimes turning to face the shadow is the only way to find the sun again." Isabella didn't reply, but Elena's words resonated deeply. Hiding here, however comforting, wasn't a solution. It was merely delaying the inevitable confrontation with the forces hunting her and with the difficult choices she carried. She spent hours wrestling with the letter, pulling it out in secret moments, staring at the faded ink, the damning connection between Elias Thompson and Don Rafael Castillo. The weight of it felt unbearable. It held the power to potentially dismantle Thompson's empire, to expose the rot beneath the surface of the respectable Bar T ranch. But wielding that power felt like stepping into a whirlwind. Who could she trust? A local sheriff might be in Thompson's pocket. A federal marshal seemed impossibly remote, perhaps uninterested in borderland intrigues based on the word of a fugitive Mexican girl. And always there was William. Exposing his father would irrevocably shatter his world, betray the trust he had placed in her, the sacrifice he had made. The conflict tore at her, the desire for justice clashing with the instinct for self-preservation, and the unexpected, unwanted tenderness she felt for the man who had freed her. Could love, or even the fragile beginnings of it, coexist with the harsh demands of the law, or the even harsher demands of survival? Back at the Bar T, William chafed under the suffocating yoke of his father's punishment. Life in the gilded cage was a slow torture. Cole and Shorty were relentless shadows, their presence a constant mockery, their sneering commentary just loud enough to be heard, just vague enough to be deniable if challenged. Every task William performed, every conversation he had was overseen. Reported back to Jedediah and Elias, he felt stripped of authority, reduced to a figurehead on his own family's ranch. The other hands watched him with wary curiosity, some with pity, others with a smug satisfaction that mirrored his captors. He performed his duties with a stony outward compliance, meticulously overseeing accounts, inspecting herds, riding fence lines, offering Cole and Shorty no reaction, no in his armor. But beneath the surface, frustration simmered, morphing into a cold, calculated anger. His father wanted loyalty demonstrated through obedience? Fine. He would play the part, lull their suspicions, but he would not surrender. His concern for Isabella was a constant ache, magnified by his powerlessness. Had she made it away safely? Had Jedediah's trackers found her trail? The lack of news was agonizing. Jedediah had returned with his posse 2 days after Isabella's escape. Empty-handed, but tight-lipped, his fury barely contained. He offered Elias only vague reports of confused tracks obliterated by the storm. But William sensed evasion, perhaps even failure the foreman didn't want to admit. Or worse, perhaps Jedediah had found something, dealt with it quietly, and was simply keeping his own counsel, waiting for the right moment. Confined, but not entirely blind, William began to watch, listen, piece together fragments. He noticed Jedediah spending more time in closed-door meetings with Elias, the foreman's usual bluster replaced by a tense, almost conspiratorial air. He saw Jedediah dispatching specific hands, not the trackers, but rougher types known for their unquestioning obedience on unexplained errands towards the eastern boundaries, the same direction the stranger had seemed interested in, the same area Isabella had found the scrap of wool cloth, shipments, messages, payoffs. One sweltering afternoon, while ostensibly reviewing feed inventories in the main storage shed with Cole lounging insolently by the door, supposedly assisting, William, accidentally, knocked over a stack of old ledgers near the back wall. As he bent to retrieve them, apologizing profusely for his clumsiness under Cole's sneering gaze, his eyes scanned the dusty shelves. Tucked behind a row of newer account books, almost hidden, was a small, locked metal box, out of place among the ranch records. It looked like a strong box, the kind used for valuables or sensitive documents. He'd never noticed it before. Jedediah's private stash, or something belonging to his father, kept separate from the main office records. He righted the ledgers, his mind racing, careful not to betray his discovery to Cole. Another piece, small and tantalizing, added to the growing pile of inconsistencies. His helplessness gnawed at him. He needed to act, to find a way to pierce the wall of silence and control surrounding him. He couldn't directly help Isabella, couldn't even know if she was safe, but perhaps he could fight the source of the rot here, on the ranch. He thought about the law, the official channels. Could he approach the local sheriff? Unlikely. Sheriff Brady was known to enjoy Elias Thompson's hospitality, unlikely to investigate the powerful rancher based on vague suspicions from a son currently out of favor. A Texas Ranger? They operated with more independence, but their visits were rare, their jurisdiction vast. How could he even contact one without alerting his shadows? He considered Maria again. She had risked much already. Could he ask more of her? Perhaps she could get a message out discreetly to someone in the nearest town, someone who might know how to contact a ranger or a federal marshal. It was risky, potentially endangering her further. He was wrestling with these impossible options one evening, pacing restlessly on the porch under the watchful eyes of Shorty, Cole having gone to join the card game in the bunkhouse, when he saw a lone rider approaching the ranch house. Not Jedediah, not one of the hands. This man rode tall, his posture military, his clothes dusty but well kept, a badge glinting dully on his vest in the fading light. Shorty straightened up, suddenly alert, nudging William. "Looks like Marshal Brody," he muttered, a flicker of unease crossing his usually smug features. Marshal Brody. The law had arrived, unbidden, unexpected. William's heart gave a sudden lurch. Opportunity or complication? Brody was known to be thorough, less easily influenced than the local sheriff responsible for a wider territory. Why was he here? Was it coincidence? Or had news of Martinez's death or Thompson's other activities somehow reached official ears? Elias Thompson emerged onto the porch, his expression carefully neutral, betraying no surprise. "Marshal," he greeted, extending a hand as Brody dismounted. "Unexpected pleasure. What brings you to the bar tea?" "Evening, Thompson," Brody replied, his voice gravelly, his eyes sharp as he shook Elias's hand, his gaze sweeping briefly over William and Shorty. "Just passing through. Heard some unsettling rumors down south. Found a body a couple of days back, shot dead in an old line shack near the Cuchillo crossing. Looked like a drifter named Martinez. You know him?" William held his breath. Martinez, the man from the storm shack. Elias's expression didn't flicker. "Martinez?" he repeated thoughtfully. "Name doesn't ring a bell. Lots of drifters pass through this country, Marshal. Trouble sometimes finds them." "Sometimes," Brody agreed, his gaze lingering on Elias's face. "This one had company just before he died, seems like. Found tracks of another horse, smaller shod, heading south from the shack, and signs someone tried to patch him up before lighting out. Also found signs of an ambush. 3 riders. Seems Martinez wasn't just unlucky. He was hunted." He paused, letting the implications hang in the air. "Anything unusual happen around here lately, Thompson? Strangers passing through? Trouble with any of your hands?" William saw Jedediah emerge silently from the shadows near the stable, listening intently, his face unreadable. Elias maintained his composure. "Been quiet, Marshal. Usual ranch work. Had a bit of excitement with a dust storm last week and unfortunately had to let one of my newer hands go, a young woman, caught stealing." He glanced towards William, a subtle warning in his eyes. Caused a bit of upset, but Jedediah handled it. Brody's gaze shifted to Jedediah, then back to Elias, then briefly, speculatively, towards William. He was absorbing the information, piecing things together in his own way. "A woman, you say? Riding south, perhaps?" "Possibly," Elias conceded smoothly. "Wouldn't know for sure. Good riddance either way." Brody nodded slowly, filing the information away. "Well, keep your ears open, Thompson. Seems there might be more going on in this territory than meets the eye. Dead men, missing women." His gaze was sharp, penetrating. "Let me know if anything unusual turns up." "Will do, Marshal," Elias assured him. "Care for some coffee before you ride on?" "Obliged," Brody accepted, following Elias into the house. William watched them go, his mind reeling. Brody knew about Martinez. He knew about a woman rider heading south. He suspected foul play. The law, impartial and potentially relentless, was now sniffing around the edges of the Bartees' secrets. It changed everything. It offered a potential avenue, a way to fight back, but also increased the danger exponentially. If Brody started digging too deep, connecting Martinez to Jedediah, connecting the missing woman to the ambushes, the entire fragile situation could explode. He looked out into the gathering darkness towards the south, where Isabella rode alone, hunted not just by Thompson's men, but potentially now drawing the attention of the law as well. He felt caught, suspended between his burgeoning feelings for her, his desperate desire to protect her, and the sudden dangerous opportunity presented by Marshal Brody's arrival. Telling Brody what he suspected, what he knew about the letter, could bring down his father and Jedediah, but it could also expose Isabella, paint her not as a victim, but as a fugitive connected to a murder. The law could be a double-edged sword. His choice, made in defiance the night he freed Isabella, suddenly felt infinitely more complex. Loyalty to her, loyalty to justice, loyalty to his family name, however tarnished he now suspected it was. They seemed impossibly, agonizingly tangled. He stood on the porch, Cole and Shorty forgotten for the moment, caught squarely between the demands of his heart and the cold, unpredictable machinations of the law. The price of his earlier choice rising ever higher as the shadows deepened around him. The path forward was obscured, fraught with peril, demanding a decision that could save one life only by potentially destroying others, including his own. Chapter 21. Reckoning at Sundown. The arrival of Marshal Brody acted like a catalyst on the simmering tensions of the Bar T Ranch. His questions, though casually posed, his sharp, observant gaze, his mere presence representing the impartial authority of the law, seemed to unsettle the carefully controlled environment Elias Thompson and Jedediah Stone had cultivated. Elias maintained his facade of calm cooperation, but William saw the flicker of calculation behind his father's eyes, the subtle tightening around Jedediah's jaw. Brody didn't stay long, accepting a cup of coffee, exchanging a few more pleasantries about cattle prices and the weather, before riding off into the twilight, leaving behind a residue of unease thicker than the ever-present dust. For William, the marshal's visit was a double-edged sword. It offered a potential, albeit dangerous, avenue for truth, a power outside his father's immediate control. Yet, it also heightened the stakes immeasurably. Brody's investigation into Martinez's death, his awareness of a missing woman heading south, brought the official arm of the law dangerously close to Isabella. If she were found, not by Jedediah's men but by Brody, what story would prevail? Would she be seen as a fugitive, potentially implicated in Martinez's death, or as a victim fleeing persecution? Her connection to the Bar T, Elias's carefully planted story about her theft, Jedediah's likely corroboration, it could easily paint her in the darkest light, especially if the letters she carried remained hidden. William spent the next day consumed by this dilemma, performing his duties mechanically, barely registering the barbed comments from his shadows, Cole and Shorty. His mind raced, weighing options, calculating risks. Should he try to contact Brody, feed him information anonymously, risk approaching him directly, hoping the marshal would see past the son's obvious bias against his father and foreman? Each option felt fraught with peril, not just for himself, but more importantly, for Isabella. He needed confirmation she was safe, needed to know if Jedediah's hunters were still active before making any move that could inadvertently lead the law to her doorstep. His opportunity, or perhaps his moment of forced decision, came late that afternoon. He had ridden out, accompanied by his ever-present assistants, to check on a windmill pump that had reportedly malfunctioned near the eastern boundary, the same area where Jedediah had been sending his clandestine patrols, the same area Isabella had found the scrap of wool. As they worked on the pump, William deliberately fumbling, prolonging the task, he scanned the surrounding hills, his senses on high alert. He saw them first two riders approaching from the south, moving quickly, purposefully. Not Brody, not standard ranch hands. These men had the hard, watchful look of Jedediah's chosen enforcers, the ones dispatched on special errands. They were riding hard, their horses lathered, heading directly towards the main ranch buildings. Had they found Isabella? Were they returning with news, or perhaps bringing her back captive? The thought sent a jolt of ice through William's veins. Cole and Shorty saw the riders too, exchanging a quick, knowing glance. "Looks like Sanchez and Pete," Cole muttered, a smug undertone in his voice. "Reckon they finished their business." William knew he had to find out what that business was. He abruptly declared the pump repaired. Whether it was or not hardly mattered now, and mounted Diablo, turning back towards the ranch headquarters at a pace that forced Cole and Shorty to scramble to keep up. He rode with a desperate urgency, ignoring their complaints, his mind consumed by the image of those returning riders. As they neared the main yard, the scene that greeted them confirmed William's worst fears, yet held an unexpected twist. Jedediah stood near the corral, talking animatedly, not just with Sanchez and Pete, the two returning riders, but also with the sharp-featured stranger Isabella had described. The man William now felt certain was connected to Ricardo de Vargas, perhaps Vargas himself. The stranger's fine sorrel mare was tethered nearby. He had returned, and judging by the tense energy radiating from the group, something significant had occurred. Elias Thompson stood slightly apart on the porch of the main house, watching the exchange, his face an unreadable granite mask. Marshal Brody was nowhere in sight. He had likely ridden on hours ago. This was internal business, bar tea business, unfolding under the harsh glare of the setting sun. As William dismounted, deliberately ignoring Cole and Shorty, who hovered nearby, Jedediah looked up, his eyes locking with William's. There was no attempt to hide the triumph on the foreman's face now. It was blatant, malevolent. "Good timing, Mr. William," Jedediah sneered, gesturing towards the two dusty riders who had just returned. "Seems Sanchez and Pete ran into some trouble out down south. Found the trail of that runaway thief." William's heart plummeted. "And," he demanded, his voice tight. "And it seems," Jedediah continued, savoring the moment, his gaze flicking towards the impassive stranger, "she didn't get far. Ran into some bad luck. Or maybe," he added, his smile widening cruelly, justice caught up with her. William felt the blood drain from his face. Bad luck? Justice? What was Jedediah implying? Had they killed her? Before he could voice the frantic question, the stranger stepped forward, his eyes cold and reptilian, fixing on William. He looked William up and down with insolent appraisal. "Your father tells me you had a misplaced fondness for the girl, Isabella Fuentes," the stranger said, his voice smooth, cultured, yet carrying an underlying menace. The use of her real name sent another chill through William. They knew exactly who she was. A pity. She could have been useful, perhaps, but loose ends. He shrugged elegantly. They must be tied up, especially when they know things they shouldn't. Things related to family history. Family history. Castillo. William understood. This man, likely Vargas or someone very close to him, knew Isabella's connection to Don Rafael, knew she was the daughter of the man Castillo had crushed. Her existence was a direct threat to the alliance. The secrets, the shipments mentioned in the letter. "What did you do to her?" William asked, his voice dangerously low, ignoring the warning glance from his father on the porch. The stranger merely smiled, a chilling, empty gesture. "Let's just say the matter is resolved, permanently. A tragic accident on the prairie, so unfortunate." Rage, blinding and absolute, surged through William. They had murdered her, hunted her down and killed her like an animal simply because she existed, because she knew too much, because she was inconvenient. The careful control he had maintained for days shattered. Decency, fairness, the law, they meant nothing here. Only power, ruthlessness, and the cold calculus of eliminating threats mattered. He lunged towards the stranger, towards Vargas, a guttural cry tearing from his throat. He didn't care about the consequences, didn't care about his father watching, didn't care about Jedediah or his men. All he felt was a burning need for retribution, for justice measured out not by law, but by raw, primal fury. Cole and Shorty reacted instantly, grabbing William's arms, restraining him, though he fought against them with surprising strength. Sanchez and Pete stepped forward, their hands hovering near their guns. Jedediah laughed, a harsh, barking sound. "Easy there, Mr. William," the foreman mocked. "Wouldn't want to get blood on the boss's son." "Enough!" Elias Thompson's voice cracked like a whip from the porch. He strode forward, his face thunderous, not with anger at the stranger or Jedediah, but at William's loss of control, his public display of compromising emotion. William, control yourself. This behavior is unacceptable. William struggled against Cole and Shorty's grip, his eyes locked on the smirking face of the stranger. He killed her! You let him kill her! He yelled, the accusation directed as much at his father as at the man before him. Silence! Elias commanded, stepping between William and the stranger, shielding the man implicitly. You know nothing. You react like a child. Go to your room. Now, we will discuss your future later. His father was protecting the murderer, protecting the alliance, protecting the dark secrets William now saw lay coiled at the heart of the Bar T Ranch. The final vestiges of respect, of filial loyalty, crumbled within William. He saw his father clearly now, not just as a stern, prejudiced man, but as someone deeply complicit in a web of crime and violence that stretched across borders, a man willing to sacrifice innocent lives, even potentially his own son's principles, to maintain his power and hidden wealth. Suddenly, another figure burst onto the scene, running from the direction of the stables, her face pale with terror. Maria. Senor Elias! Senor Elias, she cried, stumbling to a halt before the tense group. The metal box from the feed shed, it's gone! All eyes snapped towards her. William remembered the locked metal box he'd seen hidden behind the ledgers. Jedediah's face went pale, then flushed with fury. The stranger's eyes narrowed, instantly alert. Even Elias looked startled, then deeply concerned. What box, Maria? Elias demanded sharply. The small one, senor. The one Senor Jedediah keeps hidden. I saw him check just yesterday. Now it is gone. The lock on the shed door. It was forced. Maria wrung her hands, casting fearful glances towards Jedediah. The metal box. Jedediah's stash. What was in it? Money? Documents? Evidence related to the shipments, to the dealings with Vargas and Castillo? Whatever it was, its disappearance threw the carefully orchestrated control into chaos. Jedediah rounded on Maria, his face contorted. You meddling old woman! What were you doing snooping around? I wasn't snooping, Maria cried defensively. I went for oats. The door was loose. Who took it? The stranger interjected, his voice cutting through Jedediah's bluster sharp as ice. His eyes scanned the faces present. Elias, Jedediah, the hands. William still struggling in Cole and Shorty's grip. His gaze sharpened as it rested on William. Had the son, in his grief and anger, somehow orchestrated this while supposedly confined? Before anyone could answer, another sound reached them. Hoofbeats, approaching fast from the south. Not just one rider, but several, appearing suddenly over the rise near the creek. At their head rode Marshal Brody, his face grim, his hand resting near his pistol. And beside him, riding tall, dusty, exhausted, but undeniably alive, was Isabella. A collective gasp went through the onlookers. Jedediah stared as if seeing a ghost, his face draining of all color. The stranger, Vargas, took an involuntary step back, his hand darting inside his coat. Elias Thompson's composure finally cracked, his eyes widening in stunned disbelief and dawning fury. William stopped struggling, staring, his heart seizing in his chest. Alive! Isabella was alive! Relief, potent and overwhelming, washed over him, quickly followed by confusion and alarm. She was with the marshal? What had happened? Isabella pulled Diablo to a halt beside Brody, her gaze sweeping over the scene. Jedediah's shock, Vargas's barely concealed panic, Elias Thompson's crumbling facade, William held captive by Cole and Shorty. Her eyes met William's, a universe of unspoken understanding passing between them in that single, intense glance. She looked weary, battered, but her eyes held a new, unwavering resolve. Marshal Brody dismounted slowly, his gaze taking in the tableau, the obvious tension, William being restrained, the presence of the well-dressed, dangerous-looking stranger. "Evening again, Thompson," Brody said, his voice dangerously soft. "Seems my timing is fortunate, or perhaps necessary." He gestured towards Isabella. "Found Miss Fuentes down south. Seems she had quite a story to tell. About being framed, about being hunted, about a dying man named Martinez who mentioned certain shipments, and about this." He reached into his saddlebag and pulled out something wrapped in oilcloth. He unwrapped it carefully. It was the small, locked metal box from the feed shed. Jedediah let out a strangled cry. Vargas's hand tightened inside his coat. Elias looked ashen. "Miss Fuentes here," Brody continued, his eyes fixed on Elias and Jedediah, "ran into some trouble after escaping your justice, Thompson. Seems some men fitting the description of those who ambushed Martinez tried to silence her too. She managed to evade them. Found their camp, took this box while they were otherwise occupied tracking her. Thought it might be important." He hefted the box slightly. "Looks important. Wonder what's inside?" Isabella watched, her face pale but set. She hadn't run. She had turned back. She had found the hunter's camp, risked everything to retrieve the box, and then, guided by Elena's wisdom, sought out the marshal, trusting the law, however flawed, over endless flight. She had made her choice. "This is outrageous," Jedediah blustered and trying to regain control. "She's a thief, a liar. That box is ranch property, stolen." "Maybe," Brody allowed calmly, "or maybe it contains evidence of something far more serious than a stolen bridle." He turned his piercing gaze on the stranger. "And you, sir? You seem agitated. Haven't had the pleasure of an introduction." Vargas forced a tight smile. "Ricardo de Vargas," he said smoothly, though his eyes darted nervously towards Elias, "just a visitor, conducting some private business with Mr. Thompson." "Private business," Brody echoed mildly. "Concerning shipments, perhaps?" He looked directly at Isabella. "Miss Fuentes also provided me with something else. A letter, an old letter, written in Spanish, mentioning shared ventures between Elias Thompson and a certain Don Rafael Castillo down in Mexico. Mentioning expected goods, signed only with ANR. He looked pointedly at Vargas. "Wouldn't happen to stand for Ricardo, would it?" The final piece clicked into place. The reckoning had arrived. The carefully constructed facade of the Bar T Ranch, built on secrets and violence, was crumbling under the weight of Isabella's courage and William's unwitting discovery, brought into the harsh light of the law by Marshal Brody. Elias Thompson seemed to age 10 years in that instant, the granite certainty replaced by a dawning horror. Jedediah looked cornered, desperate. Vargas's hand tightened further inside his coat, his eyes darting, seeking escape. Cole and Shorty, still holding William, looked uncertain, their loyalty wavering in the face of the marshal's calm authority and the undeniable evidence. The sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the scene in blood-red light. The moment hung suspended, charged with imminent violence, the culmination of years of deceit and simmering conflict. Reckoning had come to the Bar T Ranch, delivered not by William's fury, but by Isabella's resilience and the slow, inexorable turning of the wheels of justice. The final confrontation was at hand. played out under the watchful eyes of the law, with lives, legacies, and the very soul of the ranch hanging precariously in the balance. Chapter 22, Where the Dust Settles. The world seemed to hold its breath in the blood-red light of the setting sun. Marshall Brody's words, revealing the existence of the letter and displaying the stolen lockbox, hung heavy in the air, shattering the carefully constructed reality of the Bar T Ranch. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the nervous stamping of horses and the harsh, ragged breathing of cornered men. Isabella sat tall on Diablo, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten, her gaze locked with William's across the tense yard, a silent acknowledgement of the precipice they now stood upon. William, still held loosely by a suddenly uncertain Cole and Shorty, felt the ground shift beneath him, the foundations of his life revealed as rotten timber. Ricardo de Vargas, the smooth stranger whose elegance barely concealed a predator's heart, was the first to break. His mask of cool detachment crumbled, replaced by the feral glint of desperation. His hand, already inside his coat, moved with lightning speed, not towards a weapon aimed at Brody, but sideways, snatching Maria, who still stood nearby, wringing her hands in fear. He dragged the stout housekeeper in front of him, pressing the cold muzzle of a concealed derringer against her temple. "Nobody moves," Vargas snarled, his cultured voice roughened by panic. His eyes darted between Brody, Elias, and the escape route behind him. "Marshal, you drop the box. Thompson, call off your men. We're leaving now. The woman comes with us until we're clear." Maria cried out, a muffled sound of terror against Vargas's rough grip. Elias Thompson stared, aghast, his face paling further. This monstrous act, this blatant disregard for the life of a woman who had served his family loyally for decades, seemed to shock even him out of his stunned paralysis. Jedediah, however, saw an opportunity. With Brody's attention momentarily diverted by the hostage situation, the foreman's eyes flickered towards his own men, then towards Isabella, still the primary target of his ingrained malice. "Forget the woman," Jedediah yelled, drawing his own revolver with surprising speed. "Shoot the girl, finish it." He leveled his pistol directly at Isabella. Time seemed to splinter into fragments. William roared, throwing his weight back with sudden force, breaking the slackened grip of Cole and Shorty, stumbling forward. Marshal Brody instinctively moved to shield Isabella, drawing his own weapon, but hampered by the hostage situation. Vargas tightened his grip on Maria, his derringer pressing harder against her skin. But before Jedediah could fire, before Brody could fully react, Isabella acted. Driven by pure instinct, honed by days of flight and the immediacy of the threat, she raised the revolver William had given her. She didn't hesitate. She fired not at Jedediah, but beside him, the bullet kicking up dust near his feet, a sharp, defiant warning shot. The unexpected retort, the sheer audacity of her action, made Jedediah flinch, his own shot going wild, harmlessly into the air. In that split second of distraction, William, now free, launched himself forward, tackling Jedediah around the knees with the full force of his pent-up fury and desperation. The two men crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs, dust billowing around them. Chaos erupted. Cole and Shorty, seeing their foreman down and the situation spiraling out of control, hesitated, then turned and bolted, scrambling for their horses, abandoning loyalty in favor of self-preservation. Sanchez and Pete, the two riders who had returned earlier, exchanged uncertain glances, clearly unwilling to die for Vargas or Jedediah now that the marshal was present and the tide had turned. Vargas, seeing his advantage evaporating, cursed viciously and tried to drag Maria towards his horse. Marshal Brody, seizing the moment while Vargas's attention was divided, took a calculated risk. "Thompson!" Brody yelled. "Now!" It wasn't clear if Elias understood the command, or if he simply reacted out of some long-buried sense of responsibility towards his housekeeper. But he surged forward, grabbing Vargas's arm, trying to wrench the derringer away from Maria's head. Vargas struggled, firing the small pistol wildly. The shot went high, burying itself in the wooden porch railing. Maria screamed and collapsed as Elias wrestled Vargas backward away from her. Brody moved instantly, his own pistol leveled. "Drop it, Vargas, now!" Vargas, momentarily off balance, saw the unwavering determination in the marshal's eyes. His escape route was cut off, his leverage gone. With a snarl of frustration, he flung the empty derringer aside, raising his hands in surrender, his elegant facade finally dissolving into pure cornered malice. Meanwhile, the struggle on the ground between William and Jedediah was brief but brutal. William, fueled by righteous anger, fought with a ferocity Jedediah hadn't anticipated. He pinned the foreman down, landing a solid punch that snapped Jedediah's head back against the hard-packed earth. Jedediah lay dazed, his revolver knocked from his grasp. William scrambled for the weapon, securing it just as Brody barked, "Hold it right there, son!" William froze, breathing heavily, looking up at the marshal, who now had both Vargas and the subdued Jedediah covered. The immediate violence was over, leaving behind a tableau of exhaustion, disbelief, and the stark reality of consequences. Sanchez and Pete stood uncertainly, hands cautiously raised. Cole and Shorty were vanishing into the twilight. Maria was being helped to her feet by a shaken but unharmed stable hand. Isabella slowly lowered her revolver, her hand trembling violently now that the adrenaline was fading. She watched as Brody efficiently disarmed Vargas and Jedediah, his movements crisp, professional. He kicked Jedediah's discarded pistol away, retrieved Vargas's derringer, and produced handcuffs. "Sanchez, Pete," Brody ordered curtly, gesturing with his pistol. "Secure these two tightly." The two hands, eager to align themselves with the prevailing authority, hurried to obey, roughly cuffing the furious foreman and the icily silent Vargas. Brody then turned his attention to the lockbox, still lying where he dropped it near Isabella's horse. He picked it up, examining the sturdy lock. "Thompson," he said, his voice hard, turning towards Elias, who stood stiffly, watching the dismantling of his world. "Either you provide the key to this box, or I open it myself. Right here. Right now." Elias Thompson looked from the box to the marshal, to his son standing dusty and disheveled, but resolute, to Isabella watching him with eyes that held not hatred, but a deep, weary knowledge. The fight seemed to drain out of him, leaving behind only the crushing weight of exposure. He reached slowly into his coat pocket and produced a small, ornate key, handing it to Brody without a word. Brody unlocked the box. Inside, nestled on velvet lining, were not jewels or gold, but stacks of documents shipping manifests with coded notations, lists of names and locations on both sides of the border, correspondence detailing transactions, payments, and arrangements, and several letters clearly signed by Don Rafael Castillo, discussing their mutual interests and the need to handle complications discreetly. There were also pouches containing significant amounts of cash, likely payments or bribes. It was damning, irrefutable proof of a long-standing, illicit operation involving smuggling, corruption, and likely violence, masterminded by Elias Thompson, and Don Rafael Castillo, facilitated by men like Vargas and enforced by Jedediah Stone. Brody examined a few documents, his expression grim. He looked up, meeting Elias Thompson's gaze. Looks like Miss Fuentes' story holds water, Thompson, more than water. Looks like it holds warrants. He gestured towards the damning evidence. Shipments of what? Weapons, silver, contraband, and Martinez, silenced because he knew too much or because he got greedy. Elias didn't answer. He seemed to shrink into himself, the powerful, authoritative rancher vanishing, leaving only an old man facing the ruin of his legacy, the destruction of his name. The silence was his confession. Brody nodded slowly. Elias Thompson, he said formally, under the authority vested in me by the territory of Texas, I am placing you under arrest for conspiracy, smuggling, and suspicion of accessory to murder. He turned to Sanchez and Pete. Secure him as well. William watched, numbly, as his father was handcuffed, his face impassive, offering no resistance. The finality of it was absolute. The chasm between them, already wide, had become an unbridgeable abyss. There was no anger left in William now, only a profound aching sadness for the man his father was, and the man he had failed to be. With the primary conspirators secured, Brody turned his attention back to Isabella. He walked towards her, his expression softening slightly from the hard lines of official duty. Miss Fuentes, he said, his voice respectful, you showed remarkable courage, retrieving that box facing down these men. It took guts. He looked at the revolver still clutched loosely in her hand. Technically, discharging a firearm. He trailed off, then shook his head. Self-defense, clear as day. You saved lives here tonight, including possibly your own and Maria's. He paused, considering her. The charges against you back at the ranch, the theft of the bridle, I think we can safely say those were fabricated by Stone here to discredit you, likely on Thompson's orders to get you out of the way. He gestured towards the prisoners. You're free to go, Miss Fuentes. No charges will be filed against you regarding Martinez's death or your escape. You acted in survival against men who were clearly trying to kill you. Free? The word felt strange, unfamiliar, after months of suspicion, confinement, and flight. Free from the accusations, free from the hunt, but free for what? Where would she go? What would she do? The future stretched before her, vast and uncertain as the plains themselves. She looked towards William. He was standing alone now, watching her, his face etched with exhaustion, relief, and a deep, unreadable sorrow. Their eyes met, and the connection, severed and frayed, sparked again, fragile but persistent. The chaos had stripped away the pretenses, the barriers of status and suspicion, leaving only the raw truth of their shared ordeal, their complicated feelings. Marshal, Isabella said, her voice quiet but clear, finding strength she didn't know she possessed. The letter, the one I gave you, it details the connection between Thompson and Castillo. Castillo, he is responsible for the deaths of many people in my homeland, including my own father. This is bigger than just smuggling. It's about injustice that crosses borders. Brody nodded gravely. I understand, miss, and I assure you, this letter, along with the contents of that box, will be pursued. We'll cooperate with authorities south of the border if need be. Men like Castillo and Thompson, their reign doesn't last forever when good people find the courage to stand against them. His gaze held hers, acknowledging her role, her strength. The immediate crisis was over. The reckoning had occurred. Vargas, Jedediah, and Elias Thompson were in custody, their dark enterprise exposed. Cole and Shorty were fugitives. The Bar T Ranch, its foundations shaken, faced an uncertain future under the shadow of its owner's crimes. William walked slowly towards Isabella, stopping a few feet away. The space between them felt charged, filled with everything unspoken, everything they had endured separately and together. Isabella, he began, his voice rough with emotion. I thought, I know, she whispered, understanding his fear, seeing the relief warring with the pain in his eyes over his father's fate. Thank you, William, for everything. You saved my life. You saved mine too, I think, he replied quietly, thinking of the path he might have taken had she not opened his eyes, had he not made the choice to help her. The dust, literal and figurative, was beginning to settle over the Bar T Ranch. The violence had passed, the immediate threat neutralized, but the consequences remained, raw and painful. Lives were irrevocably changed. The future was a blank, uncertain page. Isabella was free, yet carried the scars of her past and the burden of her knowledge. William was exonerated in the eyes of the law regarding her escape, but estranged from his father, his inheritance tainted, his future direction unclear. Their connection, forged in adversity, remained, a fragile ember glowing in the aftermath, its potential uncertain, dependent on choices yet to be made, paths yet to be forged. As Marshal Brody began the preparations to transport his prisoners, leaving Isabella and William standing alone for a moment in the deepening twilight, the vast, silent prairie seemed to watch, waiting to see where the settling dust would finally lead them. Epilogue, echoes on the wind. The wind, sweeping across the vast, sun-bleached plains of Texas, carried different whispers now. A year had passed since the reckoning at sundown, since the foundations of the Bar T Ranch trembled and cracked, exposing the rot beneath. The dust, relentless and eternal, still danced in the sunlight, but the oppressive weight of secrets and fear had lifted, replaced by the quiet, uncertain air of rebuilding, of consequences faced, of futures tentatively reshaped. For Isabella Fuentes, the months following her harrowing escape and Marshal Brody's intervention had been a slow, arduous journey back towards herself. She had stayed, initially, under the quiet, unquestioning protection of Elena and Mateo at their small, secluded ranch. There, surrounded by the simple rhythms of tending livestock and coaxing life from the stubborn soil, she had allowed herself time to heal, not just from the physical exhaustion of her flight, but from the deeper wounds of fear, betrayal, and loss. The kindness of the older woman, Elena, whose name mirrored her own lost mother's quiet strength, was a balm. Mateo's reserved respect, his acceptance of her presence without prying, offered a space where she could simply be, without the constant need for vigilance. But peace, she discovered, was not simply the absence of danger. It was an internal landscape that needed careful cultivation. The ghosts of her past still lingered, the flames consuming her childhood home, her father's fiery defiance and tragic end, the chilling presence of Don Rafael Castillo, whose shadow stretched long, even from across the border. And intertwined with these were the fresher scars. Jedediah's malice, Elias Thompson's cold ambition, the dying breath of Martinez in the storm-swept shack, the terror of the hunt. The letter, the fragile paper, linking Thompson and Castillo, remained her burden and her shield. She had kept it safe, hidden, wrestling constantly with its implications. Marshal Brody, true to his word, had pursued the case with relentless tenacity. News filtered back slowly through travelers and occasional newspapers that found their way to Elena's remote homestead. Elias Thompson, stripped of his power and prestige, faced federal charges for smuggling and conspiracy, his trial pending, his empire crumbling under the weight of evidence found in the lockbox and corroborated by further investigation sparked by the letter. Ricardo de Vargas, revealed as a key agent facilitating Castillo's cross-border operations, faced similar charges, his smooth arrogance shattered by the prospect of prison walls. Jedediah Stone, implicated not only in the conspiracy, but also in the ambush of Martinez and the attempted silencing of Isabella, had received a long sentence, his reign of petty tyranny ending definitively behind bars. Justice, it seemed, was grinding slowly, inexorably forward. Yet Isabella knew the fight wasn't truly over. Don Rafael Castillo remained untouched, protected by distance, wealth, and likely deeper levels of corruption south of the border. The letter, while implicating him, wasn't enough to bring him down from afar. True justice for her father, for the countless others exploited or crushed by Castillo's greed, remained an elusive, perhaps unattainable goal. She had considered sending the letter, or copies of it, to reform-minded journalists or officials in Mexico City, but the risks were immense, potentially stirring a hornet's nest that could endanger not only herself, but also those who had helped her, like Elena and Mateo. For now, the letter remained her secret, a reminder of the complexity of justice, the limitations of vengeance. Her thoughts often drifted north, towards the Bar T, towards William. He had written once a carefully worded letter delivered by a trusted vaquero months after the arrests. It spoke of the ranch's struggles, the legal battles, the difficulty of rebuilding trust with the remaining hands and the neighboring community under the shadow of his father's crimes. He wrote of Maria, who remained steadfastly at the main house, a pillar of quiet strength amidst the turmoil. He didn't speak directly of his father, but the unspoken weight of sorrow and estrangement resonated between the lines. He asked hesitantly if she was safe, if she was well, ending simply with, "Your courage is remembered here, Isabella. W." She hadn't replied. What could she say? The chasm between their world, though altered, still felt immense. He was tied to the land, to the legacy he was trying to reshape, burdened by his name. She was still, in essence, a fugitive from her own past, carrying secrets that connected directly to the ruin of his family. And the feelings that lingered, the respect, the gratitude, the undeniable pull she felt towards him were tangled with the pain of her history. The shadow of Castillo, the man indirectly linked to William's own father. Could those feelings ever find clear ground, unburdened by the weight of blood and betrayal? After several months recuperating at Elena's ranch, Isabella knew she couldn't impose on their kindness indefinitely, nor could she live forever in hiding. She needed to build her own life, find her own place. Using a portion of the money William had given her, she traveled further south, not towards the dangerous border region haunted by Castillo's influence, but towards a growing settlement near San Antonio, a place where different cultures mingled, where a woman alone might find work, perhaps even a measure of anonymity. She found employment, not on a ranch, but utilizing another skill her mother had taught her: needlework. She took in sewing and mending, her fine, careful stitches earning her a modest living among the townswomen. She rented a small, clean room above a bakery, the scent of fresh bread a comforting aroma in the mornings. It was a quiet life, vastly different from the harsh demands of the range, yet it held its own challenges, the subtle prejudices faced by a single Mexican woman in a predominantly Anglo town, the constant need for caution, the lingering loneliness. But it was hers, a life built by her own hands, earned through her own quiet labor. She found a measure of peace in the repetitive rhythm of her work, in the anonymity of the town, though the echoes of the past, the weight of the letter, were never truly far away. Meanwhile, back on the bar T, William navigated the wreckage of his inheritance. Running the ranch without his father's overbearing presence was strangely liberating, yet deeply challenging. Elias's arrest had sent shockwaves through the territory. Some neighbors offered tentative support, respecting William's quiet integrity. Others kept their distance, wary of the scandal, their long-held respect for the Thompson name replaced by suspicion. The ranch hands were unsettled, their loyalty uncertain, now that the old power structure had crumbled. William worked tirelessly, determined to rebuild the Bar T on a foundation of fairness, not fear. He promoted Henderson, a steady, reliable hand, to foreman, bypassing the cronyism that had defined Jedediah's tenure. He reviewed wages, improved conditions in the bunkhouse, made it clear that prejudice would not be tolerated. He dealt directly, honestly, with neighboring ranchers, slowly beginning to mend fences, both literal and figurative. He sold off his father's prize bull and some of the more ostentatious symbols of Elias's wealth, using the funds to invest back into the land, the herd, the people who worked it. Cole and Shorty had long since vanished, likely fearing association with Jedediah's crimes. The stranger, Vargas, faced a long trial, implicated not only in the Bar T conspiracy, but potentially in other cross-border crimes Marshal Brody was diligently investigating. Elias Thompson's trial proceeded slowly, delayed by legal maneuvers, but the evidence against him, contained in the lockbox William himself had inadvertently helped secure, was overwhelming. William attended the preliminary hearings, a silent, somber presence, facing the painful reality of his father's guilt, the chasm between them now formalized by prison bars and legal proceedings. There were no apologies from Elias, no remorse, only a bitter, resentful silence. William realized with profound sadness that the father he had known, or thought he had known, was truly gone, lost long ago to the corrosive effects of greed and secrecy. His thoughts, like Isabella's, often drifted. He remembered her face in the moonlight by the creek, her defiance in the face of Jedediah's threats, her courage in the storm-swept shack, her resolve as she rode away from him into the night. He worried about her constantly. Was she safe? Had she found peace? Did she ever think of him? The letter he had found, the one connecting his father to Castillo, haunted him. He understood now the depth of the history that lay between them, the terrible injustice her family had suffered, an injustice his own family was complicit in. It added another layer of impossibility to the feelings he couldn't deny. He considered trying to find her, riding south toward San Antonio, searching for Ana. But what right did he have? To offer what? A life overshadowed by his family's crimes, a love burdened by a history steeped in betrayal and violence. He respected her strength, her need to forge her own path, free from the Bar T's long shadow. Perhaps the kindest thing he could do was let her go, allow her the peace she deserved, even if it meant an enduring ache in his own heart. One cool autumn evening, a year after the reckoning, William stood on the porch of the main house much as his father used to do, surveying the ranch bathed in the soft golden light of sunset. Maria brought him coffee, her presence a quiet constant in the shifting landscape of his life. "The marshal sent word today, Willie," she said softly, handing him the mug. "Your father's trial concluded guilty on all counts. A long sentence?" William nodded slowly, absorbing the news without surprise, only a deep weariness. It was the end of an era. "Thank you for telling me, Maria." And, Maria added, hesitating slightly, there was another letter, not from the marshal, delivered by a freighter passing through from the south. She held out a simple, folded envelope. William's heart leaped. He recognized the handwriting instantly, though he had only seen it once, fleetingly. On the note Isabella had left for him years ago, when she first arrived seeking work, signing simply Isabella Fuentes. He took the envelope, his hand trembling slightly. He waited until Maria had gone inside before opening it. The letter was brief, written in clear, steady Spanish on plain paper. "Senor William," it began formally, yet with an undercurrent he couldn't quite decipher. "Word travels, even across distances. I hear the Bar T finds new paths under your hand. I hope they are paths of fairness. I have found a measure of peace here, though the shadows of the past are long. The letter you gave me remains safe. Justice takes many forms, and sometimes requires patience. I often think of the courage shown under the Texas stars. May you find your own peace on the land you serve. Be well, Isabella." No return address, no promises, no hint of reconciliation or shared future. Yet within the careful, guarded words, William sensed something else. Acknowledgement, respect, a shared understanding that transcended the pain and the distance. The courage shone under the Texas stars. She remembered. She understood the price he had paid, the choice he had made, and she wished him peace. He folded the letter carefully, tucking it into his breast pocket, feeling its presence like a balm against the lingering ache. It wasn't the ending a younger man might have dreamed of, no passionate reunion, no ride into the sunset together. Their paths remained separate, their lives shaped by the harsh realities of their histories, the barbed wire of circumstances and memory still dividing them. Yet, as William looked out at the vast, silent plain stretching towards the southern horizon, a different kind of peace settled over him. Isabella was alive, finding her own way, carrying her strength and her secrets with dignity. He was rebuilding his legacy not on the tainted foundations of the past, but on the principles he had chosen to uphold. The price of loyalty to conscience had been high, marked by loss and loneliness, but it had also brought a clarity, a self-respect that his father's wealth and power could never bestow. The wind sighed through the cottonwoods by the creek, carrying the scent of dust and dry grass, whispering echoes of the past of hardship, of violence, of fleeting moments of connection. The dust had settled, revealing a landscape irrevocably changed, scarred but enduring. Isabella, far to the south, stitched seams, her past folded carefully away, her future her own to create. William, alone on the Bar T porch, watched the stars emerge, carrying her letter near his heart, finding a measure of solace not in possessing love, but in having chosen honor. Their story wasn't one of simple union, but of resilience, of finding strength in impossible choices, of discovering that even in the harshest landscapes, courage could bloom and peace could be found, not necessarily together, but in the quiet dignity of a life lived true to oneself. The echoes on the wind carried not just sorrow, but the enduring power of the human spirit to face the shadows and seek the light, however distant it might seem. The end.